Monster. One for performance, one for display.
ड्रैगन की यहाँ पे बात की जाए, BTW के एरेंजल को वहाँ पे नॉक करा जाएगा। यहाँ पे 4x टीम के ड्रैगन अभी भी रुकने का नाम नहीं ले रहे, गोल्ड प्लेयर को नॉक करेंगे, उनको भी फिनिश कर दिया जाएगा। ऑलरेडी काफी ज्यादा डैमेज ये प्लेयर दे चुका है। 4 प्लेयर के पास आएंगे और अभी तो रुकने का नाम ले रहे, अपनी M4 के साथ पोर्ट करेंगे गोल्ड प्लेयर को, उनको भी नॉक करा जाएगा। ब्रो को नॉक करने के बाद अब यहाँ पे नूब आखिरी प्लेयर बचे हैं। ड्रैगन इज लुकिंग really good।
बिल्कुल यहाँ पर एक 1v1 का सिनेरियो जरूर से बचता है। नूब यहाँ पर क्या कुछ कमाल कर पाएंगे, क्योंकि वो सोलो मैन स्टैंडिंग जरूर से रहने वाले। पीछे तो जो खिलाड़ी है वो क्लोज इन करने के लिए आ चुके हैं और अब लेट्स सी नूब यहाँ पर क्या करते हैं। जैसे कि आपने बोला प्रो तो यहाँ पर एलिमिनेट हो चुके हैं, पर क्या नूब जो है वो यहाँ पर अपनी टीम को सर्वाइव कर पाएंगे, वो एक बड़ा सवाल जरूर से रहने वाले। टूम 4 एक्सट्रीम की बात करें, चारों के चारों खिलाड़ी अब यहाँ पर आ चुके हैं। बहुत मुश्किल यहाँ पर एक 1v4 का सिनेरियो हमें देखने को मिल जाएगा, बट मीनवाइल एडिक्टेड टू गेमिंग को यहाँ पर एलिमिनेट किया जाएगा। नूब अभी भी सर्वाइव करते हुए कुछ ग्रेनेड्स का इस्तेमाल कर रहे हैं टीम 4x के खिलाड़ी, और अब यहाँ पर फाइट शायद लेनी पड़ सकती है। अभी भी जो ट्रेबल्स उसका इस्तेमाल कर रहे हैं, बाहर से एक अच्छा ग्रेनेड जरूर से आया है एंड ये एक अच्छी स्ट्रैटेजी भी अभी के लिए, जितनी देर तक हो सके इस फाइट को अवॉइड करते हुए नजर आ रहे वो एक खिलाड़ी।
जी हाँ, सबसे बेहतर चीज क्या लगी 4x टीम की, कि सारे प्लेयर्स ने एक साथ
को पता है कि अब पुश करना ही पड़ेगा। एक 4v2 का हमें सिनेरियो देखने को मिलता हुआ। कार्तिक यहाँ पर ग्रेनेड लेकर के तैयार जरूर से, लेकिन मोलोटोव जो है वो जाएगा गॉन ओपी के ऊपर। टीम सेल्सियस अभी भी सर्वाइव करेंगे, लेकिन थोड़ा सा यहाँ पर वक्त लगेगा पुश करने में।
जी हाँ, बट थोड़ा वक्त लगेगा, लेकिन करना तो पड़ेगा। जोन में जाना है और जोन में जाने के लिए यहाँ पे इस जंग को जीतना ही पड़ेगा। मैक्स इज द लास्ट मैन स्टैंडिंग। मैं मैक्स को देखना चाहूंगा क्या वो कुछ मैजिक यहाँ पे कर सकते हैं। लेवल 3 का हेलमेट उनके पास है, लेवल 2 का वेस्ट है, हीलिंग इतनी ज्यादा नहीं है तो हील तो नहीं कर पाएंगे। मोलोटोव के साथ रोकने की कोशिश, बट ऑलरेडी प्लेयर मेरे ख्याल से यहाँ पे आ चुका है। नेट भी आपको आते नजर आ जाएंगे। मैक्स घर के कॉर्नर में जा चुके हैं ताकि नेट का इफेक्ट ना हो, बट आई थिंक दिस इज डन, दिस इज ओवर फॉर टीम सेल्सियस। 4 एक्सट्रीम यहाँ पे एक और रन
को मिलेंगी। टीम सेल्सियस वर्सेस टीम 1x जो फाइट है वो हमें देखने को मिलती है, जहां पर रूट को अभी के लिए स्पॉट करके फिनिश ऑफ कर दिया जाएगा। क्लोज रेंज एक कॉम्बैट हमें देखने को मिलता हुआ। टाइटन जो है वो भी यहाँ पर डाउन हो जाएंगे। ड्रीम्स अभी के लिए आगे जाएंगे, लेकिन वो भी यहाँ पर डाउन हो जाएंगे। टीम सेल्सियस जो है वो भी अब मुश्किल में आती हुई धीरे-धीरे नजर आ रही है। लेकिन टीम 1x स्पोर्ट्स की बात करें तो उनको ज्यादा देर तक यहाँ पर छोड़ा नहीं जाएगा। एलिमिनेशन हमें बिल्कुल, खासकर इस पोजीशन में तो बहुत मुश्किल रहने वाला है। टीम बॉस एक बार फिर से यहाँ पर बॉसी गेम से दिखाते हुए 1v3 का सिनेरियो जरूर से रहने वाला है। इजीली स्पॉट करके वहां पर डाउन करेंगे अदीब। 3 फिनिशेस उन्होंने अपने टीम के लिए निकाले हैं। मोस्ट वैल्यूएबल प्लेयर अपनी टीम के लिए जरूर से साबित होते हुए सर्कल के अंदर अभी भी मौजूद है। हालांकि पोजीशनिंग इनकी बहुत ज्यादा खराब, क्योंकि एक बहुत ही छोटा सा जो शैक है वहां पर मौजूद है। कार्तिक जो है वो आगे की तरफ जाएंगे और यहाँ पर उनको पता है कि ग्रेनेड का इस्तेमाल किया जा सकता है, लेकिन एक को स्पॉट जरूर उन्होंने किया, डाउन किया। 1v2 ऑलरेडी कर चुके हैं। लास्ट प्लेयर यहाँ पर स्टैंडिंग जरूर से बचने वाले कार्तिक के पास अब आ चुके हैं। AKM क्लोज रेंज बीच, कार्तिक भी है क्लोज रेंज बीच, ये गन भी है, लेकिन अभी डैमेज जो उनके ऊपर बहुत ही ज्यादा आ चुका है। एक मोलोटोव जरूर से थ्रो करा है, क्या कनेक्शन वो बना पाएगा वो देखने वाली बात जरूर से रहने वाली है। कार्तिक मीनवाइल अपने आप को हील करेंगे। जो आखिरी फिनिश है वो जाएगा ड्रीम्स के पास। फिनिश कोई भी निकाले, टीम सेल्सियस अपनी ड्रीम पूरी करते हुए नजर आ रहे हैं।
कि नहीं है थ्रोएबल्स, बट थोड़ा सा लेट इस्तेमाल करेगा यहाँ पे स्पॉट्स का, और जोन के अंदर आने की कोशिश यहाँ पे सभी प्लेयर्स की तरफ से। इट्स ऑल अबाउट स्पॉटिंग नाउ। दो टीम यहाँ पे पहले स्पॉट कर पाएगी, एडवांटेज उसके पास। दोनों टीम में एक प्लेयर ने स्पॉट किया, एक नॉक यहाँ पे निकालते हुए आपको नजर आ जाएंगे, बट यहाँ पे थोड़ा सा मुश्किल बढ़ चुकी है। कार्तिक इज देयर और अभी के लिए क्या किसी और प्लेयर को स्पॉट कर सकते हैं यहाँ पे। मैक्स की एचपी बहुत कम और इट्स नाउ गोइंग टू बी कार्तिक, जिनको यहाँ पे एक बार फिर से करिश्मा करके दिखाना पड़ेगा। एक प्लेयर बचा है, उनकी पोजीशन भी यहाँ पे रिवील है। मोनिक क्लियरली उनको यहाँ पे देख सकते हैं और यहाँ पे जाने की कोशिश आदि ने भी यहाँ पे स्पॉट किया, बट सेल्सियस के कार्तिक अभी भी रुके नहीं है। एक और शॉट लेने की कोशिश, नाउ इट्स गोइंग टू बी इट्स 1 वर्सेस 1। जो स्पॉट करेगा एडवांटेज उसके पास आ सकता है। शॉट लेने की कोशिश कार्तिक विद अ ड्रॉप शॉट, बट नहीं
सकते हैं फिलहाल के लिए सर्कल के बहुत ही ज्यादा दूर, 1700 मीटर दूर है। मुश्किलें उनके लिए हो सकती है क्योंकि एक प्लेयर ऑलरेडी उनका वहां पे इंतजार कर रहा है और मुझे लगता है 2 फ्री के जो फिनिशेस हैं वो देने जा रहे हैं।
यहाँ देखिए उन्होंने स्पॉट भी कर लिया। मूविंग व्हीकल पे बढ़िया स्प्रे भी जाएगा, लेकिन नॉक नहीं आया। यहाँ पर नॉक निकालना चाहिए था, बिल्कुल सामने से उनके खिलाड़ी गया, पर कोई बात नहीं। जो दूसरे खिलाड़ी हैं वो यहाँ पर तैनात, 1 नॉक निकाला, 2 नॉक निकाला एंड यहाँ पर 2 फिनिशेस जो दूसरा खिलाड़ी निकाल सकता था वो किसी और के पास गए, बट खुश रहेंगे एज अ टीम क्योंकि दोनों फिनिशेस जो है वो टीम रिडेम्पशन क्रू के पास ही हमें अभी के लिए जाते हुए नजर आ रहे हैं। जो बाकी के 2 खिलाड़ी थे उनके ऊपर एक स्लैमिन आ चुका है, लेकिन यहाँ पर 2 ही खिलाड़ी हैं, तो 2v2 का एक सिनेरियो हमें देखने को मिलेगा। थोड़ा वेट करेंगे कि इन्फोर्समेंट आ जाए और अब एक 2v3 का जो सिनेरियो है वो जरूर से हमें देखने को मिलता है। स्पॉट करके एक खिलाड़ी को डाउन जरूर से किया एंड यहाँ पर 2 खिलाड़ी इनके भी डाउन हो चुके।
शॉट्स भी यहाँ पे आएगा, बट अमन की बात करी जाए उन्होंने यहाँ पे विक को डाउन किया है और काफी ज्यादा मुश्किल इस वक्त बॉट की स्क्वाड को होने जरूर वाला है। मोस्ट भी एक अच्छा रश हमें देखने को मिलेगा। यस बिल्कुल, सूर्या सबसे पहले आगे निकलते हुए और ये ग्रेनेड 2 और प्लेयर वहां पे खड़े हुए, मोस्ट प्रोबेबली एक तो डाउन होता हुआ आपको दिखाई देगा। क्या वो ग्रेनेड कनेक्ट हुआ? नहीं, वो ग्रेनेड कनेक्ट नहीं हुआ। विक जो डाउन थे बड़े आसानी से उनको रिवाइव किया गया, बट ये वाला ग्रेनेड तो कनेक्ट होना ही चाहिए। क्लोज आया जरूर था, यस बिल्कुल क्लोज होगा। आइस को वहां पे डाउन किया गया। मैडवियर की बात करें वो भी इसी के साथ डाउन हो चुके हैं। 2 प्लेयर सर्वाइव करेंगे। आर्यन को आप देखें जस्ट मुंह पे खड़े हुए, बट वे किसी के साथ डाउन किए जाएंगे, बट नहीं, सूर्य उन्होंने बिल्कुल नहीं देखा। उनके बगल में कोई प्लेयर मौजूद था, बट देखते देखते बाकी प्लेयर का यहाँ पे कवर फायर आता हुआ वहां पे आर्यन, उनको भी डाउन किया गया। एक आखिरी प्लेयर विक अपनी टीम से सर्वाइव करेंगे, बट ज्यादा देर तक नहीं। सबसे पहले बॉट X4 एलिमिनेट होते हुए 0 डिग्री के द्वारा, बट सूर्या मैं कुछ नहीं कह सकता इस चीज के बारे में। बट आईजी की स्क्वाड को आप देखें, दोनों जो प्लेयर उनके बचे हुए इस वक्त नीचे मौजूद जरूर है और सीधा मुंह पे गए, और इसी के साथ 3 फ्री के जो फिनिशेस हैं वो शायद यहाँ पे आईजी की स्क्वाड को मिलने वाला है। यस बिल्कुल, 3 फ्री फिनिशेस और थोड़ा सा जो धूम मचाले कर रहे थे दिक्कत हो गई और आर्यन अकेले प्लेयर बचेंगे। बोट की स्क्वाड कितना ज्यादा खुश थी, बट अब पूरा गम में तब्दील होता हुआ
देखते हैं कि आर्यन जो है वो क्या कर पाएंगे। फिलहाल बोनट पे बैठ करके आए और बोनट पे बैठे बैठे ही वहां पर जो नॉक है वो हमें उनके ऊपर आता हुआ नजर आया। लेट्स सी यहाँ पर क्या होता है। रिवाइवल जरूर से एग्जीक्यूट करा जा सकता है और बहुत ही आसानी से करा जा सकता है। मेरे ख्याल से दोनों खिलाड़ियों को रिवाइवल मिल जाएगा। एंड क्या उन्होंने वो अंदर व्हीकल भी बर्स्ट कर लिया? मेरे को वो भी एक चीज जरूर से देखनी जी। नहीं, यहाँ पर ओपन में आएंगे। चलिए फाइनली उन्होंने स्पॉट करके जो एक प्लेयर नॉकड आउट था उनका फिनिश सिक्योर करा। वापस से 2v2 का सिनेरियो बन चुका है। जो पोजीशन है वो जरूर से रिपीट है। यहाँ पे प्लेयर निकल जाएंगे क्लोज रेंज में 1v1। कैसे आप ग्रोथा के साथ वो फाइट मिस कर सकते हैं? एक बार फिर से 1v1 में यहाँ पर जो फाइट है वो कन्वर्ट जरूर से हुई है। इनिशियल फ्यूज अभी भी सर्वाइव करते हुए, लेकिन अब जो पोजीशन है इनकी वो रिवील्ड है। जो गन है वो स्विच जरूर से करा। M41 में प्रोन डाउन होकर के शॉट देंगे, एलिमिनेट करेंगे। टीम इनिशियल व्यूज के पास आ जाएंगे 3 फिनिशेस एंड टीम बॉट X4 की अगर हम बात करें तो उनका एलिमिनेशन कोशिश की जा रही है।
मैं ये सोच रहा हूं कि इनको ये बाकी 7 मिले तो कितने ज्यादा फिनिशर्स इनके पास होने वाले। अमन का एक बहुत ही ज्यादा बेहतरीन ग्रेड वहां पे जाता हुआ चले, थोड़ा सा शॉट हुआ जरूर है, बट ऊपर के जो प्लेयर है वो अपने प्लेयर को रिवाइव करने में उन्होंने कामयाबी हासिल करी है। बट अमन कुछ करके भी आप उनको रोक नहीं सकते। 7 फिनिशर्स टोटल निकाल चुके हैं। एक उन्होंने नॉक किया, बट फर्स्ट एड किट की उनको जरूरत पड़ी है। एक आखिरी फर्स्ट एड किट उनके पास है। ऊपर मौजूद एक प्लेयर है जो सही बट अपने आप को हील करेंगे। और मेयर की बात करी जाए, उन्होंने यहाँ पे DXOP को जरूर M249 के द्वारा डाउन किया गया। एक बढ़िया ग्रेड में स्टिक आता हुआ मेगाट्रॉन, उनको भी यहाँ पे डाउन किया गया। और अब अमन का हमला बोलने का जो वक्त है वो आ चुका है, क्योंकि ऑलरेडी 7 फिनिशर्स निकाल चुके हैं। उनको पता है वहां पे एक प्लेयर को नॉक किया तो जूनियर वापस से नॉक होते हुए नजर आएंगे, बट मेहर ऊपर के साइड पे मौजूद रहेंगे। अमन उनके पास हिलते ही नहीं, बहुत ज्यादा ओपन में गए, पनिश किया गया। बट इसी के साथ सिंपल स्पोर्ट्स एलिमिनेट होते हैं। टोटल 20 फिनिशर्स, 3 और फिनिश उनका यहाँ पे इंतजार करते हुए टोटल 23 फिनिशर्स के साथ विनर चिकन डिनर अभी तक का सबसे मैक्सिमम फिनिशर्स। बट डैमेज देखना पड़ेगा, क्या 4000 का आंकड़ा वैंक की पार हो पाएगा?
अनबिलीवेबल गेम प्ले हमें यहाँ पर देखने को मिलता है। टीम स्पेस के मात्र 2 खिलाड़ी यहाँ पर सर्वाइव कर रहे हैं, लेकिन स्पेस उनके पास ज्यादा है नहीं। इजीली यहाँ पर एक एनक्लोजर हमें देखने को मिलता हुआ। एक प्लेयर को स्पॉट करके डाउन कर चुके हैं। आखिरी खिलाड़ी यहाँ पर बचता हुआ। टीम 0 डिग्री
उनको पीछे देखने की जरूरत नहीं, उनको पता है सारे प्लेयर सामने एक प्लेयर को स्पॉट करते हुए शैडो वुड टेक another one down and अब मेरे ख्याल से एडवांटेज कंप्लीटली वन साइडेड ग्लोरी के पास आ चुका है।
क्या यहाँ पे 20 फिनिशर्स के साथ विनर चिकन डिनर निकालते हुए नजर आएंगे, या फिर करसोल की जो स्क्वाड है उनको भी हम यहाँ पे देखेंगे विनर चिकन डिनर निकालते हुए? बट फिलहाल के लिए बात करी जाए, प्लेयर उनका सामने की साइड पे डाउन जरूर हुआ है। शैडो को रिवाइव करने की जरूरत पड़ेगी, बट मुझे लगता नहीं है यहाँ पे करसोल उनको आगे जाने की परमिशन मिलेगी। बट लेजेंड की बात करी जाए, एक बढ़िया ग्रेनेड उनके पास आया जरूर था। डैमेज बहुत ज्यादा हो चुके। नेक वो भी कोशिश भरपूर अपने आप में कर जरूर है, बट क्या यहाँ पे लिए करप्ट सोल की जो स्क्वाड है वो चिकन डिनर निकाल के जाएगी या फिर नहीं वो देखना पड़ेगा, क्योंकि इस वक्त 2 प्लेयर सर्कल के अंदर है, बाकी के दोनों प्लेयर्स उनके बाहर हो चुके हैं। एक बढ़िया वहां पे ग्रेनेड गया जरूर है, बट क्या डाउन कर पाएंगे वो देखना पड़ेगा। सब्स्टिट्यूट बहुत ज्यादा दूर निकल के गए और अब तीनों प्लेयर उस व्हीकल के पीछे फंस चुके हैं। क्या यहाँ पे एक भी ग्रेनेड है नहीं, बट निक की बात करें उनके पास मॉली है, मॉली जाएगा, थोड़ा बहुत डैमेज तो जरूर इस वक्त करता हुआ आपको दिखाई देगा, बट तीनों प्लेयर को आप देखें एक व्हीकल वहीं पे फंसे रहेंगे। सब्स्टिट्यूट का एक बढ़िया स्प्रे आता हुआ मैसेकेयर को वहां पे डाउन किया गया। बाकी के जो प्लेयर है मुश्किल है उनके लिए बहुत ज्यादा। एक बार फिर से वन साइडेड ग्लोरी चारों प्लेयर के साथ पूरी तरीके से तैयार,
बिल्कुल हावी पड़ते हुए नजर आ जाएंगे। नाउ इट्स ओवर। आई थिंक यहाँ पे करप्ट सोल बिल्कुल भी कोई चांस उसके पास नहीं बन सकता अनटिल अनलेस काने की कुछ यहाँ पे मैजिक करके जाए। अभी हील करने की कोशिश उनकी तरफ से, बट टाइम उनके पास नहीं रहने वाला। पीछे से भी अटैक कर रहा है, आगे से भी अटैक कर रहा है, कोई फायदा नहीं हो सकता। बट यहाँ पे क्या नॉक करेंगे? जी हाँ,
Hello and welcome to the iQOO Battlegrounds Mobile India Series 2021. My name, of course, is Angad, the Experiment Chehel, and while we are on this quest to find diamonds in the rough, I'm joined by a diamond himself. It's Hira, but you know him better as Floki. Floki, week 1 done and dusted with.
Oh, yeah.
We're here at the beginning of round 2. How are the energy levels, mate?
Just really high. I was going to say really, really good, but they're really high as well. They're good and high. So the best part about the second round is that we've got through all of the teams who've been a little bit too afraid to fight, who've been, a little bit laid back, have been like, just let's see what happens, and, they've just not taken the opportunities. Now we've got all of those teams who took the opportunities, who were a little bit aggressive, or the teams who realized their mistake and then decided to be aggressive. So I have some very, very high expectations coming from these lobbies. I want to see those old damage records being broken. I want to see more finishes than before. And I just want to see a team have it all. I want to see a team just eliminate half the server.
Speaking of records, and of course, we can't not talk about 0 degrees, because what they did on day 4 was just phenomenal, and well, it has already kind of catapulted them to that legendary status. But of course, when you are talking about legends, you cannot miss out this bad boy in my hands. Of course, I am talking about the iQOO 7 Legends, and you know what? Let's just have a look at a word from our sponsors, the official smartphone for BGIS 2021. Well, there you have it, Floki. If you want that ultra gaming performance, you've got to get yourself the ultra device. And of course, that is going to be the iQOO 7 Legend, which is what we are holding in our hands again. I can just feel that adrenaline coursing through my veins.
Absolutely.
And powerful.
If you want to be a player that is able to reach this stage and able to compete at the highest level, without worrying if their device is going to fail them or not, well, iQOO 7 Legend has you covered, because there you go. These are all the important specs that you need to keep in mind. A Qualcomm Snapdragon 888 processor, a 66-watt flash charge, an in-display Monster Touch. So basically, all these features are saying you can game as long as you want. And when you run out of juice, it's going to take 22 minutes, and then you're back to full power again.
I mean, 22 minutes is hardly a game of BGMI, so the amount of time it takes for you to drop down in Pachinki, maybe wipe out a squad or two, and, well, return to the lobby, your mobile device is going to be back to 100%. And, of course, chances are, Floki, that sooner or later, all the lovely viewers watching, they want to see me just try and rip my shirt. You never know. There might be an iQOO logo down as I try and unleash that monster inside, but that is what this device gives you. Now, let's come to the brass tacks.
Yeah.
Round 2, which means we did start things off with 1,024 teams. Well, that number has been shelved in half, and the competition is only going to get thicker and better from this point on.
Absolutely, and like I said earlier, right, because all these teams have either been aggressive or understood that they were being too passive and decided to be a bit more aggressive, we're going to see these teams turn up the tempo a little bit. And now, this is where you start seeing intelligence come into the picture a bit more than just, cojones, because now you also need to be able to capitalize on the mistakes of, aggression that enemies often make. So when you're up against certain teams who just tend to be a bit too aggressive, then yeah, you do get to tend to get slaughtered by intelligent teams.
Well, we're talking about intelligence, we're talking about aggression. This is what all the teams are battling it out for on the Battlegrounds. 1 crore rupees is what everyone is vying for, and of course the first place position walks away with half of that, 50 lakh rupees. Floki, you said it, life-changing money. What would you do with all this moolah if you were crowned champion at the end of this tournament?
Something really boring. I'd probably invest it and make sure that, I work for 10 years, just take all the money that I can from the world of esports, put it all into some sort of savings account and live off the interest for the rest of my life. That's probably what I would do. But yeah, I mean, you can do so much stuff with that money. I mean, look at that. Look at the MVP standings as well. You get rewards for individual performances, MVP, Lone Ranger, Rampage Streak, most finishes by a squad. So that's the only, squad reward in there. But there's a Redeemer as well. So lots of individual performance-based rewards as well. So all those players who feel that they're really good or they're better than their team, well, if they really think so, then they're probably going to be walking away with one of those.
Well, and talking about all that money, let's have a look at the point distribution and how all the points are going to be dished out. Now, of course, you have seen this graphic on your screens for quite a long time, but we'll just go over it once again. First position walks away with 15 points, second with 12, third with 10, and we go down and, well, so on and so forth. Now, the important thing is, of course, one finish equals 1 point, and you don't want to be caught in that bracket from the 13th to 16th position.
Yeah, I mean, you don't even want to be in like the bottom 8 because you get literally no finishing points whatsoever. Right? Sorry, no placement points whatsoever, right? So, yeah, finishers, they're cool and all, but you could be the team that gets themselves, 8 finishes and that gets eliminated in 14th place.
Which we've seen quite a lot of in the last few games.
Exactly. I mean, there have been teams who have finished off, in a very bad position. But let's have a look at the calendar first and see what the action is going to be looking like for the upcoming days. So we got 4 days of non-stop BGMI action, spanning from the 21st of December to the 24th. And then we're going to start with round 3 after a short Christmas break from 27th to the 30th of December.
Well, since this is going to be the commencement of round 2, let's see if Christmas is going to come early for a few of these teams, because again, it all boils down to those 2 games and what they make the best of it. Now, we did mention that round 3 is going to take place on the 27th on to the 30th, and then we wander into the new year. And let's have a look and see all the action that's going to be taking place next year, because, well, 2021 is going to slowly but surely turn into 2022, and sooner than later, January is going to be at our doorsteps. And speaking of January, the action is going to break out right from the 2nd, which is a Sunday, all through the 5th. Now, that, of course, is going to be the quarterfinal stage of this tournament, and I think that is where things are really going to be heating up.
Absolutely. I mean, quarterfinals is when things start getting really interesting, right? You see teams starting to really think about which team do they need to contest, which team can they emulate, which team can they try and directly counter, hard counter straight up. Those are where those strats and counter strats start coming into the picture. But semifinals, yeah, at this point, you pretty much cannot afford to make a single mistake. From 7th to 10th, all these teams are going to be the toppest of the top. And yeah, whichever one of those teams makes those 1 or 2 mistakes, and just 1 or 2 of those games are going to come tumbling down in terms of points. Everyone else, well, they'd advance to the finals themselves.
Like you did mention, it all does boil down to that one mistake, but I feel, in my opinion, the pressure is a bit more intense now.
Yeah.
Because you don't have a lot of leeway for making mistakes. You could probably get away with something or the other in the semis because you have more games to make up for it.
The case.
But this time around, it is going to be problematic. And, talking about week round 2. Let's just have a look and see how the games are going to be played. Now, we did mention prior to this, 1,024 teams did qualify for round 1, and well, it's safe to say that we are now going to be saying bye-bye to half those teams as the remainder move forward to round 2. Now, after that, 64 go to the quarterfinals, and that's where, like we mentioned, things get interesting.
Absolutely. That is where, those strats start coming in, those counter strats start coming into the picture. Then we move on to the semi-finals with 16 teams, of course, where you've got pretty much no room for error whatsoever. And then we move on to the grand finals itself, where we're going to be having one champion walking away with the lion's share of 1 crore rupees. Just life-changing money.
I mean, forget the money, forget being crowned champions. I'm thinking of the bragging rights. I mean, they are going to be going down as superstars from that point forward, which again is what this tournament is all about. I love the fact that, iQOO have given the unknowns a little bit of a pedestal to basically come in, and, well, the spotlight is going to be on them. It all comes down to whether they make it or break it.
Absolutely. I mean, if you're a team that is going to crumble under pressure, then it will be visible today. But there you go. There's going to be the map rotation coming out as well. There's just going to be a bunch of Erangel we're going to be playing out. And yeah, should be pretty fun. Should be pretty straightforward. A map that everyone's familiar with, like always.
A map that everyone's familiar with, each and every ins and out. Now, the thing is, for round 2, I think it's the right call. Because, again, you want to make sure everyone has that level playing field. Things will, however, get interesting from round 3 onwards, but of course, we're going to come to that a bit later. For now, we are going to witness Group 1 go up against each other, and after that, of course, you can have a look. Group 2 is going to be joining the fray sooner or later, and Group 6 is going to be ending things in Erangel once again. Now, coming back to the fact that, the pressure is definitely going to be mounting on them, they've got to be careful because, like we said, they can't really make mistakes. And I did kind of notice something pretty jazzy. Of course, you are dressed head to toe. I noticed that you have some bananas on your socks, so I don't want them slipping on those peels and, making a few mistakes because that can definitely happen. So, we've talked about the caster's curse. I'm going to make sure he has them covered up. There you have it. Blue socks, bananas, but make sure that the teams aren't going to be running around on them and whoop, they slip, fall, and well, this guy's to blame.
Absolutely. I'm the culprit. You can come and message me on my Instagram, and I'm probably not going to reply because I am terrified of conflict.
I've been waiting for one reply myself. It's been about 5 days now.
I am really sorry. I will check my DMs and I'll respond back. Please don't feel bad, Experiment. You are the best friend I have.
Well, the moment has gone, and let bygones be bygones is what I always say. But now, keeping all of that aside, I mean, I am going to have words with you later on. But let's talk about today. Now, we've been talking about how the action is going to break out. We expected slow starts. We've seen some explosive starts as well. Now, since you already said, these guys have kind of proved their mettle. I think the pressure is going to be on a bit more because now they know that the other teams are as good, if not better.
Absolutely, and this is where you really start seeing the difference, not only in terms of confidence, but also in terms of the ability to understand and read the game state. Many a times, teams, they tend to be very, very aggressive and the lobby is passive, which is completely okay. But then you just have situations where everyone are taking fights left, right, and center, and you could potentially be in a situation early on where teams are hot dropping to a single location, like 3 to 4 teams in and around the area, just trying to get some real estate for themselves and get stuck into the trap of taking those sorts of early fights.
Well, you mentioned teams. Let's have a look and see who's going to be battling out today, as Group 1 is going to be up on our screens. And of course, we're going to have Ultima Officials, UP50 Esports, Pirate Gaming, Violations Esports. Let's see if they are going to be violating a few teams here and there. Of course, they're going to be joined by Sturdy Esports, rock solid team on display. Team to the top, the Notorious with a Z, and of course, Hell Squad.
Oh yeah, I mean, some great teams. Everyone's got a logo now. No one is really playing logoless. We've got Team for Savage Enemies in the next state. We got Team WPXs, I believe that's how you pronounce it. WSPXs, that's how you pronounce it, I guess. Red X Officials, PTZ Esports, Sepoy Top Players, G2A Esports, Assault Force, and 3T Official.
G2A Esports, not to be confused by A2G Esports. Of course, they were addicted to gaming, but unfortunately, it looks like they needed to sober up just a little bit. Let's see if G2A are going to bring something different to the table. Well, there you have it, Floki. You have the teams all lined up on our screens. Now, of course, all of you watching at home, you're going to recognize a few names over last week, and I'm sure you are going to be rooting for your favorite team. So before we jump into any of the action, show some love. Again, it always feels good if any of the teammates, if any of the players see it, it's just going to motivate them to perform just that little bit better.
Absolutely. When you have someone who's rooting for you, when you have someone who's really wanting you to succeed, well, then you feel all the more motivated to do it. But let's jump into the iQOO promo that's coming up, because I'm quite sure they themselves also want these matches to be really, really good.
Are you ready for this?
Although like you did mention, and we of course did have a look in the promo, it takes 22 minutes for the phone to be charged up. Let me tell you one thing, all the players are ready, they are charged up to 100. You and I, we are charged up to 100, and in just a few short moments, well, all hell is going to break loose on the plains of Erangel, and sooner rather than later, you are going to see a little bit of activity on the screen besides us.
Absolutely. The spawn island is going to be popular, it's going to be lively, there might even be some players just not doing anything at all.
Just making sure the weapons are locked and loaded, the sights are lined up.
Cleaning out the guns, cleaning out the sights, just making sure that everything is in tip-top shape. And more important than that, this is the time where you maybe even do some strat talk with your team, right? If you're the IGL, if you're the one calling all the shots, you can
huddle in.
Yeah, there's the motivational speech, or the one mistake that you guys have been making, and how you should forget about that and just move on and try to play good BGMI today. Stuff like that, pep talk, as we like to call it. It can come in handy, in these sorts of situations, especially if you got a couple of newer players on the roster, which is very, very likely given the fact that it's been open qualifiers. We're going to unearth some new talent over here.
I would say that, majority of the players are new, again, just to this main stage, because I'm sure they have been playing for a few months now, ever since, BGMI just basically made waves across the nation. But again, for us gamers, give us a day, give us a week. I mean, we're just going to keep getting better and better. And, well, let's see if we can have a little bit of a sneak peek as to what's happening on the spawn island, because from the corner of my eye, I do see a little bit of taunting going on, a couple of moves being used over there. And, well, it is, of course, all in good nature and good fun right now. But sooner or later, once that big bird takes to the skies and once they start dropping, all bets are off.
Oh yeah, all fun is out of the window. It's no longer, you're my friend or you used to be my friend. Now it's me and my teammates up against the world. And once again, like I talked about earlier, right? When you've got those new players who are coming in and experiencing this for the first time, if you got someone else who's played those open qualifiers before, who's been under those circumstances, he can be that guiding hand and be that person, being like, you know what, relax, don't worry about this. It's even okay if you flub the first game. Just focus on the second one. That's all there is. That's what a good IGL is all about.
You've got to have someone, be it an IGL or the grand old man of the team, to basically say that, all right, calm down, people. Just make sure you focus, put your blinders on, because, well, in about a few seconds, we are going to say bye-bye. There you have it. The big plane is going to take to the skies over the beautiful fields of Erangel. And, well, my co-captain, where are we flying to this time?
Well, let's find out. It seems that we got a very, very interesting flight path today. A flight path that I'm quite sure our viewers are going to love to see. We're going to be starting off at the northern side from shooting range and ending towards Primorsk, leaving the eastern part of the map sort of barren. So Georgopol, Zarki, even Severny, potentially Stalbo, Yasna, Poliana, probably going to be the places that are going to be contested. And even Georgopol is going to be a hot drop that I'm quite sure a lot of teams are going to consider. So potentially a lot of room for early action right away. Let's see how many teams decide to drop in over here. Just one team dropping into Severny right away, and everyone else now dropping in from that middle area. So I'm guessing school's going to be occupied, hospital, Gatka, Pachinki, Quarry. All of these places, I mean, they're going to see a lot of activity.
Well, speaking of Severny, looks like 3T Official are going to be calling it their home, and judging by the teams around, they aren't really going to have a lot of opposition early on. Now, of course, we can speculate as much as we want, Floki, but the thing is, the circle sometimes has a little mind of its own. Now, I'm expecting some drama. I want to see it form somewhere on the eastern aspect of this map, maybe farm with Milta in the center. You never know. It could happen. Now, of course, we should have actually consulted with Shadow before this because she has those connections, doesn't she?
Oh, yeah. Absolutely. Anything eastern side, well, she's got us covered, but that is a very interesting circle. A circle that is going to favor all the teams that dropped in, in tandem with the flight path, not really deviating from it too much. And yeah, I'm guessing the eastern part of the map is going to be abandoned, but in the meantime, we're going to be jumping right back into the game. There you go, UP50 Esports realizing that there are a couple of teams around here. Just going to get into the buggy and secure a couple of vehicles for themselves. Just make sure that the rotation is going to be a little bit easier.
Now, interestingly, UP50, they did land at the containers. As you can see, two of their members still, locking and loading their weapons, making sure they are ready for whatever may come their way. And, the buggies have been picked up and the looting shall commence sooner or later. But what is interesting is the fact that, they had options to go to North Georgia Paul as well, because I'm sure when you're dropping down, you are making sure you check the skies around you, because if you see some shoots in the distance, well, information is king, as we discussed early on. Now, quickly shifting over to Pachinki, just one team calling it their home for now. Something that I'm sure you're not really going to be too happy with, because I know you love some early action in this city.
Yeah, 4 Savage enemies, I mean, they are going to be the ones just huddling around in Pachinki, getting themselves all the weaponry in the world. But there is a little bit of competition around the neighborhood, not in general, but yeah, they could potentially see a fight breaking out here.
I hope they're savage enemies to their opponents, because if there's some enmity in the squad, well, that could be problematic.
Yeah, it most certainly could be. But in the meantime, I kind of also want to point out the fact that Georgia Paul has been completely empty despite the flight path really favoring that area. So everyone just getting inside their own head in the circle that it's not fair a little bit. So we're going to see rotations coming in towards that area, but we haven't really seen anyone dropping in right there.
Well, we have seen a few teams drop nearby, but what's interesting is, of course, the circle is going to be coming up on our screens in a little while. Finally, someone is going to head down to the Sosnovka military base, despite the fact that, the circle did already form, and it is another circle. They are going to have to traverse quite a distance, but what they are going to have in their favor is all that loot. I mean, I'm expecting level 3 gear. I'm expecting some big bad guns. And, well, let's see if they're going to let them do all the talking.
Absolutely. And the best part about dropping into Sosnovka is you've also got those rotations. You've also got those rotation options in, because there's a lot of vehicles around, so you can pick them up. Just pick up a Jeep if you feel like it. Buggy if you prefer being a bit more mobile and prefer just being a bit more independent. So lots of options available over here for the teams in Sosnovka, or rather the team in Sosnovka, the singular team that has dropped in there. I believe it is Sturdy Esports making it their home. But once again, we are also seeing some unique stuff on the map. I know you guys aren't able to watch this, but a couple of teams making their way towards Milta Power and Shelter despite the blue zone closing in. Fair enough. I mean, they are relatively empty. They're getting the loot that's not going to be touched otherwise, so it's a decent move. But a little bit surprised that they would move in an outer direction compared to just staying in there, maybe trying and grabbing some real estate.
Well, you're absolutely right. In fact, that did catch my eye as well. And as we are going to see a few teams just driving around, I did kind of notice that 2 teams were almost in a little bit of collision course. Violations Esports and, of course, Team 4 Savage Enemies, which we saw earlier on. For now, on our screens, we have WSP Esports, as they are going to make sure they loot to their heart's content. And, well, I like the fact that they're split up, because, Water City, I wonder if it has enough loot for 4 members. For 2, yes. So I like the fact that they're already splitting out and making sure that, loot is, a priority in the squad.
Absolutely, and I mean, you're starting to reach a point where you're going to go up against teams who don't take those unnecessary early skirmishes, right? We saw a couple of, we saw in those previous rounds that many a times what ends up happening is a team will end up taking a fight, they delay it too long, and then the blue gets them all, and you're just kind of in that position where if either of the team had just decided to call it quits, they both would have benefited. It would have been a win-win, but now with all of these teams choosing to take those fights, the blue zone often got to them and they got eliminated. Could be seeing some of that action today as well, because it does seem to me that for some reason teams are still preferring to move outside the zone and outside the circle and get some loot going for themselves, and they're taking their sweet time with it. For them, getting into the circle is not a priority, which could prove to haunt them later.
Well, it looks like the Pirates might have spotted a few sails in the distance as Mama makes sure he goes prone, and he does see Onyx from 50. And there you have it. The first shots of the game are going to be let loose, and it looks like UP50 are at the receiving end of things. However, at that range and at that accuracy, these shots are just going to tickle Onyx. But now they know that, someone is nearby.
Yeah, it's still surprised that he went full auto for that. I thought he's probably going to try and tap a little bit instead of, just rattling it down like that. And, well, there you go. I mean, KSR, he knows what he's supposed to do at this distance. Firing off a couple of shots with the semi-automatic, really good for those medium to long range engagements, but not really connecting once again. And both teams just exchanging information so far, but not really finding any sorts of picks yet. Not even a single hint of damage being done so far.
But what it is doing is it's making sure that they make a lot of commotion, and, well, we have access to the map. We see a couple of opportunistic teams joining in, or rather, just coming a bit closer. There you have it. Looks like UP50 are going to go for the summit. However, someone is already lurking up top, and, well, I love the fact that the team atop Mount Everest right now is a team. They call themselves Team to the Top. Living up to the name, they're going to be chilling right at the summit, but the thing is, they haven't really let any shots loose, which means UP50 still could possibly not be aware of their position. So it does look like they are skirting around the mountain, trying to scout out where they should go next, and it could all go wrong for them. But for now, there you have it. Shots are going to be fired as TTT spots someone in the distance.
Absolutely. Team to the top have a very good positioning over here. The best part about this is all the information that you can just get from this area, right? It's almost like a bird's eye view of pretty much a big 30-40% of the map towards the center. You can spot out towards Rozhok, you can spot out towards Pochinki. Just get a lot of information for yourself. But once again, you have to come down this mountain at some point if the zone calls for it, right? If the circle shifts, you need to get out of here. And many a times, if you are the team that is on the high ground being gate kept by someone on low ground, it is kind of hard to take those fights with the team on the high ground itself.
Because you got to keep one thing in mind. If you do want to shoot at someone below you, you are going to have to come over the rise. Now, you might just become silhouettes for the enemies down below, making it maybe a bit easier for them to shoot back as well. But of course, fastest trigger is the one that usually wins in those situations. Now, since we do have a little bit of a lull in the action, I wonder if we could ask our lovely producers to bring the map up, because, well, the circle is going to be shifting, and that is what we're waiting for. Is it going to be a massive curveball? Because for now, all the teams, like you did mention, they were outside the zone initially. However, looks like they've got their act together, and everyone is nearing one another, except barring maybe a couple of teams. Now, Yasnaya this time, Floki, was only occupied by one team, but where is the circle going to go? And, well, it's going to be an easy one as she implodes in on itself. Shots are going to be let loose as PTZ Esports have spotted Pirate Gaming near the hospital.
Absolutely. This is super ambitious coming in from Gyrigon at that distance with the UMP trying to go for those shots. But okay, in the meantime, team to the top, drawing first blood here at last. Take out Pirate Kenshiro. And there you go. This is what we've been waiting for. Second circle in, so all of these teams taking their sweet time. And once again, it's starting to... It's not even that these teams are afraid, right? At this point, these teams know that they're supposed to take fights and supposed to make life a little bit easy for themselves if it calls for it and if they have the advantage. So what they're really trying to do over here is not take unnecessary fights. You see all of this aggression, it's not coming out of a need to play aggressive, or sorry, an urge to play aggressive, but by sheer necessity.
Also, just have a look at how this team was spread out on top of the mountain, right? I mean, each member has a sector that he's going to take care of, which means they've done it over and over again. So it is going to be something that, they are going to be used to. And of course, if you missed all the action, let's have a look and see where that first pick came in. Looks like one of the Pirates was out of his element. I mean, he does not want to be so far inland, and, well, he is going to pay a heavy, heavy price. But looks like a little bit of a ripple effect has started, because that first pick now has led to a few more, and looks like another one has bitten the dust as Violation Esports have come under heavy fire.
Yeah, it seems that they have been violated just a little bit to start things off over here, but they could potentially still get that member back up on their feet. In the meantime, we're going to be seeing PTZ Esports rotate the hell out of here and try to make their way inside the circle, get themselves better positioning towards Rozhok. But over here, UP50 Esports in the middle of some action with the side of Health Squad, and Health Squad clearly not the team to be favored over here. There's got all the cover in the world for the side of UP50. Sarkar behind the wall, just waiting for Outlaw to show himself. Hunter is going to be in a world of trouble because the Jeep is blown to bits and there's no way on earth he can move around. But well, there's backup coming in for the side of UP50 Esports. They're taking the fight to Hell Squad, and Hunter YT, the only way he can survive right now is if he decides to pop a couple of smokes.
Well, let's see if those smokes are going to come in handy, because UP50 definitely look a little hungry. There you have it. He is going to make a move, making sure he dodges whatever he possibly can. Now, for him to make it back to his teammate, I mean, it's not really going to be that easy, but UP50 have to be careful as well, because we just saw on the left of our screens another team is lurking nearby, but looks like KSR is going to be going up on that left flank, but he realizes he's extending just a bit too much. And now, of course, he is going to be careful. Looks like Hunter has been in the situation. He realizes the flank is coming, making sure he lobs a grenade to keep the enemy at bay, and he is lucky that the one meant for him blew up on the other side of the rock. Now, it does give him a little bit of time to back off. If he makes it to the shack, well, looks like UP50 might just back away from this fight.
Oh, he has a chance, but okay, he's getting shot from the side as well. It seems there's another team who's joining the fray. Oh, yeah, it's going to be team to the top. Well, they started off taking out one of the pirate members. Now they're turning their attention towards the squad from Hell. Clearly not into role-playing, and now UP50, well, they've got a choice to make. Do they continue hunting for the singular player, or do they go for the rotation instead? Because you have to remember, team to the top, they could potentially gatekeep UP50 as well if they're late on the rotate.
Elsewhere, just north of their position, looks like Ultima officials are going to try and thwart a little bit of an assault by Sepoy top players. Now let's see if the soldiers are going to be able to toss, because shots are being fired. Yes, there are. Immortal mortality has been tested as he's brought down to his knees, and now Mickey's got his work out. The reload goes in, the shots are going to rattle off again, and looks like before he gets the knock, he is taken down instead. And the question is, where are the remainder of the soldiers? Because if Sepoy lose members one after the other, it is going to be a bit tricky. There you have it. Mickey put 6 feet under, and Zach, all he can do is look on helplessly from afar.
Yeah, I mean, Sepoy, the good thing about them is that they've got so many varied positions. They've got all these different angles, but they can't push in aggressively. They need to wait for the side of Ultima to step out. They're being a bit too aggressive, and it seems that the side of, well, I mean, the side of Sepoy, they're going to continue punishing this if they want, but no, they're choosing to rotate out, cut their lots of shot, realize that if they group up and punch them in one spot, they're going to lose another player.
Absolutely, and looks like maybe, just maybe, that little airdrop could be something that's kind of drawing their attention. They might just go and pick it up. We might just see some arm action. But for now, the circle is going to be shifting up north. Something that we saw day before yesterday as well in round 4. I'm sure Bhavna is going to be really happy with this circle. But for now, looks like the first few teams are going to make sure they entrench themselves in and around the shooting range. Elsewhere, it does look like we are going to have a little bit of a fight breakout between Team 4 Savage Enemies and WS Esports. Now, you know, we did just see that little skirmish just moments ago between Ultima and I do believe it was Sepoy officials. Now, they both lost a member. I'm going to hold that thought, because it looks like Sepoys are going to come under fire again. This time, they're doing all the aggression as one of the members are being knocked down, and 11 is going to be a world of trouble. And wait a second, Red X official are going to be surviving just by a sliver, as one of their members has all that weight on his shoulder. And well, with the boom of the vehicle, Red X officials are going to be eliminated, not by the Sepoys, but by Notorious.
Yeah, Notorious, they just come in and they third party this team, and Sepoys are like, okay, thank you very much. I guess one of our players lives. Sure, you stole, you know, a frag from us, but hey, we'll take that exchange any day of the week, twice on a Sunday. It just so happens that today is not.
It is not the day of the Sabbath, which, well, again, it doesn't really matter at this point as long as they get the job done.
Yeah.
Now, we did mention Notorious. Let's see if they are going to go down in notoriety, because as of right now, they are looking good. However, I like what they're doing. Now, they know what the enemy is. They are basically in those bunkers just south of Severny, and they're like a bunch of meerkats just peeping up, having a look, and going back down again. Elsewhere, looks like Anuj 2 OP. He is a bit too OP as his scouting skills are on display. He does spot the enemy, left out a few shots.
Oh my
in
God.
fact, the car comes in, helps him out. 2 weapons are always going to be better than 1 as they get an early knock. Question is, are they going to capitalize on it and go for the finishes?
I mean, at this distance, it's going to be kind of hard for them to do so, and considering their vehicle, they've got a buggy going in. This could potentially work, but the bike is very, very risky. I do not want to see them go head first with that. Sure, go for a flanking route. That makes a lot more sense, but yeah, it's going to be a little bit risky if they go head in once again. And 3 of their players are on vehicles. They've left Sarkar to his own device, and they're actually trying to rotate out. So they're just happy with the fact that they've dealt some damage. They're trying to prevent them from moving to the circle before, and yeah, I'm not really sure what the purpose of the shots were now anymore.
You don't normally see the boss being left behind, right?
Yeah, I mean, it's so weird, Sarkar. But, you know, a man like himself who just, I mean, he even did some work, right?
There
He
you
got
go.
himself
There
a
you go.
knock.
The pickup
Yeah.
came in. He must
Cavalry's
have
arrived.
put in a little bit of a complaint, and looks like one of his underlings has come to pick up Mr. Sarkar up. But right now, their woes are going to continue because fights are going to break out. Pirate Gaming are coming in the fray as well as they take the fight to Assault Force, I do believe, as it was G2A Esports, in fact, who took the brunt of their attack. And now Retaliation is going to come in. They do have that little shack. I like what they've done. They've thrown a few grenades, and they are getting out of there. Unfortunately, Shelby is going to be taken down, and that could be problematic for Freak as well. That vehicle was dangerously close to blowing up.
Oh yeah, G2A Esports, they buy for a bit more they can chew, and it looks like Pirate Gaming, despite being in a very bad position inside the ridge, they're still somehow surviving. No nades being lobbed in just yet. Those smokes gonna allow them to rotate away or get into a better position to take some fights. Well, it's gonna be the first option. Gene decides, you know what, it's too risky to stay here. Let's just get the heck out. Mama also considering the same, but I think he's in the distance. Heard a couple of players coming in the nearby vicinity, and my goodness, okay, there's the nade coming in. Sepoy Zach is going to be knocked down by it, and in the meantime, looks like Team Sepoy top players, they just are going to relax for the time being, but there's UP50 Esports coming in as well, elsewhere on the map, trying to fight against Team Notorious. Notorious were being the team that third-partied their members, and now UP50 are going to try and take some revenge.
Well, looks like the crash site is going to be littered with bodies, and it's not going to be the passengers, it's going to be all these teams trying to kill one another. Sarkar has a good position up top, that broken plane. The fuselage definitely helping him out, and now looks like Notorious could come under heavy fire. A few well-thrown grenades could be devastating, and talking of grenades, Destiny was almost blown to smithereens, and looks like a knock is going to come in as 999 goes down, and now the weapons are going to do all the talking as the M4s are going to be rattling off bullets left, right, and center. Sarkar with yet another grenade. If this connects, this could be devastating for Team Notorious. It could be possible. Destiny dangerously close to some action. However, he is still on his feet.
By the skin of his teeth, this man was so close to just being blown up, and there it is! Sarkar finally taking some sort of revenge over here against the members of Notorious. They smell blood in the water. They only know that one of them is still standing strong. They're gonna go in for the finish. Onyx gonna be the man leading the charge. It's okay if he gets started. There's the finish coming in. UP50, they get revenge, and they need to get the hell out of here, because this is not a circle where there's gonna be a lot of cover. This is gonna be a very, very open area, so we're gonna be seeing fights breaking out everywhere across the map. Speaking of which, 4 savage enemies are actually taking the fight over to the side of 3T Official, having already one member, well, prone out. He's not knocked just yet. It looks like they might be, but I think it's Sunny Jord who has been knocked out. He's trying to go over to his friend so he can get that rest going, but could very much be leading his friend to his death here, because Team 2 the top are watching very, very closely, keeping a keen eye. Another nade being prepped up over here. Will it find its mark?
That looks good.
Gets lobbed in. Nope, does not connect. I think it fell just a little bit short over here, that smoke. Buying them all the time in the world, and they will get the rest going on Sunny Jord.
Well, it looked like Sunny Jord might give his position away. Lucky for them, the smokes did their job, and well, Inu is going to make sure he gets his teammate back up on his feet. Now the circle is going to shift further down south. Looks like it is going to be a no man's land situation. I like Assault Force. They are in a good position all the way to the south, all by their lonesome, where they could definitely dish out a lot of damage. But for now, 3T Official reduced to a 2-man squad. They've got their work cut out as Team to the top is going to be coming in. Shots are going to be fired, and looks like Sturdy Esports are going to be taking the brunt of the attack as Preeth is down on his bloody knees. However, he still has enough cover, and looks like, well, a few shots are going to be rattled off, but the pickups are coming in, because again, you got to keep one thing in mind, Floki, the zone needs to be given a little bit of importance.
Absolutely. I mean, you need to prioritize the rotations coming in, and guess what? There's even more incentive for them to rotate early, but in the meantime, it looks like Gene is going to be taking the fight over to the side of Sturdy Esports. As Sturdy, well, let's see if you can actually hold strong, or if you'll expire in the process. All of these other teams in the meantime also circling Sturdy, so Sturdy have got their work cut out for them. Rock, Hard Place, Ridge, Valley, I mean, there's everything surrounding them at this point, and everywhere they look, there's an enemy, so they can rattle off a shot in any direction and probably hit, but at the same time, they also need to make sure they're well protected.
They need to make sure they are well protected, because, well, they are going to be in a good position right now behind those burning wrecks, but looks like the play zone is going to come in and do some damage off its own as we do meet Violation Esports. Kind of violated right now. They are going to be spread a bit too thin. I do not see the revives coming in just yet, as now Ujjwal makes sure he gets up and starts running to greener pastures. And judging by the fact that, you know, they do have that downslope to work with, they aren't really going to be spotted out right now, but someone who is going to be spotted out are the boys from Pirate Gaming. as they do try to make their way. Can Mama get to safety before he's blown with the weeds? Yes, he can. However, that vehicle does go boom and takes him down with him, which means Pirate Gaming now are going to be leading to a one-man army, basically.
Wow, that is very smart coming in from 4 Savage enemies, making sure that their own vehicles explode so they have some semblance of cover to work with. They know it's a very, very open area, so this is the only thing they can work with now. You are still a little bit vulnerable to a couple of good nades being thrown, a couple of mollies, good flush out of those positions, but even then, it's good for now. It's going to allow them to win those couple of initial fights, maybe even get into a better position if some real estate opens up. But at this rate, it's looking very, very unlikely. 2 airdrops in the circle to make things even more interesting at the moment. And 4 Savage enemies, they've got all 4 of their members still standing strong. Another team being taken out of the fray over here, and now it seems that there are very few teams remaining that actually have, I mean, there's only a few teams remaining over here anyway, so... Okay, that nade is gonna find 2. Krish and Jack both gonna be knocked on their feet, but they still have a teammate somewhere or the other. And the question is he gonna leave them for dead, or is he gonna come and try and get the res on them? It doesn't seem like he's coming in, and team to the top. Great awareness coming in from them. I like the fact that they understood that they have knocked them down. That's kind of all they need to do. They can try and convert those kills, or they can use them as bait to try and get some more information about the surrounding areas.
The thing is, for PTC Esports, the distance between their fallen comrades and, well, the ones who are up and kicking is a bit too much, but it looks like we are going to have a little bit of a cross segment taking over here, as that's a risky move. It might just pay off, but you've got to keep in mind, if Dark OP has another grenade in his backpack, it could spell trouble. But you know what? I think he doesn't have any grenades. He's going to let his gun do all the talking as he zigs and zags his way. Make sure he deploys some more smoke to conceal his position. There you have it. The enemies are going to be spotted. He is going to let loose with his AK. In fact, he does get a knock off his own, as Dhruv is going to come in and try and help himself. Now the last member of PTC is going to be spotted out, and looks like all work is going to be on the shoulders of one man, and that one man, unfortunately, is going to be overwhelmed by all that pressure, finally taken down, which means now we are down to the final 16s, 18 people still alive.
BATZ was just in such a bad spot over there. One of their members went back in to get the res going, but he's not in a good spot like we talked about. Not enough cover, but in the meantime, Assault Force is going to be taking up a fight against the side of Hell Squad. Hell Squad by the shack themselves. How many times have we seen the story unfold? And it's going to be the same story this time around, or is it? Or is it Hell Squad? One member still standing. He's going to get another knock going before he goes down. It's come down to a 1v1 of sorts. Dragnot OP still standing, looking to get the reload going for himself. The res being attempted over here, but not done. Oh, he's going to take the fight to him. He will hold on. Shot Boy will keep the dreams of his squad alive. The shack, not going to be his tombstone today. He will get them back up on their feet and give them a fighting chance in 5th place.
Well, Assault Force tried to rack up a little bit of an assault. Unfortunately, did not go in their favor, and Hell Squad are going to send them down to the depths of hell instead. Now, they are survived by 2 members, which means, ladies and gentlemen, we are down to the final 4 teams, and well, judging by the fact that Team 4 Savage Enemies and Team to the Top have all 4 members still alive and kicking, it might as well just come down between these 2 teams towards the end. However, you cannot count anyone out, as you and I have learned from our past experiences.
Oh yeah, absolutely. I mean, we've seen so many times where a single player gets up, takes insult to injury. He's like, you know what, you throw a bat at me, I'm going to show you what I'm made of, and just completely decimates an entire roster all by itself. Could be seeing that, we could see that happening here as well, but it seems that it's going to be a little bit unlikely. All these teams just having, a sort of a calm session right now. It is the calm before the storm, though, so eventually when the zone starts closing in, there's going to be a lot more action. A couple of nades being lobbed in as well by Dhruv. Don't really find their mark, but it's enough to keep the side of Team Hell Squad on their feet.
I love the fact that we are going to be fighting on this slope of a mountain with the 2 airdrops pretty much in no man's land, and well, the idea is going to be that slowly and steadily all teams are going to be creeping closer and closer to that point of action. Now, the question is, who's going to spot who first? Because as soon as you see some movement in the distance, expect some shots. There you have it. Dhruv back is going to make sure that Hunter is going to be spotted out, and now he's going to make sure he puts him 6 feet under Shot Boy. On the other hand, he does have his finger on the trigger. Is he going to be letting loose a few bullets, or is he going to try and conceal his position, which is what he's doing right now as the enemies are driving by? He is in a bush. Dhruv might just come for him, but looks like no. Shot Boy is going to be run over by Dark OP, and well, it is going to be a little bit tough as we have some vehicular manslaughter coming in, which means now we are down to the final 3 teams, 10 people alive, and looks like Team to the Top are in it for the win. 9 finishes to their name already.
Yeah, let's have a look at the replay once again. I mean, he was so nice that he left the finish over for his teammate, just letting him come in and run the buggy over. But there you go, there's the action replay, just in case you missed the team shot point. Ah, man, that's painful. You know, you see one person coming in, another on the buggy, but there's some more action breaking out at the moment. Right now, 4 savage enemies trying to team up together and take down the members from Team 6 are going to be Team 2 the top, who still have 4 members up and running at the moment, and 4 savage enemies are losing this fight. They're trying to win, but look at this distraction coming in from Foxy Delta. He's just trying to make sure that they don't really have a lot of good line of sight on the rest of his teammates.
Delta has done his job. In fact, he does run over Exotic. It looks like the confidence is on a high, as they are going to be driving their vehicles through the enemies willy-nilly. But for now, it looks like 4 savage enemies are going to give them a taste of their own medicine. But now UP50 is going to join the fray as well. 13 finishes to their names, as Anuj2OP is going to make sure he focuses on one team while his teammates has his sights set on another. Looks like Onyx does spot something in the distance. Again, you see a vehicle. What you want to do is make sure it goes boom, as it does go now. Devil and KR Gamer are going to be the last 2 members standing for their team, which means, well, all the numbers have come down to nothing, as we are pretty much even Stevens as to the top. We just saw them as a 4-man squad just moments ago. They've been reduced to 1 man standing now. All that weight is going to be coming on his shoulders, and looks like UP50 Esports are in a good position to snatch away that chicken dinner.
Absolutely, they are. I mean, they're the team with the most number of finishes, and potentially they're going to be the ones least affected by the outcome of this fight. Even if they end up top 3, this is good for them. But a lot riding right now for the side of Team 4 Savage Enemies. If they can somehow make it to that first spot, there's an extra influx of 5 points that they won't otherwise have, allowing them to close the gap between them and UP50. Let's see if that's going to come through, though, because there is going to be a lot of obstacles in their way, particularly in the form of 4 savage enemies. There's just 1 member surviving from team to the top at the moment.
The only thing working against the 4 savage enemies, well, the 2 savage enemies at this point, is the fact that they just have that 1 tree for cover. And if they come to the right, well, UP50 has a line of sight of them. And if they go to the right, well, we did see Chino hiding over there, but looks like Onyx does spot Devil from the distance. That means he is going to make sure he gets that first pick. Now that Grenade is a bit optimistic, the distance is quite a bit. However, it might just force the enemy to come out a bit, and looks like Anuj2OP is going to help his team. And now they know exactly where the enemy is, and they are giving them their all. Now he does switch to UMB, goes to the left flank, spots the enemy, gets him before he can do anything, and now he hits the deck as if nothing happened, which means now it's a 2-on-1 situation. Chino up against UP50.
Yeah, and they still haven't discounted him. Look at him just slithering around like a viper in tall grass, not visible to the naked eye. This man still standing strong in the meantime, but that smoke is separating them. They could have a very good angle. UP50, they're coming in from 2 different directions, and as soon as he starts rattling off a couple of shots, the other is going to chime in and get that pick for himself. It's going to take a lot of brains and a lot of effort from him to try and come out of the situation alive. Does he have utility? Well, he's popping a couple of energy drinks. It's going to allow him to be a little bit quicker on his feet, but doesn't really have the smokes to give him the cover that he wants at this point to isolate these sorts of gunfights and just be all by himself, just work around the smokes like a maniac and potentially just isolate them into 1v1s instead of allowing them to party up and take a 2v1.
It could happen, but now have a look at what UP50 is doing. They know where the enemy is, and have a look at Onyx's rotation. He won a massive right flank. Looks like Chino's position could be given away. He is moving around a bit too much, and well, he is going to be spotted. Shots are going to be fired, but he's going to be quick on the trigger. He is going to give him a little bit of his taste of his own medicine. In fact, Chino did get one of the knocks. Unfortunately for him, UP50 has that numbers advantage, and well, there you have it. They are going to make sure they walk away the winners in game 1. And let me just tell you one thing. I do believe it is 17 or maybe 18 frags right at the beginning.
Wow, I mean, I was not expecting this considering how the start went, but it seems like just the circle forced everyone to be in such a rough spot, right? We saw the circle move up towards shooting range, an area that is completely open. No semblance of cover whatsoever. What do teams start doing? Well, they start blowing up their own vehicles, they start popping those smokes, trying to get closer to the center and maybe even to the supply drop, see what's in there. Maybe there's a couple of extra smokes in there, maybe there's an M249 in there. Who the hell knows? But man, oh man, all of these teams, they gave it their all. It was close until the very end. A lot riding for a lot of them.
It was indeed. It was an action-packed affair, and well, if you missed any of the action, have no fear, because we got you covered there, as we have the highlights coming up on our screens right about now.
There we go. I mean, this is the first blood being drawn, and by the time the second circle was about to show up on the map, so of course, a slightly slow start, but if a slow start culminates into consistent action for the mid-game and late-game, I'm always down for it. You know, like I've said earlier, those early fights never really result into anything. It doesn't give you a clear advantage. It's just a feel-good thing. That's all it's all about. But Over here, this is where things are getting a little bit interesting for me. We saw these teams coming in and third-partying, just taking food right out of the mouth of a couple of these lines and, just being a thorn in their side completely. I mean, look at that. I don't know how Pirate managed to fight back from that position.
You know what I love saying? It doesn't matter whether you get a finish by hook or by crook. A finish means 1 point for your team. Doesn't matter if somebody else got the knock. Hey, man. Stealing is stealing, and well, that kill point is definitely going to be helpful.
In the wise words of Dominic Toretto, it doesn't matter whether you win a race by an inch or a mile, winning is winning. But
winning is winning. Now, this was a wonderful setup over here. Now, we did see Sarkar with some amazing grenades being lobbed at that wreckage. They did find its mark, and well, that team was dealt with in a jiffy, and they were the first team to be wiped out from this game. Now, the Pirates, out of the element, not at sea. I'm pretty sure they want to have the circles ending a bit on the aquatic end. However, they were in the thick and thin of the action right from the beginning, and I'm actually quite surprised they managed to survive till they did.
Absolutely. I 100% second you on this, because I feel like in the situation the Pirates were in, losing one of the members at the start, Kenshiro being taken off the menu, and then just being in such a horrible position with you're just being in the middle of a ridge where there's grenades being lobbed in from every single angle. It was surprising that they survived. Even Health Squad, for this matter, really managed to impress me. Shot Boy, we saw the ending. It wasn't pretty. He got ran over by a vehicle, but man, was this clutch beautiful. Just look at you can see the gears turning in this man's head.
Shot Boy better change his name to Neo, the way he was dodging all those bullets. I mean, he was keeping the enemies guessing, and well, he sent the opponents to the depths of hell.
He most certainly did, but he met a very anticlimactic end for a hero. He just got ran over by a vehicle like we talked about. Probably wanted a bit more of a fair fight, but didn't really get it. And once again, this ending just so close the entire time. All of these teams, I mean, they could have been on top over here if they managed to get that first place finish, but yeah, it seems like UP50, the advantage was in their favor since the very start, and they made sure they capitalized on it, not really giving up the advantage, which teams can do it in the meantime. But yeah, this is just what was so pretty about it. If he actually converted that into a finish, I think that could have still been okay for him, but I mean, you can't expect him. In a 1v2 in this position, you should never expect your teammate to clutch it out. It's purely a bonus.
Again, the way UP50 approached that situation, they were kind of expecting, maybe one of us might fall down in the process, but I got your back. Someone is going to make sure you get covered. Again, that little rotation, that little flank set it up. He took the brunt of the attack, but of course his teammate was on hand to make sure they walk away with the chicken dinner. And well, with the chicken dinner, let's have a look and see how the other teams did, as the point standing is now going to be on your screens.
Oh yeah, I mean, like you were talking about earlier, right? They just made sure that they had all of their bases covered towards the end. Even the worst case scenario, they already figured it out. They're like, worst case scenario, he gets up, takes a 1v1, knocks one of us out, and the other one has to be quick on the reflexes. Just find that position, rattle off his shots, and just make sure you have that advantage going in your favor. So great stuff once again by UP50 Esports. Sort of fundamentals, and that's why they're on top. 32 points for them. Team to the top, almost to the top with 23 an anagram of sorts, 32-23, and then Team 4 Savage Enemies with 18 points, followed by Health Squad with 11.
11 total points, 3 coming in from finishes, which means, of course, they did give the position points a bit more importance. And we did see where those 3 finishes came in.
Yeah.
When Assault Force were pretty much trying to knock on their doors, but looks like they weren't ready for any visitors. Now, speaking of Assault Force, they did finish in the 5th position with a total of 10 points, out of which 4 came via finishes. So all in all, if you have a look up until the 9th position, everyone did get a taste of blood in this game. However, it does seem like 3 teams stood head and shoulders above one another, with UP50, of course, coming out on top. Now, this is, of course, going to be a massive boost for them, because it means they can take it a bit easy in the next game.
Most certainly, and I really like the fact that we can accurately say that coming into round 2, because we've seen those round 1 teams go through that phase of being on top and then just completely getting slapped around in the second match as soon as it pops up. And yeah, UP50 Esports, they can probably take a chill pill, relax. And another thing that I noticed about UP50 Esports, for them, aggression wasn't something that they were looking for. It came to them, and they were like, you know what, this is a good opportunity for us. Let's just take this fight. It's clearly going to result in something good. And that was all they did for the whole game.
I mean, that's where that experience comes in, right? And talking of experience, there are a lot of players who dish out a lot of damage, but let's have a look and see who's going to walk away the iQOO MVP from this game. And I'm not going to be surprised. Of course, it is going to be a member from UP50 Esports. Anuj is just too OP as he finishes the game with a massive 10 finishes. Just let that sink in. 10 finishes, 58 points of damage.
This
Wow.
man is absolutely nuts. I mean, sure, UP50, they're standing head and shoulders apart everyone else, and Anuj is standing head and shoulders apart from UP50 at this point. 10 finishes to this man's name out of the 17 that they got in total.
Floki, all I'll say is I've seen a lot of players who are OP, but I think he's named himself right. He's a bit too overpowered.
Absolutely, just doing justice to that name, man. Like, the amount of just frags that he's gotten, absolutely insane. Sarkar with 6. These two guys collectively, getting 90% of all the finishes that UP50 Esports have. But once again, to the top, Dark OP and Chinu as well, getting themselves a couple of finishes, and KR Gamer in that 5th position with 3 finishes to his name. Once again, starting to see that these players, they do take aggression seriously. For them, it's not a preferred play style, but for them, it's more opportunistic. If it comes their way and it's convenient, they take it. They're not gonna hunt for it.
Well, I mean, I could probably say something different about To The Top because you could see that confidence exuding at the end. I mean, they were still driving their vehicles when it was down to the final 4 teams. I mean, it takes some cojones to do that at that stage. Now, of course,
That was so
we have a few facts and figures on our screens. Let's have a look and see what the match summary was like and how many finishes came via grenades. And it looks like the voices in my head tell me 5 came via all the 72 grenades used. But of course, you got to keep one thing in mind: a lot more knocks before that.
Absolutely. There were tons of knocks coming in from those nades like we saw earlier, and this is something we're going to be seeing more and more of as we progress through these rounds. That utility usage really improves the higher you move up the ladder. And another thing that I really liked about the way, like you were saying, Team to the Top play, they showed that sense of fearlessness, which can sometimes throw a couple of teams off because they're trying to be careful. They're trying to be a little bit, making sure that, we don't need to repeat that mistake from game 1. We don't need to do what we did in round 1. Not these guys. These guys don't care. So let's have a look at the FD chart and see how it's reflected there, because I'm quite sure they can have a ton of damage. Finishes, perhaps not so much.
Well, not a lot of finishes for that team, but of course the damage is going to be shared by. Well, I mean, you can see they've done a tremendous amount of damage. 11 finishes coming in, and it was not a bad outing for them at all. Especially that last little skirmish when one of their members drove around 4 savage enemies, distracted them, and their teammates did the rest.
Absolutely. I mean, this is the kind of stuff that takes a little bit of planning. You're calling and you're calling, saying like, guys, I'm running low on bandages at this point. I'm probably going to go ahead and do this. Let's try and capitalize and get some points on that. It's okay if we take a bit of an early exit, but we secure top 3. That is what we need to do. Just make sure we get top 3 consistently.
I guess at that position, the only argument in a squad would be who's the tribute going to be, because it's pretty much like a suicide mission. It's like, all right, who's going to do it?
I volunteer!
There you have it. We do have volunteers coming in. The Mockingjay is definitely going to be a bit happy. But now we've had a look at the finish to the damage performance chart. I mean, it's pretty easy to, kind of anticipate which teams finished at the top. Let's just have a look at the top 4 squads from game number 1. Now, at the tippity top, of course, UP50 Esports with a total of 17 finishes. Team to the top, they are definitely making waves here, Floki. 11 finishes to their name. The 4 savage enemies looks like they are going to be instilling fear in their opponents as they finish with 8, and Hell Squad sending a few people down to the depths of hell itself, ending things with 3 finishes, of course, giving position points a bit of a priority.
Absolutely, and this is what I've talked about earlier as well. Over the long run, this is what's going to matter. These are just 2 matches, so sure, I mean, if you manage to get yourself a couple of good positions, you do go up there, but it's like we always say, balance in all things. Make sure you get yourself enough finishes to complement your placement points. And don't be the team that is just afraid to take fights and is focusing purely, just tunnel visioning on those placement points. When you get a finishes coming your way, when you get some information, capitalize on it. Maybe you lose a player, but who knows, you may get a squad wipe, and that's obviously a very favorable exchange at certain points in the game, not early game.
Talking about capitalizing on the situation, they got to capitalize on this platform that they have been given. Again, the fact that, most of these teams are relatively unknown, and well, here we are rooting for them and pretty much losing our voices and our minds. That is the beauty about this tournament, of course, which is brought to you by iQOO 7 Legend, and the platform they have, provided for all these players is just awesome, because at the end of the day, it is difficult. Like I love saying, our country is full of untapped potential.
Absolutely. I mean, there's just so much potential out there, right? I mean, you never know where there's going to be a guy playing on his phone one day, coming back home from his day job and then doing this in the night or doing this in the evening. We've seen so many inspiring stories like that come up. But I have to say one thing for sure. It is that this is the first time I think I've seen in a long time, not only in BGMI, but in the history of Indian esports, that I've seen a tournament with open qualifiers and such a big prize pool. Those two things don't combine usually. Either the tournament is open qualifiers or the prize pool is humongous. But with those two things coming together over here, I think this is absolutely wonderful.
Well, I guess we only have one particular organization to thank for this, and iQOO definitely making sure that they give it their best. Now, the fact is, I get it. It's the beginning of a new era for esports in our country as well. And let me tell you one thing: it is only going to get bigger and better from this point on. But now, let's just come back to what is going to be on hand. Game 1 has been done and dusted, and before we actually talk about the teams once again, let's just take a second and just appreciate what iQOO have done for us, because again, like I keep saying, this is the massive pedestal that they have given us, and let's just have another word from our wonderful sponsors. We gotta try something. Now, we've already pretty much accessed all the features in the phone. We aren't really fitness freaks, and outdoor activities isn't our thing, but we gotta go on a run. Let's put the ultra stable mode to the test one of these days. I'm gonna get back to you because, well, we are gonna be unbiased. Now, of course, that was iQOO 7 Legend for you. I'm telling you, if you want to make sure your gaming is A1 and at the next level, and you want to unleash that monster inside, get yourself one of these bad boys.
Absolutely. In a couple of years from now, this is going to be known as old reliable, because you can pick it up, charge in a couple of minutes, and every single time you boot it up, you're not going to have any trouble.
I see we have some Yellowstone references over here, huh?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I do try and come up with those references. Sometimes they fly, off the handle. Sometimes they don't. But
This worked.
Absolutely. So, once again, thanks to iQOO for doing this, because without them, there would be no One Crore Rupee prize pool. There would be no tournament, and there would be no platform for these players to showcase their skill. And potentially, who knows, this could be a career-defining tournament for some of these players over here, and we don't even know it yet.
Absolutely. And, talking of players, we are going to have the teams up on our screens once more, just in case you missed out or you're not aware whether your favorite team is playing. And talking of favorite teams, let's have some love spammed in the chat over here. Support your favorite teams. Let us know who you are rooting for. And, well, again, that little extra push might just be what they need on this day. Now, again, as we said, game 1, done and dusted. With game 2, for a few of the teams, the pressure is a bit off their shoulders. However, now, we've always anticipated a bit of targeting. That hasn't really been the case the last couple of days. It kind of seems like, the teams that are at the bottom half, they basically have nothing to lose, right? They're like an animal backed in a corner, and all you got to do is just come out swinging.
Absolutely. I mean, a corner dog bites back hard, and that's exactly what some of these teams are going to do. Now, the only thing you need to think about is, are these teams going to be focusing more on their individual performances, or are they going to be looking towards the top, looking to take them down a peg, instead of being the team who's like, you know what, we don't really want to knock out the guy who's on top. Instead, we're going to take the easier pickings and fight our way to the top instead, conserve the status quo, but just become a part of it.
The best thing is, until or unless you don't let loose those bullets, until or unless you don't fire a few shots, until you don't see a few names pop up on the kill feed, you don't know whether you're going up against the creme de la creme or, just any other team. But it all comes down to what you're going to do at that point. Now, that's where the intimidation factor comes in. Now, if you do get one of the big boys down on the ground on his bloody knees, now, a couple of thoughts are going to race through your mind.
Did we just make a mistake? Was it a bait?
Was it a bait, or if we push a bit more, are we going to pay a heavy price? But because then, you have a little skirmish, even if you do lose, say, a member or two, but you get the squad wipe, it still is going to be in your favor. And, you know, that momentum is something that's going to be carried forward. But again, if you have that little bit of hesitancy at that point, that is where that intimidation comes in.
Absolutely. I mean, nerves also play a very, very big factor here, right? So, you know, just speaking of the mental aspect of the game, this is where that experienced player should come in and be like, you know, take everyone else under his wing.
I got this.
Exactly. Especially after that first game being like, you know what, guys, it's all right if y'all don't know what to do. Just follow my lead and we'll be just fine. And, you know, having that sort of a person in these situations is very, very helpful.
It's about positive reinforcement as well.
Exactly.
Because, you know, you make a mistake. Of course, it is going to be called out, right? But if you keep beating around that same bush, you're not going to perform. So, you know, you do need that positive reinforcement. Let bygones be bygones. And, you know, it's a new game. It's a new start. And, well, give it your best. And talking of a new game, I know you all want the action to start because looks like the lobby is all ready and set for game number 2, which means sooner or later there is going to be a lot of activity in the spawn island. Now, we did see something that we, you know, was a little different. The flight path this time around was all the way to the west. The circle was also pretty friendly, a little centralized circle. I need some more drama.
Most certainly. I mean, you know, we've seen a very western-sided flight path yet. A complete contrast to it would be a completely eastern-sided flight path now. You know, just leave Pochinki and Georgopol irrelevant,
but
if that's even
needs
possible.
To be all the way to the west. That's what I want.
Yeah, I actually kind of was hoping for that as well. You know, I was hoping that maybe some of these teams that were trying to rotate over towards Milta Power, you know, trying to just one-up and outbrain their opponents, be like, oh, you know what, if the circle hard shifts here, we're in a very good spot, we're going to gatekeep all of you. You know,
speaking of circles, just I'm sorry to interrupt you over there. I love the fact that these teams, the moment the circle was formed, they were already changing their plays. And you know, speaking of teams, let's just quickly have a look and see who all are going to be vying for that chicken dinner once again. As Group 1 is going to be consisting of Ultima, Officials, UP50 Esports, the winners of the last game, Pirate Gaming, Violations Esports, Sturdy Esports, Team to the Top. Of course, the Notorious and Hell Squad.
Absolutely. Some of the tippity top teams over here competing, as we saw them, you know, being in that top 8 as well. But Team 4 Savage Enemies over here, WSPXs as well, Red X Officials, PTZ Esports, Seapoy top players, G2A Esports, Assault Force, and 3T Official also in the mix. Some of these teams perhaps not having as good of a time as teams in the previous 8 that we saw, but most certainly this is an opportunity for them to try and come back, you know, a mental reset.
If you notice one thing, you know, the action that kind of broke out earlier, one thing was a common factor amongst everything. So yeah, we had one of the members knocked down, we had some cover, there was always a burning vehicle.
Yes.
Which means that, you know, most of them were caught in transition. Again, when you are driving a vehicle, you got to keep one thing in mind. A, it makes a lot of sound. So anything in 160 to 170 meter radius is going to hear you. B, you're a massive target moving across the plane. So, you know, expect a few shots coming your way. So again, that is where it's not just about migrating early to the next circle. What also matters is the path that you take.
Absolutely. A lot of people like being a lion in these sort of situations, announce their, announce their arrival of sorts. Instead, it pays to be more like a jaguar. Just slip around, you know, in a buggy or somewhere, be a bit more mobile, and just don't get caught out. Sometimes we even see teams deliberately go the longer path around, tank a little bit of that blue damage, just to make sure they've got the element of surprise, right? So when you've got the element of surprise, when you're at the periphery and you're able to just sneak up on your enemies and get those finishes, you make sure that you've secured a very easy entrance into the next circle for yourself. Compare that to someone who's trying to fight their way in. Now, they have to get a bunch of information. They also have to make sure they account for every position. They have to check for their flanks. You don't have to do any of that if you take the initiative yourself and just make sure that you rotate all the way around instead.
Or you just make sure that trigger finger is squeezed, you get yourself one of the big guns and just rattle off shots in every which direction. Chances are the opponents are going to start ducking for cover sooner or later. But now,
that's your playstyle, isn't it?
I love it. You gotta go for it. I mean, it's all about aggression. That is what kind of feeds me. But now, the game is going to be underway shortly. We're going to be disappearing for your screens, which I'm sure a lot of you are already willing for. But bear with us. Bear with us. You're only going to have to... well, bear with the ugly mugs just for a little while longer. Now, I do know that Spawn Island is bustling with energy, but it all comes down to, you know, what's going to happen in the next game. Now, the flight path is going to be the deciding factor as to whether, you know, I'm sure they've already got a few game plans. All right, we're going to drop here, we're going to drop there. It all comes down to once they are in the sky and once the flight path is revealed. But one thing that I haven't seen in the last couple of days is I want to see some... competition for vehicles. I want to see some early skirmishes. I want to see someone being driven over right off the bat.
Well, we might just see it over here. Last time we did see it, but we saw it towards the end, which was equally hilarious when it happens. Not so hilarious when it happens to you, but always hilarious to just witness it and see someone else getting ran over towards the tail end of the game. But, well, looks like we've got the game up and running on our screens as of now. And guess what? This next flight path is going to be coming up is also going to be very, very interesting, Angad. You're my co-pilot. We're going all the way from shooting range down to Nova Ripnoi.
We are going to be heading down south, and you could say we are going to be bisecting the map pretty much in half, of course, not exactly. But again, distant
60-40.
positions like Sosnovka, Primovsk aren't really going to be that difficult to get to since we have a plethora of vehicles handy down south. Now, it does look like I do see a similar pattern as I saw in last game. 3D official once again heading to Severny.
Absolutely, I love this drop coming in from them. You know, Severny usually not a place that gets contested very often. There's enough loot to go around for all 4 players. And once again, you know, the rotation, you've got a couple of options as well. There's a longer way around all the way from Stalbo. If you really want to be that team, get the element of surprise, you know, just loot Severny and then make your way out of here. Or you could also go for the shorter path directly to Yasnaya Polyana. A bit more dangerous, but not really that dangerous as well compared to some of these other rotations from Georgopol or from Pochinki that you might consider. Because once again, not a lot of good areas to loot around those paths.
Speaking of Yasnaya Polyana, no takers for the city.
Empty, yeah. No one dropping in over there. It's just like, you know, like we talked about, everyone imagines that a team is going to drop into Yasnaya Polyana. So they're like, oh, we're just going to stay away from that. But there is what we're looking for. The game just got a lot more interesting with that circle.
I like it. We do have some water. And talking of water, looks like the pirates are going to be first to let loose some lead in the enemy's direction. And, well, let me just say one thing. That is quite a distance.
That is quite a distance. That is ambition at its peak. I've never seen someone go like, you know what, we're going to get those picks.
Speaking of ambition, looks like Gene is going to be reading a few
I don't like
minds
this.
over here.
I do not like this.
UP50, however, isn't a dog that you want to go up against. These guys are a beast, and well, if they see you coming a mile out, it could be detrimental. Looks like a few late parachutes coming in, and this could be problematic, as Seapoy top players could get a couple of kills early on. PTC Esports might just be caught off guard. However, with just a pistol in hand, I don't see Zero doing a lot of damage, as he does let loose a few shots. However, PTC Esports, I'm pretty sure they don't have an idea of how close they came to be, you know, losing a few members early on. But the gamble has paid off.
Absolutely, you know, sometimes you gamble, sometimes you win, sometimes you lose. I think this was more of a gamble that they had to take courtesy of, you know, the late drops coming in. So, no one to blame really but yourself for that. But in the meantime, the circle, once again, very, very interesting, like we talked about earlier. A big chunk of Sosnovka in there, so there's no reason for the side of Sturdy, who have been dropping there since the first game, to rotate out. Could potentially stay there, even gatekeep some of the vehicles, maybe even set up a couple of baits by the bridge. But of course, that's they're going to do that later on. That is not their topmost priority right now. The first thing they want to do, Sturdy Esports, is just make sure they have some control of the bridge that leads over towards Pier. And yeah, once they have that, they're going to make sure that even if the circle completely screws them, if it ends up going northeast, they're still in the green. Or not in the blue.
Well, I mean, they could be in the blue or the green. I mean, depends on what your colorblindness settings are on your device. It could be one or the other. But for now, looks like Red X officials, they are done with their primary looting. Of course, they did drop down in Rozhok as Genius is trying to go on a little bit of an expedition. Now, let's see if it is going to pan out later on, because we did see the school and the, you know, apartments nearby are already occupied by Ultima officials. But for now, kind of looks like they are going to go on an expedition to Potato Hill.
Absolutely. I mean, they've gone out on a fact-finding mission. Let's see what kind of facts they find. In the meantime, we're going to be turning our attention over towards Hell Squad, who are having a gala time, just looting all by themselves. No one really to contest them over here in this general area. Vehicles also available. I believe they're somewhere near the center of the map over here, close to Pochinki, although I could be wrong. But yeah, I mean, good for them. You know, they get themselves 2 vehicles, they get themselves a bunch of loot. Speaking of Pochinki, it popped up on our screens, and just as quickly as it came, it vanished.
There you go. I mean, I was just going to say that. Looks like, hey, Floki, get out of my head. Get out of my head. It is a bit scary right now. But yeah, speaking of Pochinki, there you have it. Team 4 Savage Enemies again. A high fragging affair for them last time around. And I do like that KR Gamer has an M24 on his shoulders. Question is Is he going to be able to use it? I definitely am going to be willing that he does, but now we're going to switch our attention to Assault Force. Now, Assault Force, they did manage to get, I do believe, 4 finishes in the last game and 6 placement points, which means, you know, the balance is there. However, they do not want to be caught running around in the open as I see them right now. Funnily, even though they did drop a bit late near the Gatka region, I'm not too happy with the loot on their bodies.
Absolutely. It doesn't seem that they've dropped into a good location. It seems that this is more of, you know, something like a weird drop in the middle of nowhere in transition between 2 actual places. And Assault Force, I mean, sure, you know, you've got yourself a couple of weapons, but you're going to be running low on those bandages and those smokes and those nades that really enable you to be aggressive. So that is no longer an option for them. Instead, they're going to have to use their wits, maybe even get a backstab going of some sorts like we talked about, or go for a big wraparound. Sturdy Esports in the meantime. I mean, this is a full 3-course meal. This is gourmet food.
This is gourmet food, and this is an interesting rotation. Remember when we left Pirate Gaming last time? They were north of that little rivulet, just you know, north of the containers, and it looks like they've pretty much circled around UP50, and now they are looting West George Paul to their heart's content, which is a major contrast with the team we saw earlier. They are going to be kitted to the guilds, which also means it could be an interesting fight coming soon between UP50 Esports as Onyx.
And guess what? There was a team notorious for third-partying last time around. It was the Notorious Squad, who are also in the vicinity, could end up coming out and taking away a couple of finishes themselves.
I'm not surprised. Have a look at that. Team to the top. Now, we do know that they love calling Mount Everest their home. They are going to be nearby as well. And, of course, the moment a few shots are let loose, all that commotion is going to draw their attention. And, well, we might even have third, maybe fourth parties coming in. But for now, the circle is still where we left it last, as it is going to be imploding in on itself sooner or later. Now, you did mention this one team, Sturdy Esports. They are going to make sure that, you know, the Sosnovka military base is still theirs for the taking. However, I really want the circle to move down south. I want to see some action. I want to see some bridge action. That is what I've been waiting for since day one.
Oh yeah, bridge action is always fun. You know, a single line of sight, a straight path. It really brings out the best in you. It forces you to be a bit more creative. Try and come up with ideas to cover. And there you go, Seapoy top players. They're gonna finally make their move as they rattle up a few shots towards G2A. None connecting though. And that is a bit of a problem because now they've sort of revealed their position to everyone around them, and there are a couple of teams in the area.
Well, when you're driving vehicles and you need that performance, it better be a Shelby, and looks like he is going to make sure all that horsepower helps him, and he pretty much runs away from the bullets, but now, Playboy, he is still going to rattle a few more shots off that AKM. However, none of his shots are going to do too much harm. Elsewhere, I do see Violation Esports now. They are going... See, they're already anticipating that the circle might shift down south. So they've got those cliffs towards the south side of the main island. So they do have a few options, you know. If there's a drastic shift to the military base, they can pretty much traverse, through the open water.
Yep.
They won't have any opposition because no one's going to be at the beach waiting for them.
Absolutely. It's only the side of Sturdy Esports. They know what they want to control. It's going to be the bridge, and that could actually end up biting them later on if they don't consider the possibility that a team is coming in from the beach area, like you've mentioned. But I want to turn my attention towards that area right away because it seems like we're going to be seeing some action. Sturdy Esports choosing to rotate out here. A bit risky. And there you go. Matoy is going to start making his move here. He's going to rattle a couple of shots. They're all trailing behind though. Not really connecting on any of them. And what the hell are Sturdy doing? They've sort of split up over here like a Delta split. Every single one of their members has a vehicle. So this could be them capitalizing on it. But elsewhere, it seems that UP50 Sarkar is up to his old tricks once again as he finds himself a knock. I think he actually found a finish. I could be wrong.
Well, we did anticipate that UB50 were mounting an assault up against the boys from Pirates Esports, and action did break out. Of course, this should be coming up on our replays sooner or later. But for now, Mantoy, he knows that the team skedaddled out of there. We did see Mantoy pretty much go through that little blockade, and, well, his vehicle is going to be burning, which is kind of odd because it is pretty much in water, and looks like physics is going to be ignored over here. But now, the thing is, he is lurking in the waters down below, and if the member from G2A Esports spends a bit too much time just looking for that one player, the teammates could come in and do some damage later on. But speaking of teammates, looks like Team WSP Esports do have a compound all to themselves, and they're going to make sure they keep Violations Esports at bay.
Absolutely. I mean, they're just trying to make sure that they're not giving up any real estate for free, that their entry isn't as easy. You have to pay a certain toll fee that could be a head or 2 heads or maybe an entire collection of heads, depending on how WSP are feeling and what sort of positions they have at the moment. But for now, they're just rattling off shots in the dark. They don't really see anyone. Now they see someone in the jeep. What a headshot coming in from Wizard, but does not get the connection. Just so close,
Looks
yet
like
so far.
He's my kind of guy because I did mention, I'm good at my first shots. The follow-up shots, not so much. So I guess we do have something in common now. It would have been devastating for his opponents, but wait a second.
Okay, he's going to go for the chase.
He is going to go for the chase. They know there's only one man in that compound, and well, they've got to be careful because looks like a few more teams could be joining the fray sooner or later. Elsewhere, looks like PTZ Esports do have the high ground. Ooh.
No.
As Hell Squad is Ash has been spotted, and again, a burning vehicle and an enemy taking cover behind him.
Absolutely. I mean, so many times this ends up being the team where you caught out in the open, your vehicle is popped, and now all of a sudden you caught between a rock and a hard place. Sure, there's going to be a smoke deployed to give him some semblance of cover, but he has to go out in the open. He can't just follow that smoke because there's high ground ahead of him, so he will be spotted regardless. Instead, he does not get spotted because they do not check. And in the meantime, elsewhere on the map, Hunter YT gets taken down. Gunned down by the M4. He's going to be biting the dust over here as the rest of his teammates, they try and make something of this Hell Squad.
Keep in mind, Floki, now, this is Sturdy Esports. We did see them come, traveling across that bridge. One of their members is still in the water just east of the bridge. So, this is a 3-man squad working right now. There you have it. You can see him in the distance. Surely but steadily, he is going to make sure that he finds his way towards them. And something really interesting just popped up on our screens right now. Hopefully we have a little bit of a stalemate because something interesting is taking place down under. If we could just have the map on our screens for a split second, I want to show you a massive rotation coming out of the blue. You called it, Floki. You said this might happen, and it looks like one of the team's Sepoy top players, they took the bridge less traveled, right?
Yeah.
They've come from Novropnoy, braving the blue. In fact, they're the only team right now on the Sosnovka military base. This could be devastating if the circle shifts further down south. But for now, we're going to focus our attention on Team to the Top as they do squad. Notorious in the distance. A few shots are going to be let loose. However, none of them hitting their mark.
Absolutely. Team to the top right now on flat ground. So their powers are nullified a little bit. They're not on the mountainy hilly regions where they're so comfortable anymore. And well, speaking of violations, Eastwood trying to violate the side of the Notorious, but not really connecting elsewhere. Though I do see some action, some vehicular manslaughter going on. A couple of knocks so far.
It's not really going to be problematic because remember, they're the only team on the Sosnovka military base, so I'm pretty sure that revive should be coming in. I've done that plenty of times, a little bit of a misfoot and you step off a moving vehicle, chances are you are going to be knocked out. But right now, this is a bit of a tricky situation for Notorious because it does look like they are dangerously close to the enemy, especially Destiny.
Oh yeah, I mean, this is going to be super hard for them. I mean, they have so many teams just around the corner over here. You really don't want to be the guy who takes the fight and gives away the information because you open yourself up to being third-partied at the moment. And we can see just the carefulness, the calmness in their approach, just, making sure that they're not the ones peeking around the corner for any extra information. Wait for them to make a mistake.
Normally we either prefer straight up urban warfare or, battles out in open fields. But I like this circle because this circle, Floki, is scattered with small shacks here and there. Of course, we have the ferry pair still in play. We have those buildings just north of the bridge to take cover in as well. So for now, expect a little bit of a white flag situation. Expect a little bit of a stalemate. But sooner or later, we all know what's coming. Someone is going to let slip the dogs of war, and well, chaos is going to be the name of the game. But right now, it looks like shots are going to be fired as 4 savage enemies have spotted the enemy. And well, the enemy is none other than UP50 Esports.
Yeah, UP50 Esports, of course, being the enemy over here, but there's also pirates in the mix over here. What the hell is happening? There's 2 members of pirates just randomly losing their lives, and Predator is gonna find hope again. I mean, Pirates just seem to be in this predicament where one of the members or a couple of the members just run away and get picked off like that. And now 4 savage enemies. Well, this is the real meat on the bones. This is the leg piece that they were looking for. UP50 Esports. But they're not aware about their flanks. They're instead turning their attention towards PTZ Esports. This could be very, very big.
Now again, the thing with this particular mountain terrain is that, they have this little flat top. So you might think you're secure at the tippity top. However, in this situation, PTZ, they got to be careful because looks like UP50 have clear lines of sight on their enemy.
Oh, yeah.
Unfortunately for UP50, if they make a little bit of commotion, well, everyone and their mothers are going to hear the shots around them in about a 500-meter radius, and, well, they could have a little bit of a taste of their own medicine. But now Jack does want the enemy to grenade. He knew that he was never drop over there, but looks like KSR is going to be a bit too quick for him, as he's gone away with the goodies.
Maybe next time around he should drop into shooting range, get some practice in,
There you
before
go.
the match goes up. But yeah, in all fairness, that gun recoil can be a little bit hard to control. You have to get a little used to it. So yeah, that's okay. It happens to the best of us. Maybe if it was an M4, we would see something else. But yeah, UP50 Esports, they get away with murder. And they're still at large at the moment, so kudos to them for being able to keep their position secure for now. But still, with no teams being eliminated despite this being a third circle, there's still potential for them to walk away with nothing at all over here, as we see 4 savage enemies trying to take the fight towards them. Oh, those long-range shots coming in from Sarkar, once again showing why he is the boss man and everyone else are his underlings.
And that is why peripheral vision is very, very important. Now, he was scoping, he had no idea that someone else was, well, looking at him from the distance, and he paid the price. Now, I like the fact that the circle have shifted, and there you have it. The moment everyone gets that information, they are going to be on the move, and the circle is awesome. It is going to be towards the bridge. We might just see a little bit of a water finish towards the end.
Certainly could, and I think the BGMI gods are answering your wishes today.
I'm pretty sure the Pirates are going to be happy about this.
They most certainly are. I mean, this is the area where they're the most comfortable. I mean, thematically speaking, whether they are or not, we're about to find out. But elsewhere, Pirate Kenshiro, well, just as we say that, they do manage to find themselves on knock, so good on them. UP50 Sakar, though, in the meantime, turning their attention towards elsewhere. And oh my god, an all-out war breaking out over here between two teams. Who the hell is this? This is WASPX going up against UP50 Esports, and UP50, oh no, they've lost one of their players. The other one being knocked down in the meantime. One trying to heal up. Where are the nades coming in from? Okay, there is one molly to try and prevent their entrance, and oh, Sarkar almost walks into it, and okay, Electron gets a bit too aggressive, gets double peaked and completely demolished over here. And 2 members still standing from UP50. They will focus on finishing him off and then focusing the rest of the members down. And guess what? One of the players is still on his feet, so they can probably res him if need be. There's only one player still standing from the side of WASP, and it is the man himself, Beast OP. But is he a beast or is he a docile deer?
Well, we're going to find out, because he definitely has his work cut out for them. Looks like the revive is going to come in as well, as Anuj 2 OP, the MVP from the last game, is back up on his feet now. Onyx throws the grenade. He comes out. Beast is going to be down on the level playing field. He goes to the right now. They are going to be burning as well. Sakar knows where he is. He can't hear the footsteps, and it's going to be Onyx who puts him 6 feet under. But now the woes are still not over, as TTT are going to be joining the fray. They hold all the commotion. They want a few more kills for themselves as well, and well, they are going to be coming in and playing spoil sport now.
My
Sarkar
God,
with the
Sarkar.
grenade. We know what he can do with those lovely grenades. He does lob one. This could be devastating.
Oh, the
However,
car.
Dark OP was on the right side of that burning wreckage.
My god, that was so close for Dark OB, and once again, Sarkar, he might as well start a business supplying coffins, because he's going to be in constant profits with the number of finishes he's finding. And you can see the fear coming in, starting to set in for those members, as they are on the wrong end of UP50's guns. And at this point, Sarkar, he's just like, you know what, I'm just going to gobble up a couple of loot over here, and then I'm going to try and continue my killing spree. Let's see if the member inside that house over there can survive this for the moment, because there is backup around. He's trying to bait himself so there's a good position, but it's still very heavily reliant on them coming in from the far side.
Well, on the other side, looks like we are going to have some trench warfare in the battlefields of old, as PTZ Esports do spot the enemy nearby, and looks like they ran dead smack into another team, and that team was Team to the Top. Well, they are definitely going to make them pay for that, which means they now have that one finish to their name. Elsewhere, looks like the Pirates are going to bid us adieu, or are they going to be brought down to a one-man squad? We're going to have to wait and find out about that. But now Zenith OP has been spotted out. Of course, if you see some smoke in the distance, chances are you are going to put some lead in that direction.
Absolutely. Where there is smoke, there is fire. And there you go. That's them just pouring some lead in that general area. And okay, Violation Esports, this is a horrible position from them. As soon as they get discount, there's going to be nades lobbed in. And there you go, the blue chasing them away. But oh well, it looks like they're not the ones stuck in the bad position. They're the ones taking the fight to them. It seems PTC Esports not ready for this sort of aggression. They've already lost some of the players being knocked down over here. One blocking exchange, but okay, he's coming in from the flank. He's still prone and is surviving. Managed to get himself two for the price of one, and the rest of PTC Esports looking to capitalize, but Violations just still standing strong in the meantime, getting what they can. It's down to a 1v1 once again. Jabba OP could do it.
He does do it as finally the DP28 is going to put his enemy 6 feet under, and well, even with grenades going off all around him, he is going to be on hand for those revives. I mean, this was a little reminiscent of World War I, all that trench warfare. I just love it. But now it looks like Johnny is going to get the revive. Fortunately for them, since the circle has shifted away, looks like Red X officials aren't really going to be a thorn in their side just yet, as they are moving towards greener pastures. Now, we did see Zero in that buggy on a scouting mission. However, there were enemies lurking nearby. In fact, enemies hiding in the tall grass. As of fact, now, Honor2 OP wants to join the party as well, as he almost gets knocked on the members from TTT. Question is that vehicle already blown apart? Because if it isn't, it could be devastating. Elsewhere, Ultima Immortal is going to be blown to smithereens.
Alright, Chino doesn't have any smoke, so it's down to the Ultima members to try and do something over here. All he can really do is try and bait for his team, maybe get some information, maybe peek out and set up some sort of bait and switch. But with the blue closing in, his first priority is going to be to get inside the zone. And look at Anuj2 OP, man, just waiting around the corner like a shark. He's like, yeah, as soon as you make that move, I'm going to be coming in for you. It's almost like that Finding Nemo scene. But in the meantime, we're going to be talking about team number 11. It's going to be Red X officials on the low ground trying to take up a fight against 3T official. It's a battle of the officials, but who is the stronger official over here? Well, number-wise, it does favor the side of 3T. They've got the high ground. They've got, another team to worry about, which is the side of UP50 Esports, and they're starting to make this a bit expensive for them.
Well, when the boss is in the fray, looks like Sarkar is going to be rattling off shots in all directions, and he's not stopping yet as Gian is taken down as well. Now, Red X officials, they have the enemy pretty much up in their grills as Zorro is going to let loads a few shots. Looks like he's going to be a bit better with the sword than with his bullets. I take my words back as Hagemaru spots the enemy in the nick of time. He was almost brought down to his knees, but he's going to be the one who gets that pick initially. Violation Esports fitting us to do in the 11th position with 4 finishes to their names, which means we are now down to the final 10 teams. 34 players still alive.
Absolutely, and look at this, Red X officials, well, they've smoked all the way around them, so they've got some semblance of cover, but it's not hard cover, it's just preventing vision at the moment, and as soon as that dissipates, they're going to be in a world of trouble. They need to rotate the hell out of here, at least find some picks in the meantime. Assault Force, though, trying to take up their fight against them. Amico, oh no, meds, nothing at all, it's just his bullets and his AK at this point. Well, and his Molly, he's going to just try and toss as many of them as he can, and okay, it does look like it results in something. No, it's actually Agemaru going down.
Well, of course, Drag, his teammate, does capitalize on that as well, as he does get a finish to their name, which means, well, the ATF are in this game with the first finish in this game. A bit too late, but let's see if they can capitalize on that and make a few more. Now, the enemy in the distance, and the Assault Force once again are going to come under heavy fire. Now, we did see them last game also. Shax and Assault Force aren't really gelling that well, but this is an interesting scene. This is what we were anticipating. All these teams caught out by the beachhead, but it looks like Sturdy Esports are going to have the upper hand as far as Hell Squad is concerned. Now, it is going to be a race to the beach. The first one to touch ground is going to be able to whip out his machine gun and, well, put a lot of lead in the enemies elsewhere. C-Boy top players could be spoiled from up top, but for now, it's going to be Genius who brings down another member from Assault Force.
Yeah, I mean, C-Boy have been so patient throughout this. They've got that big rotation on. They're still waiting, still not capitalizing anything. Instead, it's Assault Force trying to bear the brunt of all the aggression coming in from the side of Red X officials. And Red X, with only 2, or rather 3 members still standing strong, although I only see 2 of them on my screen, are trying to just give the position away, at least trying to find some picks over here. Could be dangerous, but in the meantime, we're going to turn attention towards Sturdy Esports. They're all huddled up together. A single, well-placed nade could be problematic, but can you actually find an angle from this position?
Now, there are 2 teams up on those rocks, up on those cliffs, that could potentially be shooting fish in a barrel, one of which is Ultima Esports and the other was Seapoy. But looks like both teams, they do have their options out for them, but again, they want to make sure that they don't overextend themselves lest they pay a heavy price. It looks like Zach is going to go first. He does get a few shots off on the enemy. Sturdy Esports, man, they are sturdy as a rock, but have a look at Mickey. Mickey isn't having any of this. He is tired of waiting. He goes in. Wow. He gets the knocks. He gets the finish, and then with that, another one bites the dust as one more squad is going to be eliminated.
What an absolute baller of a man. No fear whatsoever on him. He just goes in with the cojones, and that's all he really needs in this sort of a situation. The rest of the side of the Seapoy players, though, I mean, they need to be a little bit careful because once again, they could be gate kept at the top over here. And you can see Isaac, all he's trying to do is just get some information for his team. He's baiting out Mickey, yes, but he doesn't have an option at this point.
Elsewhere, looks like UP50 coming to heavy fire, and in the blink of an eye, they've been reduced to a one-man squad, and that man is Onyx. Let's see if all that rock is going to make something out of it because, well, he is out in the open and he just has that one smoke grenade for cover. But we know what happens. Sooner or later, that smoke is going to fizzle out and, well, his body is going to be there for everyone to witness. Oh, a massive grenade coming in from Destiny. However, it wasn't fated for him as, well, the opponents are going to make sure they pass themselves up. Now, Isaac, who did have the upper hand early on, is going to be on the receiving end of things as well. The tables have turned for him and his teammates.
Absolutely. Seapoy, they had the very early rotation in, but it doesn't seem like it has paid off dividends for them like they anticipated. Oh, Immortal. Well, much like a Viper in tall grass, he slithers, he strikes, and now he's just unfurling his fangs and just letting go of all that poison. My goodness. And now he's back to help his teammates as well. Look at this guy. He just a casual Tuesday for him. You know, goes, rattles off, gets a couple of knocks, comes back and helps his team. At the end of the day, he's a family man. But oh no, this might not be the situation to look out for your family as a single lane devastates the side of Ultima.
Massive grenade coming in from Seapoy over here as two opponents are going to be knocked to their bloody knees. And, well, a vehicle went flying as well. So you've got to watch out for debris falling from up top. Now, Immortal, he's got to be careful because, A, he's got a decision to make. He knows the enemy knows his position. Does he deploy a few smoke grenades or does he go in for a sneaky revive? Looks like sneaky revive is the call for the day. And you know what? I'm not going to blame him as another one is going to bite the dust. Forget that. It's going to be two teams who are going to be knocked out in quick succession as we're down to the final 16. 13 players still alive as UP50, the heavy-hitting winners of the last game, are going to exit in the 7th position with a decent 9 finishes to their name.
Absolutely. Great stuff by UP50, just making sure that they maintain their position. They don't need to outdo themselves over here. Sure, the only competition is themselves, but at this point, they would like to just kick their legs up and relax a little bit. Just, you know, cash in on that first game glory that they found. In the meantime, G2A Esports, not in the same position, so they gotta struggle a bit more. They gotta tooth and claw their way to the top. They've got themselves 4 finishes with 4 players alive.
Speaking of decisions, Immortal didn't go for the revives. Now he's the last man standing, and let's see if that's going to come and bite them in the backside later on. As for now, 3T official and G2A are separated by a really, really thin wall.
Oh yeah, and only 9 players live, but 4 teams still in the play. G2A Esports clearly in the green over here. This should be their game by all sorts of rational deductions that you could think of. I mean, induction, anything that you could think of, it all results in one, conclusion. G2A Esports taking this game, but can they actually find it against Assault Force and 3T official? Now, 3T have one of their players knocked on their feet. He is still trying to stay alive, trying to just get some information for his team, but it seems that G2A are taking the fight into their hands. They know that if they let this drag on, there could be a possibility that they get sandwiched between the two teams and potentially get third-partied by one member, and they don't want to be in that spot. And there you go. Angry Assaulter is angry as all heck. Is going to throw down that Molly, unfortunately. It does get there. Tenyu is going to be in a world of trouble as his backside is on fire. And Angry Assaulter is a very easy pick for the man. Alpha Q still around that corner. And now he's going to go the other way around. Trying to scout things out over here. See if there's a flank coming into the picture. Freak, well, it looks like he's got his eyes set on the supply drop. But okay, Assaulter will finish off the pick instead. Does not really go in for some more information, but it's someone else who's going to be able to find that another member from G2A Freak with the crows at that distance does the work.
Well, you got to keep in mind, Alpha Q is still survived by one of his teammates. Sunny John is lurking somewhere in the distance. There you have it now. He does have teammates near him, and Freak did get a little whiff that someone is nearby. But G2A, they are firing on all cylinders, and there you have it. Getting the job done, getting the chicken dinner, wiping out one squad off. They made sure they held that gas station, and well, they did it in pristine fashion because, again, it wasn't just one team that was vying for that compound itself. They had UP50 come at them. They had 3T come at them. They had everyone come at them. And, well, they held the ground, got the job done, and walked away the winners.
Absolutely. I mean, sturdy esports were in the play, but these guys were the really sturdy ones. I mean, just standing tall and making sure that they defend that compound until the very, very end. Now, once again, UP50, of course, they were on top.
And they were on their toes. It wasn't that they were just, inside and just peeking one angle.
Yeah.
They were moving. They were shuffling.
Absolutely. They were dynamic. A lot of teams, they tend to fall into this trap of being static. They're like, oh, we have a good position, and then the nades start coming in and flushing them out one by one. There's a Molly on one side, there's a nade cooking on the other, and there's a guy just holding the doorway, the only escape path there is. And then, it's like you said, it's fish in a barrel. But let's have a look at the highlights once again and see how those finishes came to be as we jump straight into them. I personally want to find out where First Blood happened because I think I missed that.
Well, if you missed it, there you have it. There's going to be a beautiful vehicle, a Koenigsegg to be exact. And why do you want to shoot bullets at that car. Let the vehicle be. Get the driver around and put him down, but it is what it is. And of course, UP50 over here, losing a couple of members, but what a fight it was.
Absolutely, great stuff coming out from them. I mean, 4 Savage Enemies as well, we anticipated them to do really, really well, but the Pirates, 2 members, destroying the entire squad. What the hell am I watching over here? Pirate has always been so offbeat.
Like we said, towards the end, they had a bit of agua, and looks like they were in their element.
Matey, this is my territory, not yours. They say as they went forward and they found all those picks. But once again, this is probably the most interesting fight out of it all. PTZ Esports going up against the side of Violations Esports. And Violations, they held their ground to an extent.
I'll tell you one thing, Violations, they definitely violated the enemy, and well, looks like PTZ Esports are going to be going back with some PTSD.
Oh man, you saw the opportunity and you took it. What an absolute legend. But yeah, I have to agree with you. Violations Esports, they came very, very close to losing out, but it's really just the individual skill at that moment that shined. The quick decision making of going out and taking the fight, not allowing the reload to come in. In the meantime, Red X officials, I mean, they had some clever plays of their own, making their own buggies explode, using them for cover. Sepoy, though, this is what is known as too much of a good thing. He was shooting fish in a battle for a bit, but like all good things, that too came to an end. And sure, Mickey gets themselves these 2 picks, but considering how early they rotated, I'm very disappointed that they did not get more out of this.
Well, I mean, yes, I agree with you on that point, but I love the fact that Mickey just was a bit too impatient. He's like, you know what, I know where they are. Here you go, just hold my drink, I'm going to go and do all the damage. He jumps down, gets the knocks, gets taken down, well, in turn, but again, he makes sure that they have that little advantage as they pretty much got 2 knocks and 2 finishes for one of their own.
Sometimes you just have to be the go-getter, right? Sometimes your team is just in an analysis paralysis, just trying to figure out, where are we going to get third-partied or not? And then there's just one raving psychopath going like, guys, I will go in and kill them all, and that's what he does. He dies in the process, but that's okay.
And of course, Immortal from Ultima testing the mortality of his opponents, getting the better of quite a few of them, but unfortunately the play zone did a lot of damage, and well, with that, their game was snuffed out early. Now, right to the end, G2A, this time around, they made sure the numerical advantage was in their favor. And again, like we said, it wasn't that they just held the compound and just pretty much, were peeking out one window. They were on their feet. They were shuffling. They were making sure that, if they needed backup at one end, their teammates would come in. However, one would still make sure he secures that flank. So again, lovely tactical gameplay coming in at the end over here. And, well, a well-deserved victory.
Absolutely. G2A Esports, I believe everything they did from the start, absolutely perfect. The rotations on point, making sure that they don't linger out a bit too much. No early fights. Are you noticing the stark difference between these first 2 rounds? Like, we saw a number of early fights breaking out in the first round itself. Today, within the first 2 matches itself, we haven't seen a single fight break out before the first circle. Picks, yes, but no fights.
Picks, yes. But again, I mean, it goes to show that, they are picking when they want to fight, because you got to make sure you pick your battles, right?
Yes.
You got to make sure that even if there is an exchange taking place, like we did see with the Pirates as well early on, they lost a member, they got a pick from the opponents, they were satisfied with that, because you want to make sure that the numbers come in handy for the latter stages of the game, and again, pick your battles.
Absolutely, and this is where they really tend to shine. That mid-game decision-making where they're like, okay, you know what, we've lost a player, it's okay, we're down to a 3-man roster. They still made the most out of with what they got. Should that have happened in the first place? Probably not. We can't talk about that and fault them for it to an extent. But at the end of the day, you also have to respect the fact that, when they make a mistake, they own up to it and they try to do better. That's all that matters.
No wonder pundits are kind of hated at times, because, it's easy for us even over here, just sitting in our comfortable chairs over here,
Oh, you should have done that. Being an armchair professional myself, I just don't see how he did not hit that shot over 2 kilometers with a UMP. If it were me, I would have done that.
Again,
just need a 4x scope.
Coulda, woulda, shoulda. That was a joke, by the way.
All the sarcasm.
I hope we don't have some hate mail coming your way. But again, it was a lovely, lovely affair over here. Action-packed. Not a high-fragging affair for any one team in particular. This time around, the finishes were distributed a bit more evenly. I guess it's that whole Christmas Yuletide spirit. Everything's about sharing.
Absolutely. It was like the smooth, it was a very smooth-flowing stream of frags coming in. It wasn't like, burst of frags that we saw yesterday or, a couple of days earlier. It wasn't that sort of a situation at all. This time around, aggression is calculated, it is well planned, and the most important of it all, it serves a purpose.
It serves a purpose. I mean, and the purpose is making sure you rack up those finished points. And, well, a few of the teams did. we did kind of see that, priority was given to rotations, which again, we're
Yep.
not going to be complaining. But, we've been doing all these calculations. Let's actually have a look and see how the teams panned out, because there you have it. G2A getting the first place chicken dinner points, 15 for that. A total of 23, not the highest that we've seen thus far, but they do manage 8 finishes for themselves.
Oh yeah, even 3T official this time around finding themselves in that top 2 spot. Assault Force as well. We're seeing a completely different plethora of teams this time in the top 4. So good to see that the competition is starting to get really, really close and cutthroat over here. And Seapoint top players, of course, they had that big, massive flank going on for them. They get 6 finishes, really good stuff, 12 total points. I just wish that they capitalized on it a bit earlier, right? They had opportunities. They just chose not to exploit them, hoping that they could even get something more out of it.
Towards the end, we did see the tables were kind of turned on Isaac, but again, it is part and parcel of the game. Now, another heavy-hitting team, UP50 Esports, 6th position, but they have the maximum finishes in this game. Now, talking about finishes, you got to talk about individual prowess. Let's have a look and see who is going to walk away the iQOO MVP from this game. Any guesses here, Floki?
Sarkar, even though he's not there.
There you go. We could not make this up. This could not have been done better. This is not scripted. It is Sarkar. All right. 4 finishes, 937 points of damage.
Absolutely. I mean, this man, it's like his name suggests, he always finds his way to the top by hook or by crook. And this man, yeah, I mean, UP50, they owe a lot to him because he always manages to find his way to the top there. But let's have a look at the top 5 instead. I'm sure we're going to see some members from G2A or, from some other teams being in there. And there you go. Gene from Pies this time around finding that 2nd place spot. Anuj, once again, as always, quite OP in his own right. 4 finishes to his name.
Now, of course, top 5 players, we are going to be talking about the finishes. You just mentioned G2A. G2A is not going to be up here despite winning the chicken dinner. I think the maximum finishes that came in were from Angry Assaulter, and that was 3. But again, looks like it is going to be even Steven over here. 4 finishes apiece for all the gentlemen on our screen. Now, talking about numbers and talking about a few more official stats, let's have a look at the match summary. 88 grenades used this game, out of which 4 culminated in finishes.
Absolutely, but once again we saw a bunch of knocks coming through with them, right?
Plenty.
I mean, exactly, and this is what we start to say as we move on and on. The utility users, it's going to keep improving over here, and not only that, the purpose of the utility is also going to change. Right now we see grenades being used for the direct purpose, which is of course to deal damage around corners, around areas that you don't have a direct line of sight over. Soon enough you're going to start seeing teams set up bait and switches. One guy's going to toss in a nade, another is going to hold the angle, the only angle that is viable enough to run away from, and then there are going to be teams that outthink them even in those sorts of situations, instead back off into the blue to avoid the grenade damage and come back in, confuse the crap out of each other. But let's have a look at the finish to damage graph and see what it's all about.
And talking about damage, I think we should have another special column over here.
What? UP50 casual 2,400 damage despite being in 6th place. Okay, buddies.
I mean, again, they were in the thick and thin of it right from the beginning, and they did manage to get quite a few placement points for them as well. But looks like they let their guns do all the talking.
Absolutely. Look at that. 9 finishes to their name. They've got more finishes than any other team. And they still were top 6. I mean, come on, man. UP50 Esports, yeah, they might not have been number 1 in this game, but they definitely won our hearts with that. So
I guess it's not going to be difficult anticipating which top 4 squads are we going to see. And wait a second, looks like UP50, despite having the maximum number of finishes, aren't going to make it to the top 4. Maybe they might just have slipped down to 5th or 6th. But for now, it is going to be G2A Esports, the winners of this game with a total of 8 finishes. 3T official, quiet game 1. Well, they definitely made a lot of noise this time around.
Absolutely. I have to say, all of these teams over here, sure, it looks fine and dandy. They look intellectual, a cut above the rest because they got all those placement points. But I really love the primitive caveman philosophy from the side of UP50 being like, you know what? Finishes are points. That's the most consistent thing there is in the world. So just keep going for finishes. Maybe we'll find our way on the top.
Well, that's what they did. Looks like Grog did find that club, and all they're going to do is just make sure they smash the heads of all their opponents. Again, like we said it doesn't matter how you do it. Getting those points is what this game is all about. And now, 2 games done and dusted, which means what's going to happen now is we are going to have a new group of teams come in. And I guess before that, Floki and I are going to take a little bit of a breather.
Short one.
We want to make sure that we can still scream and shout at our best. So what you got to do is make sure you stay tuned, because there's plenty more action on the other side of this break.
527 Dual Chip Monster. One for performance, one for display.
Enemies ahead.
No more non-stop gaming. Introducing Battlegrounds Mobile India with OTP control, 3-hour limit, and other gaming tricks. Battlegrounds Mobile India. Game responsibly.
Are you ready for this?
वो एक दोस्त गेम में फंसा, कोने में बसा, गैंग में अकेला, दिन का भूला. टाइम आ गया है फॉर देम टू लुक अप. रुक रुक रुक, पिज्जा है यार. हाँ, ये बेटर है. ध्यान से. ओके ओके, फोकस कर. अरे ऑसम यार. कोई नई स्ट्रैटेजी ट्राई करें. क्या बात है. श्योर, एकदम श्योर. मतलब मान गए गुरु. तो जैसा मैं कह रहा था, जब ये हद से ज्यादा हो जाता है ना, तो फन, फ्रेंड्स और लाइफ से ध्यान हट जाता है. तो कुछ भी करो, पर कैसे भी मेक देम लुक अप. अरे वाह, जल्दी समझ गए. वेल डन बॉयज.
chip monster. One for performance, one for display.
Are you ready for this?
Well, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Battleground India Series 2021, powered by the phone none other than iQOO Legend 7, the best phone you can buy for the buck, and I have to say it delivers a killer performance. So, if you want to be the team that's going to stay here for a long, long time, make sure you get your hand on one of these babies, because this one is going to last for a long time. But with that out of the way, my name is Fluky. Joining me for this one is going to be Shadow herself. Shadow, you've been keeping an eye on these first two games. What are your thoughts so far? What have you loved the differences from round 1 and round 2, so from what we've seen so far?
Well, the teams are more prepared this time. They have studied their opponents. In fact, if you talk about Team Notorious, they realized in match 1 they dropped in towards Yasna. That didn't go well. But that also didn't go very well, but better than match 1.
Absolutely, better than match 1, and that seems to be the name of the game, right? Adapt to your circumstances. Make sure that if you make a mistake in the first match, you don't repeat that mistake in the same one. Now, a recurring mistake that we saw earlier in the first round itself was a lot of early fights. So far, that has not been the case, but do you think this is something that's going to change over here in matches 3 and 4?
No, I don't think early fights, early skirmish, or every team is going to avoid, because they have learned from their mistakes. They're going to mold inside the game according to the situation. If the zone is a hardship zone, then they will mold themselves and come out with a better plan, better gameplay, because round 1 they were blind. This time they have some information about their opponents, their drop locations, their rotations, at least some information they are having, and they are going to work on that.
Absolutely. I mean, they have to work on the information that they get, right? I mean, they've been keeping an eye on how these rounds have played out. They've seen the mistakes that were made, like you mentioned. And if they don't learn from this right now, they're going to be eliminated from the tournament. And there's already half the teams being taken away. We have 512 to be precise that we've bid goodbye to. So let's have a look at the matchups and see what team is going to be playing in these particular matches as we head on down over to the teams themselves. We're going to be starting off with Team MF Esports, VSG Vandals, PLM Esports, Team Inevitable, Multiple Zones, Savage Kings, Elite Mafias, and the Zone Hackers.
Well, Zone Hackers, I'm hoping they are going to read the zone like a book. Let's hope so. If that is going to happen, we have JSL, JSR Esports, Real Esports Official, Team Unknowns, Team Fat Esports, Team Dusty Dappers, Team U-Dog, Team Unknown Flame. Let's see if they're going to burn everyone in the flames of Molotov.
Absolutely, this is going to be very, very fun to see. I have to say, I really enjoy the fact that we're getting to see all these unique logos.
Yeah.
That was like just my one complaint. Out of the 8 teams that we would see in the first round, like 4 of them would have some, 4 of them would not. I understand, some of these teams are just newly formed, so they don't necessarily have the resources just to get a logo going. You've got to do those scrims. You got to make sure that everyone is up to speed in terms of communication and all that. And of course, all that takes a priority over a measly logo. But hey, if you're a team that didn't have one, who's made it to this far, get yourself one. Give yourself a little bit of treat, a little bit of motivation, because you're going to be needing that when you go up against some of these stronger teams over here. And if you have the confidence to back you up, you will act on all the information that you have and make better plays. Well, we've talked about that now. A mistake, or rather something that we saw related to confidence in the first rounds, was that many a times teams were very docile. They were afraid of taking engagements, even when they were in their favor, or even when they had to. When, not taking the engagement and maybe going the longer way around was clearly the inferior choice. It seems that the teams have learned from their mistakes, and not only that, teams have also learned that early skirmishes are pretty much a lose-lose situation for everyone, right? Because let's say you're in the circle already and you take that fight. What good came out of it? Because, the circle hasn't closed in yet. Sure, you maybe get a better position, maybe you get some more loot. But in the process of that fight itself, you know, another team can come in, possibly third party you while you're not looking, and these sorts of situations, they come up often. So my another thing that I've been wondering is, do you think that seeing that these sorts of situations are not really beneficial, do you think there's perhaps any merit at all to these early fights? Is something that we might have not considered that the players might be considering?
Sometimes, Floki, what happens is early fights become necessary when drop location clashes are going on, or when you're rotating inside the zone, shots are being fired on you, your vehicles get damaged or all blown up. That time, you have to take the fight. There is no other option. But other than that, teams usually avoid. We saw in round 1 also on day number 4 till the 5th circle, there was I think 15 teams still present, and we had lost like 1 or 2 players individually. That's it. So this shows, I think it was the last match of game number 4.
Yeah, I think so.
So teams know that they have to get the finish points and position points, because the competition is so tough. You have to win. Even you get sometimes not qualify because of one single point. So every point, every finish point is going to matter a lot. So better pick your fights by knowing the consequences. There are good fights, there are bad fights. Don't get engaged into bad fights. I understand you have lost your player, but if you are not in a position, if it's an open area, better let bygones be bygones. Don't go for the finishes, go for the position in that situation, because if you are open, enemy is going to shoot on you.
Absolutely. I mean, words of wisdom coming out from Shadow over here, just making sure that you prioritize positioning, actual positioning over getting those finish points. Because early on, they don't make that much of a difference. But say you survive till 6th place, 5th place, now all of a sudden you're going to get 2 placement points for every position you occupy further. You know, each team gets eliminated, you get bumped up by another 2 points. Another team gets eliminated, that's another 2 points in the bag. If you even get to that 1st place, the difference between 1st and 2nd place is 3 points. So that's equivalent to like a 3-man finish. You have to consider these sorts of things when you're in this situation. But of course, like we talked about earlier, sometimes there is no option for you except to take the fight itself. So when that option comes, when you're forced into a corner like that, do take those fights. I'm hoping we see teams do that more often over here. And given what we've seen so far, I am very, very optimistic. You know, I've not seen any of those early skirmishes like we talked about, you know, where both teams, they take too long to finish the fight and the blue starts coming in and then everyone just dies to the blue and it's like, what a tragedy. But you know what, this all would not have been possible without someone very special to us. That is our sponsors, iQOO, Legend 7. They are the makers of this wonderful beauty right here. It's really good if you want to continue playing BGMI. So let's jump into a word from our sponsors and see what they're all about.
Are you ready for this?
Well, that was the iQOO 7 Legend 5G. Yes, indeed, 5G, when it becomes a thing, this phone is going to be all the more ready for it. It's all the more reason to upgrade now and get yourself one of these bad boys, because it's future-proof as well. Well, I have to say, you know, without this price pool, without these open qualifiers, we wouldn't be unearthing the gems that we are seeing on our screens right now. So once again, a huge shout out to iQOO for making this happen. And of course, you know, if you're looking for a phone that's going to satisfy all your gaming needs, and on top of that, charges really fast, and on top of that has a good camera, iQOO's got you covered. So do check them out. Do make sure you check out some of those sweet deals, and maybe you can get yourself one and be all the more merrier for it. But with that out of the way, let's now focus on the game that is going to be coming at hand, right? So first circle 1 and circle 2, like we talked about earlier, not a lot of action coming in. Picks, yes, maybe you know, a couple of people just go away from their team, from their team. They are a little bit astray and they get caught out in the open and get finished off. That can happen at times, but really no squad wipes in the first few circles as we've seen over here. It's only when the third or the fourth circle starts coming in that we see a hint of action, on those peripheries, on those contested areas, and then all hell starts to break loose around that fourth or fifth circle.
Well, definitely, because till fifth circle area has shortened up. There are 64 players, might be 60 players around in the game. All 16 teams are present, and the teams do realize the fact that while rotating, their rotations are going to be cut off. They might lose one or the two player. Instead of getting eliminated completely from the lobby, they opt not to engage in a fight that is in not their favor. So instead, they go inside the circle, get a better position. In fact, I do remember UP50, I'm sorry, UP50 in match 1 got the chicken dinner with only 2 players. They had lost 2 of the players in the early game, and with that 17 finishes. So just if they had gone for that particular fight when they lost 2 of the players, might be they have faced early elimination, but instead they kept their calm, they focused on the game and went ahead with 2 players and got a beautiful chicken dinner.
Absolutely. I mean, it's all about isolating those sorts of gunfights. It's about making sure that you cover all your angles and you account for the possibility that there is a chance that one of your members might get 1v1 and you, on a reflex, might have to go in and get the frag, because otherwise you could potentially lose out the game. So, yeah, UP50 is a team that seems to have honed all of their mechanical skills. That is not the issue with them. And quite honestly, I don't think I see any issue with them as of now. From what we've seen so far, their gameplay looks absolutely perfect. It looks solid. So I'm quite excited to see more of them in these coming rounds, and I hope that they make it to the quarterfinals, because I'd like to see how they shape up against the top teams over here. But, well, I've got some good news for you. We are jumping into the spawn island in just a bit. All the players have loaded in, and there's going to be a lot of activity. It's going to be bustling with life, and we're going to be seeing a lot about what the players are like. If you're the kind of guy who likes to chill by himself, if you're the kind of person who doesn't do anything and is just talking to his team, or if you're the kind of guy, who likes to go forward, throw out a couple of taunts, do a little bit of dancing over there, or maybe just do some target practice, just keep shooting people in the head.
Or just ban them.
Or just ban them. Yeah, you could do that. Just
on
be the most...
Spawn Island, you can actually go and ban your teammate or an opponent.
Absolutely. I mean, you can just keep panning. And keep panning and keep panning, and that's all you ever do on Spawn Island. Just keep panning to your heart's content. That's how you spend those 90 seconds. Best way, by the way. I mean, I have to say, when you keep panning and you keep making that tang 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 sound, it's just so annoying for everyone involved. But you inflicting that on your opponents, it gives you a little bit of a mental edge, doesn't it? You're tilting your opponent before the game has even started.
I've always loved the pan fights because sometimes in the competition also we tend to see some of the players are holding on to a compound, they're defending it, no action is happening around them, they just go around and have a pan fight with each other. We are yet to see that in this tournament, but let's hope in the future we might see.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I'd love to see some fist fights breaking out. I'd love to see some pan fights breaking out early on. Should be fairly interesting to see how some of those turn out, but I don't imagine that a lot of these teams are going to be doing that just yet, because they have a lot to lose, right? Just 2 rounds, that's all you get. If you clown around in these 2 rounds, you're not going to be making it. You're not even going to be seeing the light of day. Just leave the 1 crore prize pool alone. You're not going to be making it to the next round itself. So, yeah, you got to be a little bit careful right now, because these 2 matches are the only opportunities you have to move into the future. But we should be jumping to the game soon enough. We've talked enough at this point. Let's just jump straight into the game and see what the game is going to be looking like, what the flight path is, what the circle's going to look like, where the players and where the teams are going to be dropping in. And here we go. The flight path coming up on a screen is going to be starting off all the way from Quarry, ending towards Nova Ripnoi, a very southern favored flight path, which just might mean that Severny, Stalber and Shooting Range don't see a lot of action. Does that make you really sad, Shadow?
Not at all.
Oh.
More the trouble, more I'm happy. I love to see someone going up there, Severny or Zarki area or Kameshki. In fact, UP50 in the last circle, they dropped in the Georgiopil area. The final circle was somewhere nearby Milta area in the first match. No, match 2, it was nearby the ferry pier. They had to take
a shooting range.
Yeah, they had to take longer rotations, but it's okay. It's okay. Few of the teams have found shelter in the Primorsk area that are going to be team unknowns. Some of the teams are moving towards the Georgiopol area, easily glidable, easily you can drop in over there. Some of the teams might be going towards Pochinki, the drop spot you love, but no contestation again in Pochinki. You have to compromise, Loki. You have to wait for the early Pochinki fights little bit more.
Ah, boy. I mean, the BGMI guys, they're really testing me at this point. They're testing my patience. All this is really an exercise in patience. They want me to meditate, get my anger under control. And, you know, maybe much like Bruce Banner himself, one day I too can be human and a normal person who does not get mad at every single misplay. But for the time being, we're going to be looking at what these teams are going to be doing, where they're going to be going. It seems that Sosnovka military base is not being contested that heavily. Nova Rupnoy is, but not Sosnovka, which is very, very weird to me. Everyone else making their way towards shelter, prison, school, mill to power, you know, further up north towards Yasnia Polyana, mansion as well. Let's see what it looks like. The circle fairly in the center of the map. You know, there's a little bit of Sosnovka in there. Of course, there's going to be Pochinki, Gatka, and Runes in there as well. And we're going to be turning our attention towards Team Multiple Zone at the moment, who have dropped in, it seems, somewhere close to the river or the shore over here. So yeah, they are the team looking to get the hell out of here soon enough and maybe get a better rotation going. Maybe they get themselves into a better position in just a bit.
Well, they'd better get a better position, but they also have to be careful of Rega OP across the road area and Legit OP, who might be coming in for the backup anytime soon. Sam OP should pretty much quite stay silent, but UP50 is not being silent at all, because I'm sorry, it is Team VSG, not UP50. Team VSG over there taking a fight with the players of Team Multiple Zone, and Sam OP, you're in a bit of trouble, but he takes down Clown over there, but he himself goes down, and across the road Envy is shooting in the direction of the players of Team VSG, dishes out a lot of damage, but Sam has been already eliminated. On the other hand, Prime is going for the revive onto his player. Clown is again back in the game, but Team Multiple Zone has already lost one of their crucial players, but Envy goes down, and let's see if Adnan can get a finish onto him, but Levi OP has his eyes set onto the player. On the other hand, Legend OP comes out in the open, and Clown also goes down.
Oh man, this is turning from bad to worse for the side of VSG. They've already lost two of their members, being knocked on the ground out of commission for the fight. In Multiple Zone, they could sense this opportunity and try and push up a little bit, maybe get themselves to a better position. They might not be able to finish off their opponents, but they can most certainly make it a bit expensive for them. Let's see what Madman is up to. Does seem to be wrapping around here. Is not exactly running away from this one. And VSG, well, they're going to get Clown up and running on his feet. He's going to be standing tall soon enough, and you can see Levi OP as well, just moving around, not really accomplishing much at this point. They're kind of considering what they want to do at the moment, having lost some of their players. And well, the decision does seem to be to clear out this area and then potentially just rotate out. Not much to be found here anyway. And yeah, hopefully we see them get to a better place. Well, speaking of Nova Rupnoy, there was a little bit of contest going there early on. I'm not sure if that is still the case at the moment. If we could quickly have a look over there, that would provide us with some context. But in the meantime, we're going to turn our attention towards Team Savage Kings. Now, Savage Kings, they're looking fairly kitted up. They're not too worried about taking fights at this point, because they've got those assault rifles, they've got those helmets, as well as those vests and everything they need to sort of work with, enough healing as well. So definitely have the potential to take some fights over here. But in the meantime, Team MF Esports, they're having a gala time by the containers.
Well, they are enjoying themselves because that's the first circle. There is no contestation of the drop location. They can afford to have a gala time, as you like to say it. But they also have to be careful because they have to move inside the zone. And already a few of the teams are waiting right at the Georgia Hill area. They're having a good compound hold at Team JSR. Multiple Zone, their days are not good because Legit OP is in the wrong compound, and Aniket do have an idea that there is a guest in their compound. He was cooking up a grenade but soon realized not to give away his position and find a confirmed knock onto the player. With that, Adnan is coming in to help his player, but Legit OP has some other things in his mind. He deploys some smoke, tries to fall back, but Aniket gets better of him, and Legit OP also goes down. There is no chance in hell that Legit OP can get a revival onto himself, and Aniket with his teammate going for the finish. But what is happening, Floki? Team multiple zone, 2 players down.
Yeah, I mean, very early on, they end up rotating out a bit, without cover, out in the open, without really realizing where the majority of the JSR players are, and they get punished for it. They get shot from the high ground, and now they're going to be limping as they've lost an arm and a leg. 2 players out already, leaving only 2 in the fight. This is not the way they imagined they were going to start this game. Now, Legit OP is still crawling. He's still trying to make his way a bit forward, and Aniket is unable to spot him. So maybe, just maybe, there is a world in where he gets revived and comes back up on his feet. But yeah, that world is not looking... Well, it doesn't look like that world exists. It's just nowhere to be found. I don't think his teammates are going to be coming in to help him. Legit OP is most certainly going to bite the dust over here, and another knock, or rather finish, is going to go to the side of JSR Esports. So, a little bit of early action once again. Oh, okay, Adnan coming in with the buggy, just letting go, but what a reckless man, no fear whatsoever, going in to save his teammate, and now JSR realizes, is there enough time remaining? I don't think there is. 10 seconds on the clock, 6 seconds on the clock. He's trying to get him back up on his feet. Legit OP, can he survive? Yes, he can! Okay, multiple zone. They will keep 4 or at least 3 players alive in the fight over here. And Legit OP with that medkit is going to go back up to full HP and get the hell out of here on that buggy.
Well, Adnan, talk about this player. He went all out to save his teammate, but he himself goes down. Aniket with that AKM gets him, but can he get the revival? That is a questionable situation. His teammate Legit OP is nearby to help him, but Abhijit also has his eyes set on Legit OP. He is hoping a revival might be coming in, so he's deploying few of the grenades in their direction to stop Legit OP to go for the raise. Team multiple zone picking up all the wrong fights while rotating inside the circle, or while finding a good spot to loot themselves, because they are short on the healings, utilities, everything they are short on. Let's see how the revival is going to come in. Will Legit OP save Adnan? And yes, he has. He has returned the favor, and he's again back in the game, Adnan. But he has bandages. It's going to take some time for him to heal himself, to get the lost HP back in the game. But it's a 3v4 situation. And let's have a quick replay that what happened exactly with multiple zone.
Yeah, well, this looks like the street is on the other part of the map. VSG Vandals, one of the player getting a bit too aggressive. Clown just getting chopped off of that bike as soon as he was discovered there. Once again, the bike not the safest of vehicles, and from that angle, most certainly not. But the circle should be reappearing once again and closing out and getting rid of the parts of the map it deems unfit to inhabit anymore, as the Blues going to start closing in on those parts as well. But yeah, the circle shifting a little bit towards the north. In the meantime, though, it seems that JSL might make some contact with the hackers of the zone over here. That is Team Zone Hacker. So let's see what they're up to at the moment. And there it is, up on our screens. Pochinki sort of in the center of this current circle. Sosnovka military base as well. And there's a little bit of Ferry P and Quarry in there too. So a lot of places where you can go inside the circle still and not be worried about getting shot at from multiple angles. I mean, in fact, it seems that there's enough space on Sosnovka for 2 if a team just decide to hold up somewhere near the beach or by the rocks. And yeah, this is starting to shape up to be a very interesting mid-game over here, as even Yasnaya Poliana, you can rotate in from there towards Cool and get yourself a good position. But the Zone Hackers, they've got other things in mind right now. They see the side of JSLX, they want to take the fight to them.
Well, they most definitely want to take that fight because they want to control of the potato hill that we like to call it. Because right now the center is somewhat shifting towards the Pochinki area, and having control of that hill area is going to be very crucial in the game. And Team JSL do realize that they have the height advantage. But Zone Hackers, a rotation is coming in from the player Papura over there. It is going to be very crucial. But the vehicle sounds, I guess Zone Hackers do realize that they don't want an initial fight, especially when all the teams are alive in the game. So that hill belongs to JSL for now. On the other hand, team Zone Hackers have already started moving somewhere else. Savage Kings are going to be very happy because they are sitting right at the dead center. That is going to be Pochinki. No contestation, and their eyes are set onto the players of team Zone Hackers. They tries to land few shots on the players, but somehow that was not possible because the distance was too far away. But on the other hand, if we talk about Dusty Dappers, they are looking pretty comfortable in that compound area. But Floki, some of the teams are still in the Yasnia side area. They have to make the quick rotations. Milta, the team known is there in right Milta area. They have to make the quick rotations. But I also want to point out a team that is going to be PLM Esports. They dropped right in the Novo area. They realized there is another squad present, that is M4 Esports. From Novo Ripnoi, they went straight up to school buildings and looted that area, and now are at the best positioning, that is going to the barn houses of the Pochinki area. Man, that is some rotation.
Yeah, that is a very, very long rotation. But in the meantime, Elite Mafia was also up towards Rozhok in school, places where those teams have been before over here. But once again, we can turn our attention towards FAT Esports. Really, let's see what they have in their inventory as of now. So they've got a couple of vests, a couple of helmets, a fair number of bandages, and a medkit here and there as well. So nothing too flashy, but certainly nothing that's going to hinder them from being aggressive if they want to either. So it's going to be mostly dictated by the zone once again. That has to be a little bit upsetting, you know, when you see a supply drop and it's dropped outside in the blue zone as the circle is formed. Yeah, that does not feel very nice. But the zone's going to close in again, and this time around a hard shift towards the eastern part of the previous circle, towards Farm and Pochinki instead. So there's going to be a lot of contest for the area or the little bit of real estate that is available in Pochinki or in Farm, and those are the places where we're going to be seeing a lot of action breaking out soon enough. How do they get in there though now? That is the question. Are there vehicles available for Team F14? Well, it seems like the answer is yes. A jeep, a buggy and a car.
Well, if we talk about the zone team that is going to be very happy is going to be JSL, because they are right at the Potato Hill area. Let's see if they can defend it, because another team, Dusty Raptors, is also making their rotation from the northern side. And on the other hand, Zone Hackers has spotted down few of the players of PLM right over there, shooting bullets in their direction, but does not land the accurate shots. But Parker from Team Fat has been taken down with that compound fight that is happening between the players of Team MF and Team Fat. Few more grenades are also coming in from Team FF. Let's see, Wonder Kid, can he be lucky with that grenade? Because the enemy is right behind that shack area. But no, somehow he fails with that grenade. Fat Esports, be careful of the grenades that are coming inside the compound, and with that Aim God also goes down. Wonder gets him, and now let's see if the push is coming in from MF Esports.
Yeah, it seems like F40 Esports, they kind of don't want to take this fight. They instead will slither away from outside those smokes that they've deployed to get themselves some semblance of cover. But my goodness, these nades just come pouring in. Look at these explosions, and my goodness. Looks like the side of F40 Esports, they can't walk away from this one without a fight, as the nades keep just coming from the side of MF. They really want to take this piece of real estate away from the side of Team F40 Esports. Because of very good bounce. But okay, there you go. Looks like those are the final nails being hammered in the coffin, but there's still a couple of players standing. Another grenade knock comes in. My goodness, he has just healed back up, and this is starting to become very, very problematic. F40 Esports in a world of trouble, it seems, and yes, nothing else. Get the hell out of here. MF Esports as well. We're going to take the fight to them, and there you go. MF Esports will finally do the deed. They will eliminate the side of F40.
Well, Fat Esports is not going to be happy at all being eliminated at 15th position, but Team MF Esports have got 4 finish points for themselves. Let's see how things are going to go. They dropped in Novo area, and right now they are also in the centrish area of the circle, favoring them. Good rotations are coming in, and the way they threw grenades onto the players of Team Fat Esports were on point, and that's why they were able to get the 4 elimination points. But Team Real has to be careful because Team Elite Mafias are having a good control of the barn houses, and if they see them, if they are having a sniper Elite Mafias, they can easily pop few hits of the players of Team Real Esports officials. But looks like Savage Kings are the one with that bolt action.
Well, we're going to be having an instant replay of sorts, seeing what happened, what sort of action transpired on the other side of the map, or rather the fight where FOT did get eliminated. No, we're going to be moving into the other part of the map, and there you go. Team Inevitable, they actually are finding free pick over here. Savage Kings, though, it looks like Chief OP could be in a bit of trouble, as there were a couple of shots rattled in his direction. He is eating a couple of bullets here and there. Who is it that is firing in their direction? It seems like it's Team 14 over here. Team Dusty Dapper. Are they Dapper? Well, we are about to find out. Okay, oh my goodness, no! WizGod is going to be dropped down on the ground. He's get shot at in the back. Wonder Kid doing that deed with the M16, not a weapon you see people using very, very often, but with the single tap potential, he's able to find that pick, and now all of a sudden you can see Blade. He's found Caden with that headshot, knocked him down his feet with the carbine, and well, let's see if he can get some more over here. In the meantime, we're going to turn our attention towards the beaches near Sosnovka. And it seems that Team Inevitable could be in a bit of trouble as they are stuck between a literal rock and another hard place, that is Team UDOG Equestris. Well, it seems that they've got a little bit of smoke to cover their area. No, but I'm sure he's going to be spotted over here. He's rattling off a couple of shots to be as intimidating as possible. And Team Inevitable, they will make sure that they get rid of their own cars, at least one of them, so they have some semblance of cover. But no, New Boy gets shot at straight in the head coming in from King Dose, and King is going to be able to get a couple of shots in his direction. Now Killer is going to be pumping himself a few injections here and there, getting himself back up to full power, but in the meantime, Killers is not too sure if he should rotate out of here. They have picked up a buggy. Look at those nades coming in. It's almost like it's Diwali at the moment, as synchronized attacks from the side of Team Inevitable preventing them from going forward. And look at those nades coming in return. One nade knocks out two of their players with only two standing strong now, and they can smell blood in the water. They're going to go forward and try and pick up all these frags themselves. Killer gonna be the first player of contact, first point of contact, and he's gonna be able to find that pick, just leaving one man standing and Team Inevitable. Well, it looks like that their elimination here is most certainly inevitable.
Well, I couldn't agree more, because the way they were pinned down beside that hill area, they had no space to move around. But you dog right now are at the receiving end of the shots coming in from the players of Team PLM Esports. Looks like there is a bolt action fight going on, and with that, Daze is losing the battle somehow because he has been reduced to 50 HP. Let's see, UDOG, can they pull off another good fight? On the other hand, Blade is picking up the fight with the players of Team Elite Mafias, and looks like Blade doesn't have anyone to back him up. His teammates are quite far away from him. Let's see how that fight is going to. Blade, in this situation, he has to wait for his teammates, but no, I was wrong. His teammates are right present over there in the same compound, and Blaster was trying for the Molotov, but on the other hand, BT Light is there trying to peek and shoot in the direction of Team F4. But have a look at the instant replay, what exactly happened with the players of
my god!
Wow, that was a most accurate grenade.
Yeah, I've never seen something as accurate as that. That grenade just shot me back straight to life. Well, let's look at the circle right now. It is in the middle of the, well, it's not in the middle of anywhere. It was the southern part of the previous circle, but there's a lot of open area in the middle, not a lot of sources of hard cover. You're gonna have to drop a couple of smokes. You're gonna have to make sure you get a couple of cars, make them explode so you can stay over here and take these fights. Now, this is not really a place you really want to rotate in early because it's so open, and everyone is going to be holding on to their shacks near the periphery. Everyone's going to be holding on to the little cover that they do have around this general area, and GSRX, they have been spotted over here, so they could be in a little bit of a pickle. Other teams could come in and start coming in their general direction and force them out of this area because, well, they are out in the open and they are slightly wedged towards the low ground over here. But in the meantime, we're going to be turning our attention towards Noddy over here, trying to repeat the same success that his teammate found. Can he connect though? That is the question. Well, it doesn't seem like he is able to at the moment. Aniket though, coming in from the water, is he going to be spotted? That's the bigger question. In the meantime, though, Unknowns, Naughty, they're trying to take this fight against the side of Team 7. That is going to be Elite Mafias. Elite Mafias are at the ground. Another grenade going to be tossed. And guess what? Mafia members are falling one after the other. Those grenades starting to be a little bit too problematic for them to handle. It is Team MFE Esports trying to take the fight to them. And in the meantime, there is also Team Savage Kings in the middle of this all. It seems like it is a three-way standoff between these teams. And now Aniket wants to be a part of it as well, making a four-man standoff while he's at it. Let's see if that actually transpires or if he's going to ducktail and run eventually. Elite Mafias thinking about getting the hell out of here instead. No reason for them to stay here, or at least they so believe, as not a lot of places of hard cover and lots of teams starting to rotate around the periphery. So there's going to be a lot of action breaking out soon enough. And there you go. Over here we see Team Zone Hackers being in a little bit of trouble as the side of PLM Esports start to get those picks one after the other. Those nades are more than enough to clean them all up. They get taken down over here, and PLM Esports have been eliminated by the Zone Hackers. Lots of eliminations early on. The fifth circle, it hasn't even started closing in yet. Let's see what's going to happen once that transpires. Even Real Esports will be eliminated by Elite Mafias. Lots of teams biting the dust over here, and it's just a circle once again, Shadow. It's a bit too open. There's not enough space for all of these players, so they kind of have to rely on those popped cars and those tiny shacks, and that Molly is just going to force him to run out in the open and stop, drop, and roll. He does stop, he does drop, and I think it's pretty much he's going to be rolling in his grave, repenting his life choices. As there you go, that is the single player from MF Esports being taken out over here. There's another one on the other part of the map, still standing strong. But now Team Unknown, they have their eyes set towards Team Elite Mafias. Elite Mafias, they don't have the best sources of cover over here. They kind of want to go up and get the hell out of here, but the terrain just does not allow them to do so. And Naughty is guarding the only way up there is, so this could be very, very problematic for the side of Team Elite Mafias.
Well, Elite Mafias are kind of stuck in a situation, but on the other hand, Team 12, Team Unknown, has a lot of space, as you said, to move around. Look at Light over there of Elite Mafia. He just have a shack to himself. On the other hand, another team that has been pinned down is going to be the players of Dusty Dappers. Follow-up grenades might be coming at any time from the players of Team U-Dog, and they better be careful of those grenades that might come. On the other hand, Team Unknown is looking very good considering the positioning they had till now, but now the zone has already shifted away from them and they have to move inside. Now already Team JSL is present over there. Team U-Dog, their bags are safe, and right in front of them is going to the players of Team PLM Esports, and already IGL has been blown up over there. Let's see if a revive might be coming in anytime soon or not, because his teammate is in the close vicinity, so possibly a revive should be coming in, but King Zod is already constantly shooting in their direction, trying that revive doesn't come in. But Leo Whitey is not going to give up so easily. He is going to raise his players. XLOP on the other side is getting shots from somewhere else. JSL right at the edge of the zone is not looking at all good, because Surya OP is down. I think they are standing with just one player. Robert looking kill hungry, trying for Blade, but no! Blade eliminated him!
My god, Blade puts the side of Unknown Esports into their own grave. Not something that was being expected from a singular man, from a single team, to be able to take out two, maybe even three players by himself. What an absolute madman. His West, sure, it might be a little bit damaged, but he can pick one up off the loot that he's found after destroying the enemies that he's faced so far, getting some more points for his team, but still 9 teams in the mix. If he wants more placement points, he has to survive a little bit longer over here. In the meantime, Team Dusty Dappers with 4 members still standing. They're looking to try and fight their way around this little tree and this sort of red situation that they found themselves in. A very awkward set of terrain. Grenades can be lobbed over here. It could be a little difficult for them to hold, but oh no, when I see if he didn't have any sort of healing available with him, even the Nikeshi is out of all the medical utility that he could have used to get himself back up to full HP. And once again, Blade is going to be cleaned out over here, and that is going to be the end for MF Esports, leaving only 6 teams in the fray. PLM, Dusty Dappers, Multiple Zone, UDOG, Equestrius, JSLX, and JSR Esports in play over here. And right now, JSL and JSR, they're going up against each other. Abhijit and Rexton throwing down a couple of nades. They do end up finding their mark. Another nade being tossed in. Is it going to connect? Yes, it is. It's going to be able to clean up both of them. It's going to find that big bullet. It's also getting it cleaned up. What a brilliant nade coming in from Abhijit.
Well, JSR Esports are very precise with those grenades and are looking quite happy, but they also have a job to do, that is to move inside the zone, and that is an open field area. They don't have much healings to go for the heal battle, but they certainly have few crates from where they can get the healings. But Abhijit, teammate has already been knocked down by Dusty Rappers over there, so Abhijit is going to be last man standing. On the other hand, Zone is favoring multiple zone. The whole team is having the whole control of southern eastern side, but Dusty Rappers are already trying to find a cover for themselves, and for that the player has gone down in a moving vehicle. Multiple zone, have a good cover, have a good position, already spotted down the players of team. Dusty Dapper shooting in their direction like a madman and getting few finishes, but on the other hand, Sam OP, he was initially eliminated. Multiple zone also shooting in the direction of UDOG.
Oh, and you have to remember, multiple zone, they had lost one of the players early on. They had revived another player from the brink of elimination once again, so they're really trying to fight this one. But two of their players going to be knocked out and taken out of the picture over here, although there's still one standing, keeping their dreams alive. And a rampage for Ingodos as he's able to get himself a couple of those picks and convert them into finishes. And in the meantime, PLM Esports, they've got one of their players, rather two of the players on the ground reading. Smoke's being dropped so the rest can come through. There is enough bandages for everyone, but they're going to need time to heal back up. Multiple zone in the meantime, legit OP. He's popped out the Uzi at this point, just trying to make sure that if anyone comes in close, he can rattle a few shots and get that picks for himself. And now there are only 4 teams remaining in the mix over here. JSR with 1 member, UDOG with 1 member, Multiple Zone with 1 member, PLM Esports, they are poised to take it all. But can they actually take it all with 1 member being knocked down? Multiple Zone and JSR and UDOG Equestrius in a bit of an awkward standoff over here. But slowly but surely, the zone is going to force them to go up against each other. Now, if you look at the positioning, they're all out in the open. There's no particular high ground, but the player from the side of UDOG Equestrius, he does have a little bit of cover to work with, and I think they might have spotted out legit OP in the grass. And oh no, UDOG Equestrius, he actually is able to find a pick over there, eliminates the player from JSR Esports, manages to stay alive, and now IGL, he's trying to look in another direction, and he finishes off the player from UDOG Equestrius. PLM will find him, leaving only Multiple Zone in the fight over here. They've got 10 finishes, second place wouldn't be too bad for them, but legit OP gets spotted out, he goes up and he cleans him up, and that is it. It is going to be the side of PLM taking that first place finish. Great stuff coming out from them, and I have to say a big shout out to the other team as well, right? Because they lost some of their players at the start, and I think even though that happened, they didn't give up. They went back with the one player who was reeling on his knees with very little HP remaining, got him back up on his feet, and look at that, it paid dividends. So Multiple Zone, they might not have been in the top 5 or even in the top 3, but they have my respect.
They didn't have the numbers advantage. That is the main thing, because when the players of Team PLM were rotating inside the zone, they were shooting in that direction. That was the moment. But let's see that in the highlights that how Team Multiple Zone lost the game and Team PLM got it for themselves.
I mean, Multiple Zone still did well, right? Sure, they're not in 3rd place or 4th place, but they are in 2nd place, and that's still something. I mean, you'd say it's not as good as the 1st place finish with 15 points, but it's not bad considering the start they've had over here. I mean, look at that. Every single time you're panning, it's just a highlight of someone from Multiple Zone getting shot at. And of course, you know, BSG Vandals, they lose one player in a rather silly fashion, but that's still okay. MF Esports though, my goodness, these guys just did not stop dropping nades. They were just hounding the entire area with so many explosions that there really wasn't much to do. You couldn't step out without a landmine going off. I mean, that was the rate at which they were throwing those nades. Just no way on earth you could get out and just be in some sort of safety over here. And this was also a very interesting fight where Team Inevitable, they were all together clumped up behind one piece of cover, so those nades ended up doing a lot of work. But once again, this nade, my goodness, what a beautiful lob coming in from the side of Team Unknowns.
Well, Team Unknowns, for some time they had a very good positioning inside the zone, and that's when they picked up so many finishes for themselves, but later on the zone shifted away from them towards the players of Team Multiple Zone. And kudos to Multiple Zone, the way they were struggling with finding a position inside the zone in the first circle itself, the way they survived till the last circle, kudos to them. But on the other hand, Team Unknown, they started falling apart, and in that clutch clutch moment also. Things kind of went slipping from their hands. But Team Unknown 50 was very good. But Team JSR, at one point, they had a very good positioning for themselves, but later on when the zone came in, a single grenade was quite enough for them to be taken out of the lobby, and Adnan, I believe, was last man standing. Team PLM also, at one point it looked like their players might start falling down when they were rotating with those vehicles, but that also didn't happen. They kept their calm and eliminated almost everyone in the lobby.
Absolutely, PLM Esports, I mean, they did their best, and sure, in the end, they're able to get the chicken dinner, but really, the side of Multiple Zone have my heart, because they have just been getting peppered and hammered by nades and bullets and whatnot, and still managed to get themselves a second spot finish, you know. I mean, usually, you wouldn't expect a team, you know, having gone through so much to actually crack that top 2 and find themselves in that second place, but somehow Multiple Zone did, and hats off to them for doing that. But the issue is that they're going to have to do it one more time, because this is just the first match. The second match is also going to be coming up soon enough, of course, after we have a look at all the stats and all the standings and whatnot. But yeah, I mean, I hope that in the second game they're able to get themselves a chicken dinner, because it does seem like they deserve it, you know. Despite them having only 3 players, they fought tooth and nail and they got themselves a lot of finishes. So let's have a look at the point standings and see what they're all about, and see exactly where all these teams are situated. Of course, PLM Esports in the first place with 27 points, but Multiple Zone in second place, trailing behind just by 5 points at 22.
Well, 22 points are not also less, but the way Multiple Zone were struggling, they dropped down, like I said, in Novo Ripnoy, the drop location was contested. They went all the way towards school area, apartments area. Then they moved inside the zone and secured themselves a second position. They were at the center of every single fight that was breaking out in the first circle itself. So many teams were shooting in their direction. They lost few of the players, but despite that second position, I believe it's a very good performance considering the positioning they were in every single time. And UDOG on the other hand, 7 finish points, 17 total points, a good performance coming in. JSR Esports also were shooting at one point in the direction of the players of team Multiple Zone, and the way revivals were coming in, Legit literally went ahead to revive his teammate in the open area. He was nowhere his teammate, and still he kept his calm, went ahead, revived his teammate, and later on went to pick up those fights.
Absolutely, and I have to say, I mean, you know, UDOG, they've got themselves the MVP over here. InGod is Iron God Easy, I believe that's the name. Oh, well, wow, that was quite a mouthful just deciphering that. But yeah, 7 finishes to his name, 724 damage, 1 assist, 1 headshot, great survival time, as well as yeah, I have to say, I mean, all of these players, they performed really, really well, but I was expecting that maybe Team PLM Esports are going to have someone on top of the leaderboards, but it seems that, you know, if they're not on the MVP, they most certainly should be in the top 5, which is what we're going to be moving into next soon enough. But yeah, great performance coming in by Iron God Easy. So let's have a look at the top 5 players now and see who are the 4 players below him at the moment. And they're going to be X-Blade, there's going to be X-Blade, it's going to be Rega OP, it's going to be Adnan and Leo YT, the only member from the side of PLM who actually finds himself in that top 5.
Well, he's the only one, and the reason the players of Team PLM were not the MVP, because PLM started picking up fight after 5th or the 6th circle, but on the other hand, UDOG were picking up the fights from the initial stage of the game itself. But Team PLM, quite strategic gameplay and very good team coordination coming in. In fact, their player Leo YT has the highest damage, that is going to be 867, very close to him coming Rega OP from Team Multiple Zone. That was quite an aggressive lobby, but how aggressive it was, we'll see it in a match summary. So let's have a look at match summary, that how many grenade finishes we got for ourselves. And my god, 102 grenades were used, but how many finishes?
Yeah, I wonder. I mean, that's a lot of grenades being popped over here. 102. I don't think we've ever crossed the 3-digit mark, and I believe there's been 11 grenade finishes. So, my god, that is a high number. But once again, I mean, 58 total finishes, 74 knocks, 8,300 healing done, 31 players rescued, and 2 airdrops looted. It seems that people are also starting to prioritize those airdrops now, understanding the importance and significance of those. And sometimes, you know, considering that it's worth to take the risk if you can get yourself some good loot out of those airdrops coming in. But yeah, 11 grenade finishes. Great stuff coming out once again. So let's have a look at the finish damage performance and see which team dealt the most damage and which team was the most efficient with that damage dealt and actually converted into meaningful finishes. That is going to be Team PLM Esports, 2,500 damage with 12 finishes to their name.
Well, I have to take my words back. PLM was dishing out a lot of damage. I'm sorry. 2,687 damage, 12 finishes, very good performance. But I also see a team with 1,000 plus damage with only 3 finishes to their name. We have another team also with 896 damage that has been dished out. So many teams are also there. They have not been able to convert the damage they were dishing out into the finishes. So let's see if in the next game that is going to happen they find the finishes, because this time the zone was very much playing game with the players. It was kind of a edge shoreline circle that was forming on, and moreover there were hills. That was the contestation of the hills that was happening, and so many grenades also we saw. But let's have a look which of the teams are in the top 5. And
well, there you go. Those are the top 4 squads. We were looking for PLM Esports in the first place, followed by Multiple Zone in second, UDOG Equestrius in third, and GSR Esports in fourth. Pretty much a rinse and repeat of the points table itself. But yeah, I have to say PLM Esports, even though the players weren't flashy, they somehow managed to dominate that game really, really hard. And that's kind of surprising, because usually when you see a team, you know, being able to dominate other teams this hard, it's on the back of a couple of star players. It's on the back of someone who are really, really good at the game and obviously make great, amazing decisions. But PLM Esports, it seemed that everybody lifted their weight, everybody did their job, and we only saw one player from them in the actual top 5 MVP standings. And yeah, it just I kind of feel like PLM Esports, they all are equally good, and they just tend to prioritize placements a bit more. And clearly you can see the effect over here, right? They've got themselves so many finishes. Even though they weren't on the MVP standings, they still had the highest number of finish points there was in the game.
And highest damage as well.
Yeah, and the highest damage. I mean, 2,500 damage, which means that they were dealing a lot of knocks. Even though they didn't always convert them into finishes, it just goes on to show that they were very, very aggressive when the time came and when the time was right. And yeah, they looked really, really good doing it. But now we're going to be moving on to the second match, and the second match is usually where we see these teams sort of come into that phase where they have the confidence from the first match, but other teams have kind of figured out what they've done, and they also start playing their A game. So maybe, just maybe, PLM Esports could have a target on their back and could find it hard to repeat that same performance again.
Well, let's see if they are being targeted or not. But right now, just we have like double Erangel itself. So this is the time the teams which are at the bottom, they shine up, because they are not getting any third chance. This is their last chance they are getting. They better make best out of it, because if you don't play, it's a do or die situation for the bottom teams. Either they perform in this match or else they just pack their bags and go home, because they are not getting a third chance in this event itself. But the teams who are in the top 5 position, they are the ones who have to be most careful, because like you said, targeting might happen. When the kill feed shows your name, PLM or UDOG, teams will try to take you down in the initial circles or in the initial stages of the game. So you have to be very careful that even if you lose your player, at least one player survives to get you the most crucial finish points to have the consistency the top teams needs.
Most certainly. I mean, if you want to be at the top, you have to be consistent. And well, some teams, they have a different philosophy. For them, consistency is getting a bunch of finishes every single time. UP50 spots. But in the second game, or in the second round rather, we've seen teams come up with a different approach, right? PLM Esports, for them, aggression, it is controlled, it is measured, and it is evenly spread out amongst all their players. Once again, no one from them in the top 5 squads, but they still managed to dominate everyone else and have such a big lead that I don't think these other teams are going to have an easy time closing it. I mean, Multiple Zone, they look very, very strong doing it, but they were still second place. They were 5 points behind. But you know who's making all of this possible? Well, it's these guys right here, the iQOO Legend 7, and these guys, without them, there wouldn't have been any tournament. So let's see what they're all about as we jump into a word from our sponsors.
Are you ready for this?
Well, that was the iQOO 7 Legend, and there you go. That is the phone of the champions. That is the phone of the MVPs. If you want to make sure that you manage to make your way towards, well, this part of this tournament, then you need to make sure you have a good phone, and this phone has exactly everything you need. A Qualcomm Snapdragon 888 processor, making sure you can do a lot of multitasking. Also, a very quick flash charge, just 22 minutes, and you're going to be back up to full power as well. And it's got the Monster Touch, so, you're making sure that all of your flicks and everything is very, very accurate while you're playing. But yeah, with that out of the way, we did see PLM Esports coming in first. We saw Multiple Zone coming in second. What do you want to see these teams that haven't been as successful as them do differently to sort of dethrone them? Do you think they need to be a bit more aggressive, or do you think that they need to calm the aggression down a little bit? Because it seems that in this game there were lots of fights breaking out since early on, right? I mean, it wasn't like the first two rounds where the first two circles there's no action, and then from the third circle onwards there's just a steady stream of action coming through. It wasn't that this time. It was something different, but we're going to have to hold that thought for just a bit, because we're going to be jumping straight on the matchup, seeing what teams are going to be playing at the moment on our screens right now. It's going to be MF Esports, VSG Vandals, PLM Esports, Team Inevitable, Multiple Zone, Savage Kings, Elite Mafias, and the Zone Hackers.
Well, Zone Hackers had a pretty good game in the match 1. If they keep up the consistency, they might qualify also as well. But having a look at the next page, that which more teams are going to playing in this game, well, we have the same lobby, the same teams coming up. That is going to be Team JSL, JSR Esports, Real Esports Official, Team Unknowns, Team Fat Esports, Dusty Dappers. In fact, Dusty Dappers also had a very good outing in this particular game. Team UDog, obviously the MVP, also coming from this team. Team Unknown Flame. Well, I expected so much more from Team Unknown Flame, considering the positioning they had inside the circle, but the final circle, the way it went away from them, that's when things started falling apart. And obviously 1v3 clutch that was coming in from the players of Team Multiple Zone as well, that kind of didn't help the players of Team Unknown. But Team Unknown, you have a chance to come up and prove your mettle, pick up a fight with Multiple Zone.
Absolutely. You just need to put that negative energy aside. Sure, you made a couple of mistakes early on, but it's time to move on, right? It's a new game. It's a new chance for you. And who knows? Maybe if the stars line, maybe you can actually crack top 1 and be the best team there is over here in these sets of matches. But if you don't do it right now, you're not going to get another chance. So make sure that you buckle up, are hydrated, are fully fed, and, everything is going in your favor. Everything is top tier. And the only thing you need to focus on is BGMI at the moment. Get rid of all the nervousness. And if you have an experienced, leader, if you have someone who's played a lot of these open qualifiers, a lot of these tournaments, well, ask him to give you a bit of a pep talk.
Well, definitely, but it's time for prediction. Floki, you can't pick Multiple Zone because that's my team. I'm picking it up. They are getting a chicken dinner.
You really put me in the spot once again. As soon as you said that, my heart just sank. But it's going to be hard. Okay, let me think about this. I think PLM Esports had a very good performance, quite obviously. I think I'm going to stick to them. I think PLM Esports are going to repeat their success once again, because to me, they don't seem like a team of individual stars that have come together. They seem like an actual team that's played with each other and are playing off of each other. So I feel like that's going to go a long way, and we could potentially see them take the chicken dinner again. But
we are picking top 2 teams.
So
rivalry between top 2.
Yeah, well, is it going to be Multiple Zone, or is it going to be PLM, or is it going to be neither? Could be a new one, who knows?
Anything can happen, but I want Multiple Zone. Please.
Well, I hope so too, because Multiple Zone, they really fought tooth and claw, right? Even though they lost one of their players, they came back, they rested one player who was on his feet towards the end as well, just getting bombarded by nades, but still fighting strong and then managing to get second place. Yeah, these guys are really, really good.
I was impressed the minute the revival came in the open field area. I was impressed because I thought there is no chance in hell that a revival can come in, because it was open and they had buggies for themselves. Taking a buggy, going to your player and raising him inside the game, especially when there is no cover, all the four players maybe could shoot in your direction. That was a very big risk the players of Team Multiple Zone picked up, but that fared off well.
Absolutely. Lots of cool things happening in this game. Lots of things that you don't see very often. Those uncommon sightings of players rotating all the way around to revive a teammate who's on a sliver of HP instead of, calling it quits, cutting your losses and getting out. So clearly that risk paid off over there. And even those nade finishes, some of them that we saw, they were just beautiful. Some very beautiful nades being cooked up, in that match as well. I think I'm very excited to see what's going to happen in this one itself. But for now, you have to hold on for a bit because the players are still in Spawn Island. They're just going to be chilling over there, relaxing, waiting for the match to actually come up, waiting for the flight path to be planned, for the circles to be planned. And when it's all done, we're going to be jumping straight into the game. But so far, we have seen a western flight path. We have seen a southern flight path. Where else do you want to go at from this point? Where do you want to see that flight starting and ending from?
I want a centrish flight path this time.
Come on, you can get a centrish flight
I'll
path
tell
any
you
time
why.
of the day.
Because
Okay, why?
last time a team, top two teams, PLM and Multiple Zone, they both dropped in towards Novo Ripnoy. I don't want my team to suffer again.
Oh, it's
Yeah.
that. It's just that. It's just from the kindness of your
Yeah.
heart. You don't want them to feel that bad. But yeah, fair enough. I mean, I personally, I want to see a completely northern favored flight path. It's going to be starting off from the west end, ending from the east end. There's going to be Stallburst, Severny in play. There's going to be Georgopol as well. It's going to be fun, and just seeing nobody go towards Pachinki or for a change, it's going to make me a little bit upset, but I can handle that for the sake of the entertainment value that's going to come out if we see a flight path like that.
Well, let's see what the flight path is going to be. But for now, the players are having a fun in the Spawn Island, having a little chit chat with with their teammates and with the enemies itself, rectifying the mistakes, making a strategy. I wonder what goes in the mind of the IGL the minute they see a extremely one side favoring flight path, like completely eastern side or completely northern side flight path, and their drop location is in the military base area. What do you think? They change their drop location? They should change their drop location, or they just travel from Severny to military base?
I think that's a very hard call to make. I think in those sorts of situations in particular, right, if it's as far as Severny to Sosnovka, absolutely. I mean, change the place where you're going to be looting instead. That rotation just does not... I don't know, I mean, if you get lucky with the zone, of course, it can end up making a lot of sense. But if it doesn't, then that could be problematic. And I think for that reason alone, it's not worth it to just, sort of go all the way around. Now, if you've got secondary drops in the area, like, maybe... Severny is not there, but maybe your secondary drop is cool, or maybe it's Mansion. Sure, you can drop somewhere close there, you can drop somewhere nearby, make your way towards that general area. So I think for that particular reason alone, IGLs or in general, teams themselves shouldn't really move away from what they've practiced, right? Because you move away from practice, now you've got an excuse. Oh, well, we just didn't do what we practiced. But if you practice and that doesn't work, you now have a clear path for improvement. You can work on the mistakes that you made. You can work on your execution, work on your rotate, whatever's missing, whatever do you think the fault might be. But unless you consistently do the same thing over and over, you're never going to know when you're doing it wrong. So I think for that reason alone, it makes a lot of sense to have just one drop location. And even if the flight path deviates a little bit and it's a little bit far, it's not completely out of the picture, you should go for that most of the time, because that's going to give you that solid foundation off of which you can learn newer concepts. Right, so there's simpler concepts in the game, like learning when to rotate, learning how the zone works and all that. And then there are more complex concepts in the game, understanding roles, understanding jobs, understanding how you have to play in certain situations where maybe a couple of your members are down and you're making those sorts of judgment calls. So for you to actually think about that stuff, you need to have a base where you don't have to worry about a certain amount of things. And well, if you don't have to worry about where you're going to drop, if you don't have to worry about where you're going to be rotating to, where you're going to be rotating from, how you're going to be rotating, you can focus on the finer details, the small print stuff.
Well, certainly. And Floki, talking about drop locations, what's your favorite drop?
Pochinki. Just Pochinki, straight up. Drop into Pochinki. Hey, worst case scenario, you get eliminated right away. You can switch it off, start another game, or you win the fight and you get to say, oh, I just drop in Pochinki every time.
You're an ace player, right? In the game. You're an ace player, right? Only pros drop in Pochinki.
I am not ace. If you actually look at the ratio of the number of times I've died and the number of times I've actually succeeded in holding Pochinki, you'd be surprised. But yeah, I have to say, holding Pochinki, it's a hell of a lot of fun.
Yeah.
Even if you lose or even if you win, just a little bit of early action, just getting used to that, and just getting yourself a couple of finishes, it feels good. That's the only reason why I do it. Is it something I would do if I was playing competitively? Heck no.
It's
No
like
way on
boot
earth.
camp, Sanok. Exactly. If
Yeah.
you get a control of that position, the match is almost yours because you have the loot, you have the finishes, everything is favoring you. And but like in this time, round one also itself, we didn't see many Pochinki fights happening because of the fact, like you said, it is very hard to defend Pochinki, but easier to rotate from Pochinki. So
Yep.
teams try to avoid that area because in the plane itself you can see make out these players are pros. In the plane itself they can make out how many teams have dropped in towards what area, and that kind of helps the players going in for the safer gameplay. They try to estimate, okay man, flight path is from military base, 3 teams have dropped in, let's just change the drop location.
Absolutely. I mean, those kind of calls are also very, very important to make. But you know what that reminds me of? That actually reminds me of all the teams that are in play here and are in the lobby, because we've had to reset for a couple of players over here. Some of them did not connect. We're trying to make sure everyone has a fair chance,
Yeah.
because once again, this is the last round there is, and this is the last opportunity that they have to try and survive over here. So you don't want to take that away from them. And make sure that if there's a team out there that you support, that you let them know in the chat, that you type out their name and you make sure you cheer for them, because who knows, maybe just that little bit of extra energy that you pass on over, that positivity that you spread could be something that pushes them over the edge and allows them to qualify for the next round and make it over there. But yeah, I have to say, a lot of these teams have been playing really, really well so far. Especially PLM Esports. I think the way they played and all the facts that we saw later on were very, very interesting. A team that finishes first place but doesn't have any player in the top 4. The only player that was there in the top 5 players was in the 5th position itself, and no one else was in there. So clearly these guys, they distribute weight around properly and they play off of each other, which in the long term is a lot more important compared to just being individually amazing, because it is a team game after all. It's your team against all the other teams.
Well, certainly it's a team game, and like you mentioned, UDOG had a very good performance. The only guy in the MVP was from UDOG over there, but another team that performed quite well was Team Unknowns, like I mentioned. But for some teams like Elite Mafias, the rotations became a very big challenge, a very big problem, because like the circle shifted, they dropped in towards the northern side, they had to make the rotations. That seemed a little difficult thing because so many teams were clustered around. Some of the teams were right in the dead center of the, I think, 5th or the 6th circle. That kind of helped. In fact, I think team multiple zone also had that advantage because right when the 6th circle shifted, they were at the edge of the circle. They could find so many finishes. Team PLM, on the other hand, that time was outside of the safe zone area. They had to pick their vehicles, they had to move inside the zone. But Team MZ, they had the best positioning, but Team Unknown happened.
Absolutely. I mean, sometimes that kind of stuff just happens. Not much you can do to control over it. But hey, good news. Second time is probably the charm. We've got all the players in Spoil Island. We're once again back over there. And I think I see all 64 players in there. So rest assured, this game will be starting very, very shortly. You don't have to be worried about that. Well, we've talked about the way the flight paths have looked. But did you notice something? So far, almost every circle we've seen today hasn't been something generic. It hasn't been towards the center of the map. It's not Ruins, it's not Georgopol, it's not close to Pachinki, it's not near Mansion or something like that. It's always towards one corner of the map or the other.
Well, that's what brings the most challenge for the teams, because they have to adapt, they have to mold themselves according to the situation, even if it's a water circle. In fact, match number 1, I remember it was nearby the bridge area of the military base island. That was also a very big challenge because there are hills, uphills. Teams are standing over there on the compound area. They can shoot in your direction, make totally cut off your rotations, make you suffer a bit more. The zone is making you suffer and the teams already inside you are making you suffer. So there is a lot of suffering happening inside the games today. But we tend to see one of the circle that was around the Gatka area, but later on that was also shifted towards another side, and that was a very hard shift.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, we've seen lots of hard shifts today as
Yeah.
well, right? We've seen, I remember what you're talking about. I think I even remember a circle where it certainly hard shifted all the way towards the east instead. And I was like, okay, what the hell? I was keeping my eye out towards Pochinki and Fairy Pier, but now I need to move over towards Farm and Milta. But you know what? We've done enough speculation, we've done enough talking. Let's just jump straight into the game and let the game speak for itself. As there you go, we're going to find out what the flight path is going to look like. And Shadow, I think you had a request and the BGMI gods might have heard you.
My wishes are always being granted, and very happy women in flight path all the way from Georgopol towards the Novo Rupnoy area. Most of the teams are going to be very happy. They don't have any excuse that the flight path didn't favor their favorite drop location, so they better perform in this game. On the other hand, team unknown, like dropping in towards Primorsk area, they might have to look for a vehicle or just glide in a little bit more, open their parachutes a little bit early and just glide all the way towards the Primorsk. But the condition is there should be no drop location clash. On the other hand, Lipovka is also quite open. We saw some of the teams dropping in towards the Kameshki area as well in this particular lobby, so they also have to travel a little bit more, but let's see what's gonna happen. For now, I can see the teams dropping in towards the North Georgopol area.
Yep.
Team SK is already moving towards the Pochinki. That is their favorite spot. But looks like Team PLM, this time they have dropped in towards the North Georgopol. That means one thing. Novo is uncontested and Team Multiple Zone is dropping towards Novo Rupnoy. But what if the circle? And let's have a look at the circle.
Well, there you go. There's a circle right there. It's going to encapsulate a big western part of that map. It's going to go all the way up towards shooting range and Zarki as well. No Sosnovka this time around, though, so none of those bridge shenanigans that we are so happy to see every single time they're up on our screens. But yeah, the Georgopol area, I mean, it's going to be fairly interesting to see. I see lots of different teams over there, but for the meantime, we're going to be turning our attention somewhere towards Milta, where we see the side of Team VSG Vandals and Multiple Zone going at it against each other. Prime and Adnan. Well, it looks like they could be clashing up soon enough, but you can see VSG Vandals, they're taking their sweet time to do this. Okay, there you go. First shot's being grappled off your Prime. Spots one out, does a little bit of damage over as well. Can they actually find the pick? You know, it's actually Devi OP who found that pick. He's hoping that the bullet drop does the work for him, but can't actually connect. And now Prime looking to do the lead, and he's going to be able to find that pick for himself. Take down Adnan. Adnan is going to bite the dust and be finished off over here. The ECOG scope coming in handy. It's allowing him to get that little bit extra range and the slightly more accurate shot. In the meantime, Legit OP has also been spotted away from multiple zones. And Shadow, well, one of your requests was granted. The other one, I don't know if it's going to be coming through.
Well, let's hope so the players of Team Multiple Zone survive because they have another job, that is to move inside the circle, and already I can see Team JSR placed nearby the bridge edge lines over there, and on the bridge area itself there are so many teams present. Team MF might be rotating anytime soon from the Novo Rupnoy. They have to be careful of those rotations as well. Team VSG for now, they have the numbers advantage, and they do realize that they know where the players are, because the way Prime is looking for the grenade onto the player Legit OP, it looks like both the teams are a little short in the loot because they have just dropped in. Most of the players are not having the perfect armor or the utilities or the healings that are required. So this is not going to be an even fight. They better make better use of those grenades or the smokes that they're having. So on the other hand, Rega OP also has her eyes on another player across the road.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, multiple zone, you have to remember that this is the kind of situations that they're most comfortable in. Even though they lost one of their players, they had also lost another player early on in the last match itself. And look at where they ended up. They were in the second place. This time around, a similar story. But the problem is that VSG Vandals are sort of preventing them from moving out of here. They've got a lot of great vision over here. The only person who is in a good position is Legit OP. But Legit OP from that position can't actually single-handedly try and create some sort of fork or create some sort of problem, because there is a player on the rooftop spotting him out. But now we're going to turn our attention towards Georgopol instead, where we see the side of Team PLM Esports making it their home, just looting every single building there is, getting all that juicy loot for themselves and being very, very happy about it.
Well, they are very happy because there is no another squad that is present in the North Georgopol area. But the minute the circle is going to take a southern shift, that's when the problem begins for the players of Team PLM. Let's see which path they are going to opt for. Now, circle can go either side. Either towards the shooting range island or towards the central island. We have to see that, but for now it's kind of a stalemate situation in the Milta area as well, because now none of the player or the team is ready to pick the fight. In fact, Team Unknown Flame as well, they do realize that there are teams present in the Milta area, so instead of entering in Milta, they've started looting the smaller compounds. They have started their rotation inside the circle, but they have to be careful of the squad named JSR, because might be possible during the rotations JSR will shoot in their direction depending on the path they opt for. In Yasnia also we have a squad present, that is Dusty Diapers, having the best of the best loots Yasnia offers. Their path is pretty much clear because there is no squad that is present in the Rozok or the school area, so they have a free entry inside the circle. But the team that has dropped in towards the Lipovka area, they might have a little trouble. In fact, Milta Power area as well, Lipovka, Milta Power, they have to be very careful of the rotations.
Absolutely. I mean, Milta Power is being gate-kept by the teams over at Milta. Even the other rotation, like you mentioned, from Lipovka also being gate-kept. So getting out of there is going to be a little bit bothersome. But if you turn your attention elsewhere on the map towards the western part of the circle near school, you can see a couple of teams being scattered out over there, and even an odd player from a team who is not around him in that general area as well, just trying to get some information, or maybe just trying to be a little bit sneaky and just hope that a couple of teams pass him by. Well, we'll see if his dreams come true, but Nova Ripnoi is also seeing some activity. There is a team over there looting and having a gala time because there's no one really to sort of punish them at the moment. And the rotation towards the circle from the bridge that leads to Fairy Pier, it should be uncontested. There isn't any team guarding that area. There's no one over there because no one has really expected any teams to drop into Sosnovka military base.
Well, no one expected a team will come into military base considering the flight path, but it was an even flight path. Teams tend to not go for military base because then you have to cross the bridge area. That tends to become a little difficult thing, but Dusty Dappers are still a little slow on their rotations. It's a 4 circle. They can have their moments in Yasnia, go for late rotations. In the initial circle, late rotations tend to work, but after the 4th or the 3rd circle, you'll need to be careful with the zone. But some of the teams are still, like I mentioned, they are not being safe with the zone. Nova Ripna area, that is blue zone. Team MF is still present over there, taking the damage that the zone offers. The team present in the Lipovka area also is very late with their rotation. So let's see what's going to happen. But multiple zone, again, a very, let's say, not a good start because this time they have lost Adnan over there. Again playing as a 3-man squad and taking the zone damage as well. This time looks like they want to play at least safe. That tends to happen with a 3 vehicle.
Yeah, well, that does tend to happen when you're riding around in that vehicle. Oh, these ladies to watch though, but elsewhere on the map, JSLX, well, this is not funny at all. I guess they just found themselves a pick. And now he is trying to heal himself back up. He's only got 1 medkit though, and a couple of bandages to help him out over here to sort of tank that blue zone damage, and they will most certainly try and get the pick on him in return, and Prime will be the one doing that duty. But okay, Surya OP is going to join the fray over here and try and do some damage over here in the blue zone himself. Going to pop that first medkit to try and stay alive, but in the meantime, Clown is also coming in, trying to make sure that he doesn't give up any of that real estate, but he's going to get in his car and try to get back, but Levy OP is going to shoot him straight in the dome, prevent him from moving away, and Prime will finish him off with the Scar. And now another player from the side of Team JSLX in trouble as, well, it seems that Kaden, he bit off more than he could chew, and now he is about to get kicked in his teeth. That's going to be his end over here. 2 players going down from JSLX, only 2 staying alive, being in a similar situation as multiple zones. And VSG Vandals, well, their rotation might be a little bit delayed, but they get some extra loot to compensate for it. Is it worth it? We're going to find out towards the end.
No, it's not worth it because I can still see some of the players with no first aid for themselves, so they better make their rotations quick because another teams have already rotated inside and there is a very high chance that a team will be gatekept. Same goes for the players of team unknown that are in Lipovka area as well. But school area or the Pochinki area or Rozok area are completely open. There is not even a single squad that is present over there. Most of the crowd is in nearby the Gatka or the Georgopol Hill area on the eastern hemisphere. Also, so many rotations are coming in, and Team JSR trying to hold a compound in the Gatka. That is going to be definitely being a big help because if the circle shifts towards Gatka, having a compound for yourself is a very big advantage instead of being in the open area, having vehicles to yourself, making cover and being third party. Compound in Gatka is always going to come handy. But let's see some very late rotations.
Yeah, lots of late rotations, lots of people crashing into hay bales as well. Clearly some people haven't passed the driver's test, that's why they're in here driving illegally, but we'll see if they can get away with it or not. In the meantime, JSR Esports, not to be confused with JSLX, have all 4 of their members still standing, getting themselves some loot, and like you mentioned, looking for a place to hold inside of Gatka, where there also happens to be Team Insidious. Now Insidious, they've got themselves a Jeep, they've got themselves a couple of, Team Inevitable, apologies, not Team Insidious, Team Inevitable, there we go. They've got themselves a couple of places that they can rotate to if they want to get out, and they've got a Jeep to do so, so we'll see if they use that option or if they're gonna look to do something else instead. Now Clown from VSG, it does seem that he is quite low on HP, and 2 nades being lobbed in perfectly at once. Can they hit their mark on the buggy? Yes, they can. Clown will be brought down to his knees. Can he be rest back up? No, that second nade blowing away a huge chunk of his HP, and another nade will do the job, being prepped up, being cooked to perfection. And Clown, I think there's going to be a special delivery waiting for him. Is he going to eat the damage from it? No, he's not. He's still alive for the time being. VSG, they could go back in to get the rest going, and Team Unknowns now have a choice to make. Do they continue and take the L and leave, or do they try and go further and maybe get themselves a couple of more points over here off of those picks? Well, it doesn't look like they're going to be stopping this revive from coming through, so yeah, Team Unknowns, they're just going to rotate out of here instead and be very, very happy with the fact that they just delay the side of VSG from rotating into the circle, and they don't have to worry about them contesting them anytime soon. Because look at that, the blue zone's about to close in, next circle's about to show up. Best time to be in a car is right now, and then you can just quickly adapt and go wherever the circle shows itself. And the circle is going to move towards this. Okay, the eastern part of the map towards Pochinki and school. I'm not complaining. There's Pochinki in there.
Your wishes are being granted because this time there is a high possibility that we are going to see an urban fight happening in the compounds of Pochinki and Pochinki Hill as well. Let's see which team, the team that is very close to that Potato Hill, is going to be multiple zone. On the other hand, the height advantage that teams are going trying for is Team Unknown, but Zone Hackers also have a very good compound for themselves, but looks like they are in a mood to change the compounds and move towards a better position inside the circle. No, they're trying to safeguard their vehicles because vehicles come very handy when it comes to final circle, and so much crowd, so much congestion is present in the western hemisphere of the map. Some of the teams are opting for a very late rotation. Also, they'll survive because there is a possibility they'll go towards all the way towards the Rozok area or little northern side and then enter inside the zone. But Team Inevitable has been spotted down, and they are at the receiving end of the shots.
Yeah, they certainly are at the receiving end of the gunfire, but can they get themselves to safer ground? Can they get themselves to a place where that has some hard cover to work with over here? For now, they're just scouting the area out. They're all inside their vehicles, and it's going to be Noob Boy doing all that scouting for them. Insidious looking to take a fight himself. Not really connecting on his shots just yet. Now he's finally going to be able to take that fight and get a pick for himself. Dusty Dapper member gets taken down over here. He's going to turn his attention to another one. He doesn't even know where he's getting shot from. He's going to go down once again. A complete lapse of communication from the side of Dusty Dappers as they lose 2 of the players just to 1 man. Another one cooking up a nade himself. Can it hit its mark? Oh my god, it's looking really good, and okay, it looks like it's going to be the side of Team Inevitable is going to end up eating those nades. The 2-point Pablo still trying to stand strong, but Dapper, they're fighting back. SUV is able to find himself a couple of knocks, but that's all he's going to get. Team Inevitable will get themselves the pick. Sure, they lose one member, but they get 4 points in return and eliminate a team, leaving only 15 on the island.
But New Boy has to be very careful because nearby him in the compound are the players of Team Zero Heaven over there. Let's see, Zone Hackers. I'm sorry, Zone Hackers are there. Strain has already his eyes set on to New Boy. The minute the smoke is going to disappear, Hacker with this DP is ready to shoot in this direction. The vehicle will provide a little bit of safety for New Boy, but on the other hand, the players are getting knocked down. Fat Esports player has been taken down. Let's see if a revival is going to come in any minute soon or not. On the other hand, UDog is the team that is shooting in their direction. They have a good control of the little ridge area that is over there. They have multiple vehicles to back them up, but PLM Esports also, if you talk about them, they are not exactly inside the Pochinki area. They are making sure they have the outskirts of Pochinki completely under control from the western hemisphere, because their backs are safe, their backs are covered. There is no worry about a team coming from the backside doing a back step. And in fact, from that position they can move towards the church area as well. That is going to offer so much vision and intel as well. But Team MF was trying to shoot in the direction of the... And I was just saying PLM is not in Pochinki, and right now they have moved inside Pochinki.
Yeah, they were trying to keep around the edges first, but they realized there's no one coming, so they instead going to go a little bit deeper and get themselves some of those better compounds that are easier to hold, that don't have all those openings to keep lobbing in nades. And you can see they're trying to make their way there and survive, but I do see one player outside the blue zone, or rather just on the edge of the blue zone at the moment, who's trying to delay his rotation so that he can get some points for his team. But PLM Esports, they are not at all eager to take any fights. They're just going to continue holding on to their position. They're going to wait for the fight to come to them, because they know the circle closing in. It's going to see some action. There you go. Leo will be able to get himself one knock as he comes in from the shadows. Elsewhere on the map, it looks like Life has also been knocked down, but should be able to be rest depending on who's around him. Oh no, a vehicular explosion takes out Mohit OP, as I think he was standing a bit too strong near it. And Rexon is going to take out Real X Ninja. Oh boy, I mean, lots of picks being exchanged back and forth, lots of finishes being exchanged as well. And JSLX will finally be eliminated by Team Savage Kings. A single player who's keeping his team's dream alive has been taken off the server here now. And now there are 14 teams in the mix.
14 teams, 50 players, and Leo Whitey is already cooking up a grenade towards Psycho, but Psycho has already changed his position, so Leo Whitey won't be that lucky with that grenade, and Psycho is going for the revive onto the Raja, his teammate. But on the backside, we have Team JSR also on the outskirts of Pochinki. So many teams have already found shelter inside Pochinki. If Loki, the circle shifts towards Team Multiple Zone, towards the Potato Hill, all these teams are going to have so much trouble rotating over there. But again, Leo Whitey has been knocked down. JSR Esports, Anurag with that M416 also has his eyes set onto the players of Team Real Esports. And with that, the team that is quite familiar with Pochinki is Savage Kings, has also found shelter on Pochinki, and with that, PLM IGL goes down with a grenade.
Okay, I mean, yeah, looks like PLM going to be losing one of their players as well at the moment, but still, it seems that a lot of these teams are still in the race. A couple of them have been knocked out, the ones that were especially weak, but there's still some teams that are in the play over here. But PLM, okay, it did look like they lost another one of their players. In fact, two of their players have been finished off over here, but in the meantime, we're going to be focusing on Savage Kings going up against the side of Team Unknown Flame over here. Now, he's trying to gatekeep them, prevent them from rotating in. It's going to be hard, but with a couple of smokes, and maybe if they pop their own vehicle, they will have that semblance of cover to get to a better position instead. Now, Team Unknown Flame, they are holed up in a shack in the meantime, but this, I do not like this at all. Team Unknowns, they're trying to fight high ground against the side of Fiction DZ, and if they get pushed, they could be in a world of trouble over here, but it doesn't seem like they have much of a choice. They're trying to drop a couple of smokes, and it looks like PLM Esports will be eliminated fairly early on at 14th place. It means 0 placement points for them. Not the way they were hoping to go out over here. Well, the circle, it is going to shift again. This time around, Pochinki is still going to be relevant, but only a small area of it. It's about 30% of Pochinki, and the rest of it is an open land and no man's land. And okay, well, inevitable looks like one of their players has ventured out into that area, and they will be eliminated as well. UDog Equestrius get the credit for that. And now elsewhere on the map, a couple of vehicles being exploded, and there you go, a couple of picks being found as well. I wish we could quickly pan over there, but in the meantime, VSG Vandals standing in the middle of nowhere as well, trying to take a fight up against Team Unknown Flame, and Team Unknown Flame at the moment, well, they are going to be eating a couple of nades coming their way. Do they connect? Yes, they do. They deal a fair amount of damage, but can they actually convert them into knocks and into finishes? That's the question. Doesn't seem like anything is happening at the moment. Alan is going to be allowed to heal himself, or Lullen is going to be allowed to heal himself back up, get to full HP, and be in top fighting shape. But let's have a look at the instant replay and see what fights are breaking out on the other part of the map, as there you go, it should be up on your screens anytime soon enough. In the meantime, FOT, they're losing a couple of their players. They might just end up being eliminated over here. And yes, they have been eliminated by the side of Zone Hackers. Not something I was expecting to see right away over here. And there you go, there's the instant replay we were talking about. All those nades coming in, those vehicles exploding. And man, that was an instant death for him.
Well, that was an instant death, but Ellen with those grenades might deliver death onto the players of Team VSG. But that was quite an inaccurate grenade, but Team Unknown has also their eyes set onto the players of Team Team VSG, I'm sorry, over there. And on the other hand, Team UF is also ready with Vandals. Lovey OP is already shooting in the direction of the players of Team Unknown. Team Unknown, they are placed in quite an open area, but look at that, they have the vehicles to back them up.
Yep.
They have some of the covers already present to help them out in the situation. In fact, the eastern side of the hemisphere, they have the complete control. If they manage to eliminate Team VSG, I think there is no another squad that is going to be stopping them from having the complete control of the zone, except the zone itself can stop them by taking a hard shift. But what a precise grenade coming in from Clown, takes down Robert over there. But Abhi, be very careful, there is a high possibility follow-up grenade might come in, and it does come in. Molotovs are coming in from Clown. Can they go for the second knock? But no, that was not going to happen. Abhi will raise his player, and now the zone is playing its game. It has shifted away from Team Unknown and VSG both.
Yeah, and guess what? Guess who is in the middle of it all? It is going to be Team SK, who are going to be riding, well, that position to victory over here. Let's see if they can continue holding on to that area. VSG Vandals in the meantime, can't really say this is a good spot for them. Very bad geographical area. Lots of nades can be tossed in, but they've got vehicles, so maybe they can tank a little bit of the blue zone damage and get towards safety. I don't know, just a possibility. Doesn't seem like that's the case, because Lalan is in the area and he will prevent them from doing so. But I don't think he can peek out without putting himself in danger as well. I don't know, maybe at this point, that's not the number of things that players are concerned about. And there you go, Lalan is going to peek up and get instantly destroyed in return as he gets knocked down in VSG. This is going to be their signal to move ahead. They get that knock. They're more than happy to get out of here instead and regroup as a squad, as we see Levy OP trying to get himself some information. Will crash his car, will get the hell out of there, but can he heal himself back up? No, I'm not sure if he did. Clown in the meantime is turning his attention elsewhere towards Venom, not connecting on those shots though, so he does not end up getting the knock. And there you go, team number 12, that is the side of Team Unknown. They have managed to find themselves a big zone hackers. Going to be getting the short end of the stick over here as they get eliminated. 9 teams now remaining in the mix.
Well, 9 teams, 32 players, and with that, Dark also goes down as Lovey OP eliminates him, and Team Unknown's Robert is trying to pop few grenades in the direction in the compound of the players of Team MF. But they have to be careful of the follow-up grenades coming in, and they do come in, and Shivam goes down. Robert has to patch himself up. They are running out of the healings, the first aid. They only have the bandages. Shivam needs to be raised. I think he'll be again back in the game, but Team UF Anubis also goes down, and Team Multiple Zone again in a better position, but they have to be careful of the grenades that can come in their direction, and Robert is already cooking up one. Can he take down the player? No, he misses those grenades, but Team ESG is also happen to be present in those sewers areas, and the drop is coming in trying to provide some cover, but Clam goes down on the other hand, and Team JSR is also finding few picks for themselves. It is going to be a utility game. Pochinki fights, urban finishes always tend to be in the favor of the teams that happen to have more grenades and the utility smokes and molotovs. Seems like Team MF Esports is the one with the maximum number and the zone advantage as well. But look at Team SK. They are being pretty silent, not letting anyone know their positioning, and they have a very good positioning inside those compound areas. But Team Unknowns, it's a grenade battle, and Robert goes down with a grenade of his own teammate Abhi.
No! What the hell happened there? What did he ever do to you? I mean, that misplay is going to cost you a lot right now. And there you go. All of these players capitalizing as the side of Team Unknowns. They get themselves all those picks. The players will be res back up. No worries over there. They just need to make sure they don't get third party in that supply drop. Could end up causing them some troubles if all of these teams do end up coming in the general direction. And Insect OP did find a lot of grenade finishes, but in the meantime, Hitman also gets himself a couple of grenade shots here and there, as everyone inside Pochinki right now is scrambling to get into a building where they can be safe from all these being off them. But look at the flank coming in from Rexon. A big flank from the man. He's going to be able to find himself at least one big take on the side of VSG. VSG have been eliminated courtesy of that flank. Real Esports as well in a world of trouble. 3 of the players knocked on their feet. Only one person still standing. MF Esports, well, one of the players is knocked, but they are still okay in the meantime. And Team Unknowns probably in the best spot out of them all. They've got all 4 players up and alive, and they're not taking a fight at the moment.
Well, Blade was down, but he's again back in the game, and Mirror is already spotted on the players of Team Unknowns hiding behind. There's drops, but Abhi finds a player of Team JSR instantly, trying to eliminate him, and Team F is looking very strong. Team Real, their players were down, but now still surviving with 2 players in the same compound as the players of Team SK. But JSR, Rexon, seems like he's not going to be getting any revival anytime soon. Exist goes down, Raja charges in the compound of Team SK and gets an early elimination, not an early elimination, but elimination at 5th position, and Mirror is already cooking up. That grenade is going to connect, and it does connect. No, play zone takes King over there. Follow-up Molotov is coming in.
Oh no!
Towards Visgod.
Oh no, that is sadistic.
Molotov! Mirror, stop, please. SK is burning. And finally, the M762 will do the job, and Team SK gets an elimination at 4th position.
My goodness, look at their position at this moment. The blue literally right behind them. They can see it in front of their eyes. The door can be open to get them out of here, but JSR are going to have to be careful with how they approach the situation. Team Unknown, though, still standing strong. Yes, they are in the middle, out in the open, but they've got some semblance of cover. They can go down there and get themselves into a better spot. We'll see what Team Unknown decide to do. For the time being, they're raiding that supply drop and getting themselves all the things that it has to offer. Grozas, M249 saws, grenades, smokes, whatever it gives it, they will pick it up. Rexon, in the meantime, does find Naughty, and Naughty gets it cleaned up. Rexon, what else can he get over here? He's looking in the general direction. One of the players has been knocked on his feet. Naughty can't be res back up. It seems Team Unknowns will probably have to give him up at this point, but that nade is going to change everything. Blade, well, he's trying to force him out of that position, and the M249 shot does end up finding Rexon in the end. Oh no, Abhijit ends up getting knocked out by the play zone, and JSR will be taken out of the fight, and now there's only 2 teams remaining in the mix, MF Esports and Team Unknowns MF. They were in a hard spot earlier. 1 or 2 of their players were on their feet, but now they're all back up. A 4v3. Can Team Unknowns survive this? Lots of smokes have been dropped, but they're all about to dissipate. And there you go. Hitman is going to be able to find that one pick to start things off. If the conversion is going to be there as well, they're going to find themselves a second knock, but they're not being exchanged now. MF Esports is looking to convert these knocks into actual finishes, and the match has ended. It is going to be the side of MS Esports taking the win, and the other team, well, they're not going to be having that same fate, unfortunately. Team Unknowns just not in that same spot.
Well, but I'm not disappointed because Team Unknown was pretty consistent in both the matches. But the way the players of Team MF played, those grenades, man, mirror, grenade after grenade, and finally charging in with that M762 barrel, I think he was unstoppable. All the four players were picking up the fights, the completely emptied Pochinki area. All the teams that were present in the compounds got elimination by the players of Team MF Esports, and then only Team Unknowns was left because they cleared the open area.
Yeah, they did, and the best part about that, when you were talking about MF Esports, was the fact that there was blue behind them, and the only safe place they could have occupied, he just mollied it off, and it was just, for some reason, it felt very satisfying to watch, because he won that without firing a single bullet. He just tossed a couple of nades, a couple of mollies, and then his job was done and he moved away. But it was so good that I want to have a look at it twice, and that's what the highlights are for. So let's jump into the highlights and see exactly what it's all about. As, the replay should be up on our screens. This is First Blood, VSG Prime getting a kill with that AK.
Well, VSG started off really good, but in the end they got a few early eliminations. Also, they lost two of their players, and later on their positioning was not in the best of the position because so many squads. Team Unknown Flame was also present. Team Unknowns in the warehouses was present. They were getting shots from so many places that moving inside the circle became a bit of difficulty. But Clown also was doing so much for his team. In their players have already rotated away. He was lying in the prone position, shooting in the direction of the rest of the teams that were trying to rotate inside the circle. But this fight, so many grenades, and the ridge fights I love the most.
Absolutely. I mean, these ridge fights are so interesting, right? Because there's the element of the high ground as well as the low ground in there. Because if you want to be a little bit safe, sure, you can be low, but then you're a bit more vulnerable to grenades. If you go up there, you're exposing your body more to shots, to bullets and guns, and it's just that 50-50 that always is so interesting to watch, to see what team's going to opt for. But this was such a hard position to fight from, I have to say. I mean, I don't blame the side of Team Zone Hackers at all for what happened over here, but this was hilarious. I mean, look at that. He just lines them both up over there towards the end and single-handedly takes them both down. Not even a sweat broken by that man.
Well, Team VSG, till this point they had a good position, but later on the positioning was going from their hands. They even lobbed few grenades onto the players of Team Unknowns, but later they were getting an early elimination. Team Unknowns, look at that, they were clearing all the open field area. Team MF was picking up fights in the compound area. That's when the fight began, because Team Unknown, they had a very good positioning. Team multiple zone, I guess they shouldn't have gone for that rush. They went on to the players of Team Unknowns because that's when things started falling apart from them. On the other hand, Team MF, they had so much intel about the teams from that compound and they capitalized exactly on that.
Absolutely, they most certainly capitalized on it, and it's like we talked about earlier. This is the part where it was really interesting. Mirror just dropping those mollies and making life a lot harder. And Team Unknown, they had the man advantage. They had all four players still standing. It was in the open area, but somehow MF Esports just managed to work around that, get all those knocks and all those picks, and in the end cement their position on top of that point board. And I have to say, great performance coming out by them. But did you notice? Neither of our predictions came true. I mean, there was no multiple zone in top 2. There was no PLM Esports either. They both weren't even in top 8.
We didn't jinx them. We didn't.
We did.
We didn't.
We did. That's the caster's curse. Hey, guys, if you blame me, I 100% understand. But let's have a look at the points table and put some more context to what we're talking about over here. MF Esports in first place with 30 total points. 15 finishes, 15 placement points. It's always nice to see that odd 3 number right to the left of the 0, 30 points coming across for the winning team. In number 2, we've got Team Unknowns with 6 finish points and 18 points in total. JSR Esports with 17 points total, and Real Esports with 13 to their name. And like we talked about, VSG Vandal, Savage Kings, UDOG, and Team Inevitable, they are the ones in that 5th to 8th spot. Where the hell is PLM and where the hell is Multiple Zone?
Well, PLM right at the bottom, 16th spot. Not a good outing, but BSG Vandals, I have to say, both games very consistent, 9 finish points. This match also, they were quite aggressive, but like you also mentioned, that positioning was a little bit off. It was very hard to defend that position, but still getting 9 finishes, getting 2 placement points, hats off to VSG Vandals. On the other hand, UDOG also is a team that has not performed up to our expectations, finishing at 7th position with just 1 finish points. Last match, the MVP was from UDOG, and this time only 1 finish points. But talking about MVP, let's have a look who is the MVP in this particular game, and it is Blade. Look at the damage, 1002 damage, 5 finish and 2 assists, 2 headshots. That means he was pretty accurate with his headshots, the gun.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, he most certainly can connect his shots, and that's a lot of damage done for one man. 1000 damage, 5 finishes to his name. Quite sure this is, in one of the highest damages done overall, although I do think I've seen players get more finishes. Damage-wise, this is definitely up there. But, it's not just him who's got really good stats this game. There's also going to be 4 players trailing behind him in that top 5. So let me jump into that. I'm curious to see if there is a member of UDOG from there, because there's a chance we might see one from there. Well, speaking of that, we don't need to save the suspense anymore. Let's jump into the top 5 and see who they are. It's going to be Insect OP in 2nd place, Mirror in 3rd place, Prime in 4th, and Hitman in 5th. So 3 players from MF occupying the top 5 player spot, having a complete monopoly in this area.
Well, VSG Prime has got the highest kills in his teammate. Levi OP was not far behind, 3 finishes to his name. But yes, Blade was doing so much, but his teammate Mirror, the way he eliminated the squad of Team Savage Kings, grenades, molotovs, and then M762 was quite impressive. In fact, Team FMEV was picking multiple fights and they were winning each and every one. Team Real was also present in the compound. They were not able to move along the zone, they get eliminated. In fact, the last player rushed in the compound of Team SK and instantly he was eliminated. And Hitman also, very good performance coming in.
Oh yeah. Well, let's have a look at the match summary and get an estimate on how many grenades were used and how many grenades actually resulted in knocks. And there you go, the word is in. It's going to be 7 grenade finishes out of the 114 grenades that we used, so slightly less coming in, but a good finish distance, 304 meters, so maybe that's a stat that you can write home about from this game. But yeah, overall, I'm starting to notice a trend, a difference between the first round and the second round, that teams are being more active with those airdrops. They're actively going for the airdrops. They're actually prioritizing them when they do come on the map and seeing if they can somehow accommodate for it, because they do provide you with a very big power spike, right? You find something like the Groza, your day is set. All range fights can be taken with that gun. But let's have a look at the finish to damage graph and see what that chart looks like. See exactly how much damage has been dealt and how much of that damage actually has resulted in finishes. I imagine that MF Esports is probably going to be on top, but I wouldn't be too okay, so it is MF Esports on top. I was going to say I wouldn't be surprised to see UGOD in that second spot, but that doesn't seem to be the case.
Well, UDOG is not there, but another team, VSG Vandals, is there, definitely dishing out a lot of damage. That is going to be 724 damage with 9 finishes. That's a good performance coming in from that particular squad. In fact, JSR Esports was also dishing out a lot of damage. That is going to be 1058 with 7 finishes. But another team with 870 damage and 2 finishes, well, they are not going to be very happy, but let's have a look at the top 4 squads, because they are going to be very happy. MF Esports with 15 finishes, Team Unknowns with 6 finishes, JSR Esports with 7 finishes, Real Esports Official with 7 finishes.
Yeah, I mean, lots of finishes for these teams over here. JSR Esports as well being somewhat consistent over the course of these games, as they've managed to find themselves some really good placement points and a fair amount of finishes as well. But MF Esports coming out of nowhere after that first game, claiming that top spot. Very refreshing stuff. I mean, once again, goes to show that a team can be really, really good in the first match, but consistency is key at the end of the day, because, well, you're good for one match and in the other you could be eliminated right away and have no points to your name, much like a team that I was talking about that shall not be named, so you guys are left wondering which team I'm supporting.
PLM.
Thank you.
That hurts.
That does. You know
We
what
don't
else
jinx
hurts?
you
Multiple
guys.
zone. They also got 1 point. Yeah. There you go. Now we're even.
We don't jinx teams. Never, never. We support you.
We support you, and when we try to support you,
They
you end
are
up
saying
getting
they
cursed.
don't need our support.
Yeah, they probably don't, because every single time we have come out in support of a
Yeah.
team, they've always been cursed, and that is the caster's curse striking. So, I would really like to apologize. In fact, I feel so ashamed that I'm going to go away and let Experiment come back in my place when the break is done and it's dusted. So, kudos, see you guys on the other side, but make sure you stay tuned in, because we'll be back with matches number 5 and 6.
iQOO 7 Dual Chip Monster. One for performance, one for display.
Enemies ahead.
No more non-stop gaming. Introducing Battlegrounds Mobile India with OTP control, 3-hour limit, and other gaming tricks. Battlegrounds Mobile India. Game responsibly.
वो एक दोस्त गेम में फंसा, कोने में बसा, गैंग में अकेला, दिन का भूला. टाइम आ गया है फॉर देम टू लुक अप. रुक रुक रुक, पिज्जा है यार. हाँ, ये बेटर है. ध्यान से. ओके ओके, फोकस कर. अरे ऑसम यार. कोई नई स्ट्रैटेजी ट्राई करें. क्या बात है. श्योर, एकदम श्योर. मतलब मान गए गुरु. तो जैसा मैं कह रहा था, जब ये हद से ज्यादा हो जाता है ना, तो फन, फ्रेंड्स और लाइफ से ध्यान हट जाता है. तो कुछ भी करो, पर कैसे भी मेक देम लुक अप. अरे वाह, जल्दी समझ गए. वेल डन बॉयज.
Dual Chip Monster. One for performance, one for display.
Enemies ahead.
No more non-stop gaming. Introducing Battlegrounds Mobile India with OTP control, 3-hour limit, and other gaming checks. Battlegrounds Mobile India. Game responsibly.
वो एक दोस्त गेम में फंसा, कोने में बसा, गैंग में अकेला, दिन का भूला. टाइम आ गया है for them to look up. रुक रुक रुक, पिज्जा है यार. हाँ, ये बेटर है. ध्यान से. ओके ओके, फोकस कर. अरे ऑसम यार. कोई नई स्ट्रैटेजी ट्राई करें? क्या बात है. श्योर? एकदम श्योर. मतलब मान गए गुरु. तो जैसा मैं कह रहा था, जब ये हद से ज्यादा हो जाता है ना, तो फन, फ्रेंड्स और लाइफ से ध्यान हट जाता है. तो कुछ भी करो, पर कैसे भी मेक देम लुक अप. अरे वाह, जल्दी समझ गए. वेल डन बॉयज.
Hello and welcome back to the iQOO Battlegrounds Mobile India Series 2021. Now, you might have noticed one thing. A couple of things are going to be different. We've gotten rid of that mischievous devil we know as Floki, and I'm joined by the tactical maestro herself. Shadow is in the building. Now, Shadow, the last few games that I was watching you cast, I mean, oh my goodness, the amount of grenade usage. We finally had one match where we had over 100 grenades used. That was just sublime.
2 matches XP.
2 matches. See, maybe I was slacking a bit and she just called me out on it.
Yeah, 2 matches, and I think we had the highest number of grenades used in the last match as well, because I think it was 118 or 119, something close to that. And they were just deploying grenades after grenades. Artificial red zone was created.
Well, you know, that is the new meta of this game. I mean, like we keep saying, you know, everybody's making sure they pay attention in geometry classes. Now, talking of the new meta, you know, there's a new meta with devices as well. You want to make sure that whatever you play your game on is never going to create any issues for you. No desync, no lag, no nothing. And you know what? There's only one thing that comes to mind, and that is the monster that is inside this little beast in my hands. I mean, you got to talk about it a little bit.
Unleash
there you go. I was waiting for that. She was a little late today, but you got to unleash that monster inside. Of course, we are going to have a word from our sponsors in a second. But before that, you know, I just want to bring another point to attention. Now, I love the fact that, you know, there is so much at stake for all these teams. And, you know, talking of teams, let's just have a look and see what's going to happen over here. Because, well, the groups are going to be shuffled and we have fresh meat coming in on the battlegrounds. And, well, without further ado, let's have a look and see who is going to be running around Spawn Island at the beginning, as we do have Livecraft Esports, Clown Esports, LBB Officials, Deadly Call. Ooh, I like the name. Of course, we have UDog Brutal. We did see them in action early on. Dominic Esports. Let's see if this is their domain and are they going to dominate or not. Of course, they are also going to be joined by WD Esports, which stands for Wolf Dominators. And on the other side, we have High Temper Gaming. They look a bit angry.
Well, they look angry, but let's hope in the game they keep their calm cool. And then we have iEsports. They are going to have their eyes set on to every team nearby. Then we have Win for Nations, Spetsnaz Official, Team Eliminate Squad, Team Invaders, and Team Liberty Esports. And then we have KBP Jord.
Oh, we saw them in action earlier as well. Slow start for them in game 1 in round 1. However, they did make up for those points in the latter half. Now, I like one thing, you know, I mean, since all these teams are new to us, you could give us a little bit of leeway if we do mess up a little bit of the pronunciation, but I like that name. Now, I don't know if it's iEsports or whether it's Zaya Esports, because it does have a nice ring to it, but again, as they make it to the latter stages, they are definitely going to be well known. But now, Shadow, all the talk is over. Now, all the time for speculation has been left behind, because it looks like in about a few seconds, we are going to be flying over the plains of Erangel, and judging by what we've seen in the past, what are you expecting in this game?
Well, I'm expecting, obviously, the aggression will be amplified, but we'll see what is going to happen inside the game. You have to pick a team today.
Oh, she's going to put me on the spot, but before that, let me just tell you, we are going to bid you adieu, because, well, the big bird has taken to the sky, as we're going to soar high over the plains of Erangel, and hopefully Bhavna's forgotten all about a question. But if you are going to make me pick a team, see, I'll always say the same thing. May the best man win.
No.
Already.
Pick a team.
Let's pick a team. I'm going to go for UDog Brutal, just because, well, they've showcased something in the past. Let's see if they can replicate it now. My co-captain, can you please take us to the flight path, because it looks like you might just get a lost circle that you've been wishing for.
Well, flight path is completely favoring the western side, is going from all the way Primorsk towards Severny area. Going towards Lipovka and Milta Power seems a little difficult, because in recent games we have been seeing teams like dropping in towards Milta Power and Milta area. In fact, Kameshki and Lipovka, we saw some of the teams dropping in. Team 1 was dropped in towards Lipovka area. So let's see if the teams are going to be opting for those drop location. But what do we have? A drop location clash towards Primorsk, or the team is flying towards Military Base Island? No, we have a drop location clash.
Looks like it is going to be the team that I had picked out for myself. UDog Brutal are going to be going up against High Temper Gaming. Now, we know High Temper, they are an angry bunch of lads, and well, looks like that grenade was anticipated. as Diamond jumps out of harm's way. Now, question is he a diamond in the rough, or is he going to be sparkling because his position has been given away? And well, he doesn't really have a lot of cover. Now he does get up. He's got to act quick. Oh, that is quick. That is quick thinking on his part. He makes sure he touches the ground. He hits the deck in the nick of time so as not to give his opposition any angles. And looks like we are going to have some more action unfurl on the other side of the map as Clown Esports go up against Dominic Esports.
Well, Gabbar, man, how many bullets do you have? 25 it's going to be, but Mani has got 19, lesser than you, but he has got a Vector, a very deadly weapon.
You gotta pick one, Uzi or the Vector.
I'll pick Uzi anyway.
Oh, there you have it. Looks like the Uzi is going to come out on top as Mani is brought down to his knees.
Well, Mani has been down on his knees and has been shown doors towards the lobby. Clown Esports is going to be very happy. On the other hand, Team I is also falling apart. And looks like Gabru is trying to back off from the situation because he knows it's a forgotten cause. He can't save his teammate. Better save his position and go for the position points or reunite with his teammates, because it looks like Team I was in a 2v2 split situation, going for the smaller compounds for the loot. One player already eliminated. Better reunite. But Gabru, not much good with the loot as well.
Not good with the loot over here, but Bhavna, when you have a shotty to your face and, well, when you're proficient with that weapon, turns out the opposition is going to run away. Hold on a second, Gabru might just have a little bit of respite over here, but he is out in the open. He needs to get to the buggy and skedaddle out of here, but looks like he is going to make it. Let's have a look at that. Just hear that pump action shotgun going off. He gets the knock and he gets the finish. Ooh, that is going to be just a little bit of an icing on the cake. And talking of Gabru, we did see him almost make it to the buggy. Unfortunately for him, Liberty Esports' Vijay was on hand to make sure he doesn't run away. Have a look at that. They made sure they disabled the vehicle first, after which, well, they put their enemy 6 feet under.
Well, the enemy is under or waiting for his teammates outside the lobby. Definitely not wishing the teammates also come in and join him. He's hoping to spectate the game. It's so annoying when you have to spectate the whole game. Yeah. But it's okay, it's okay. iEsports is heading towards another direction. They're not good with the loot. They don't have the proper guns or the proper utilities. They have to find a shelter very soon. On the other hand, if we talk about another team going for the smaller compounds loot, Spetsnaz officials are there. Again, teams are little struggling when it comes to smaller compounds loot because they not having a good armor or a good weapon or much utilities or the healings that are required. But let's see what's going to happen, because right now Spetsnaz is so much segregated, all the 4 players in different directions.
In different directions, and you know, I guess in this case, sharing is caring is not something we're going to say, because everyone wants to loot for themselves. Now, we are having a situation where, you know, we do have a little bit of a stalemate breaking out between High Temper Gaming and UDog Brutal, but I do like the fact that, you know, the entirety of the Sosnovka military island is going to be in play this time around, which means we might just see the final circles shift down south. And what's more interesting, Bhavna, is the fact that usually, you know, you'd see 1, maybe 2 teams on said island. This time around, we have 4 teams vying for control of the military base. But for now, we are going to focus on UDog Brutal, who, again, I did pick this team solely because, you know, they have that game which basically exudes balance, right? They go for the placement points and they go for those finishes. But for now, we did mention that there is a lot of activity on the military island as we join Bunny from Deadly Call. Again, if you notice something, a lot of players, a lot of teams running around in the open.
That's what I was mentioning, because the players were going for the smaller compound. The drop location clash was happening so much, especially in the military base area. Military base, in fact, doesn't offer too many smaller compounds that you can loot for and satisfy all the loot that you need throughout the game. You have to either eliminate a squad with whatever you have in your hands, but that is a very good skill that Spetsnaz officials have. But moving forward,
I want him to just leave the car on the side somewhere and not take it to battle, because such a beauty should not have any scratches on it. But yeah, talking of Spetsnaz, looks like they are already on the prowl. But like you mentioned, have a look at their backpacks. They need a lot bigger buildings if they want to make sure that their loot needs are met.
They don't even have the armor, not even level 1. In a close combat, they can't go for long range fights, they can't go for because they don't have the guns or the scopes that are needed. So basically, they need to find guns and everything for themselves if they want to survive for a longer time inside the game. The team that is having a gala time in Nova Rupnoy is going to be Team Invaders because they are definitely having the best of the loots, but Mrityu OP doesn't have a vest for himself. On the other hand, the bridge camp is coming in from the players of Team Eliminate Squad. 2 of the players are already present and Hacker Boy is a little separated from his teammates. He needs to
I think they're all together.
They are all together.
Well, I think they read your mind because, again, you're only as strong as your weakest link, and we already know this. The teamwork makes the dream work. Now, I like how a lot of the teams are already anticipating a downward trend in the circles to come because we did mention we had a couple of teams on the Sosnovka military base island itself. Looks like that number has increased to 5. So, surely and slowly, looks like we are going to have some migration down south. But for now, Empire Esports, they are going to be content with all this real estate they have up for grabs because looks like no one is in the vicinity of the farm this time around. And let's just take a moment and appreciate these lovely cinematic shots coming in. Of course, production likes having fun as well as we follow LBB officials and, well, El Capitan himself as he's driving to greener pastures. Now, I like the fact that, all the teams are spread out, which means, yes, you aren't really going to have a lot of action straight off the bat, but it also means that sooner or later it is going to be chaos, and, well, we are going to try our best to hold on to all that action. But for now, everyone is going to be happy as within a few more seconds, the circle shall dictate where we are heading next.
Well, the circle is going to decide because it's equally divided on both the islands, Military Base Island and Central Island, and that is a question the teams are also asking, that which side the circle is going to take a shift. Liberty Esports need to find some more vehicles if they have to move towards the southern side of the military base because on a buggy you can't cross that bridge and water is never a good idea. Either way, you are up for a big trouble. Dominic Esports, if we talk about this team, again, the teams are lacking a little on the healings and the circle has finally shifted down towards southern side. Team Deadly is going to be very happy.
Well, another team that's going to be happy is Team Eliminate Squad because we did leave them just south of the bridge next to Norodrobnoy, and looks like if you have a look, Spetsnaz was driving dangerously close. However, it does seem like they were alert to the danger and are going to skedaddle out and possibly try and flank their opposition. But for now, Team 1, Livecraft Esports, they are going to have a nice little comfortable spot on the south side of the island. Now, what they have to watch out for is all those teams coming in from that aquatic route. Because if you have a look at what's happening down south, just south of Ferry Pair, not 1, not 2, but 3 teams could be out in the waters. And, well, we haven't seen a boat go boom yet. Looks like that might just happen tonight.
Well, it can certainly happen, but there is no team that is present on the shorelines of the military base island. So the team that is rotating first is going to be very happy, but the player who is not going to be happy is going to be Win for Nation, Light Whitey, because he is taking blue zone damage. And look at his players also, they are so low under HP. They lack the healings, they lack the loot that is required. And Sahil OP, what did you just do?
He'll get there. Sahil, make sure...
Healings!
Well, I mean, they've spent a bit too much time driving around and not looting up. I guess they are going to learn from their mistakes elsewhere. Looks like UDog Brutal are going to be taking some damage from the blue. And, well, they are going to alight from that vehicle because it is already smoking. And from distance, looks like someone is laying down some shots. Now, who the aggressor is, we're going to have to wait and find out. But I wouldn't be too surprised if the shots were coming from Primorsk itself. Because, well, I do see a team that is near the beach. And when you see a boat moving in the distance, you are definitely going to shoot at it. Now, Pablo from UDog has been lost, and Mbappe has a tremendous swim in front of him, but looks like Team 9 High Temper Gaming are going to beat them to the beachhead.
Well, High Temper Gaming definitely will beat them, and what's going to happen next is they do realize there is another team that is coming waterways, and they are most definitely going to shoot in that direction, and that's when the problem for UDOG begins. And Mbappe has already been taken down by a play zone. Water, you can't do anything, man.
You can't do anything. There's no way of getting knocked out because the moment the blue takes you out, it is a watery grave for you, unfortunately, as you mentioned, Mbappe has found out. Now, we all know what's going to be coming. High Temper Gaming, they've definitely hit the beach first. Question is, are they going to be averting their attention to whence they came and pretty much shoot the remnants of UDOG Brutal and leave them for Davy Jones' locker? Well, we're going to have to wait and find out for that. Elsewhere, Live Crowd Esports finally sees an enemy, and that enemy is going to be driving by in the form of Spetsnaz Official.
But Livecraft is being very specific about the fights they are going to be picking up. They are playing little on the defensive side further right now because they need a good positioning. They are waiting for the zone to shift on. That's why they didn't fire shoots on the moving vehicles because they knew they can't take down the player. So there is no use of giving the intel out to the enemy that, hey, look, we are present over here.
Also, why give away your position?
Yeah, exactly.
Well, looks like a fight is going to break out. We did kind of anticipate that early on, as it does look like Team Eliminate squads have some new neighbors coming in. Now, question is, are they the friendly sort? Well, of course they're not, as Team Invaders want to invade their location right now. And if you have a look at the map, it is going to be all dramatic. We are going to be in Normandy sooner or later, as every single team is going to vie for the beachfront. But for now, Kakashi, he does have an angle on the opposition, and looks like it is going to be Hacker Boy who gets the first blood over here, as he is taken down instead, which means now Kakashi is going to have to deal with Agent. Agent is going to come in, as is Ricardo is dead. Ricardo does spot the enemy on the other side of this building. Now the question is, are they going to wrap around? Because, well, it looks like they don't have the numbers. But now with Agent coming in to help as well, looks like we are going to have a little bit of a skirmish breaking out. Kami on the other side, making sure he has a few angles, as Kakashi is going to fend off the attackers coming from down below.
Well, attackers are definitely coming in, and Agent was a little far away, and Ricardo goes down. That was a bad push coming in, my friend, and Agent is already up for his team eliminate squad instead of eliminating or getting eliminated right by this him.
Well, looks like Ricardo definitely is dead.
Well, he is, but let's see if Agent is dead as well, and he also goes down. Invaders are eliminating player after player, and that was a very bad push. Getting eliminated by solo push, that was a big mistake, but Team Invaders capitalized on it and now are looking 3 kills strong.
Shadow, Team Eliminate squad is still in the game because the last member, Apurv, was, well, nowhere to be seen, but looks like he is going to be their insurance policy. Let's see if that's going to work out at the end. Ooh, this is a little bit of a dicey situation. I do see that beautiful Konix egg, as Spetsnaz are going to be down on their knees, but not for long, because it does look like Livecraft do not have an angle on them yet. However, Zero could spot some movement in the distance, lay down a few shots. Unfortunately, that distance is a bit too much. And, well, he's going to let the enemy run away. For now, ooh, Foxy's in a bit of a dangerous situation now. He was trying to patch himself up. Unbeknownst to him, the enemy is lurking by nearby. And, well, forget it. His teammates are going to be taking the brunt of all the action, as Zai Esports are going to fall one after the other. And Foxy is a little bit too smart for them, as he takes down Manic. Well, his teammate is falling in front of him. He's going to make sure he patches himself up before he goes in for the revive. The thing is, they are out in the open, and have a look at that. Ooh. Ninja over here, or Kinja, I beg your pardon. He knows exactly where the enemy is, but time is going to run out because he just has the bandage. But forget that. He doesn't need time. He's going to go for that last bandage, as he makes sure Foxy is brought down to his bloody knees as well. Now he's got to make sure he goes and finishes him off and gets enough first aids in the nick of time.
Well, both these teams are doomed because they don't have the healings.
Well,
they can't make it inside the zone, even if they get the finish points. It was a pretty bad fight. They were doomed from the very beginning of it, but they do get few finish points for themselves. And now look at the zone. 40% of it is inside the water.
I love it.
Me too.
I love it. This is
and
what...
look at 4WD. Win for Nation. right at the shorelines.
Oh, that's going to be tricky. Now, we were kind of talking about Normandy early on. For those of you watching who don't know the reference I'm making, just think about World War II and Saving Private Ryan, because, well, sooner or later, the beachfront is going to be dripping with blood, and, well, the waters are going to turn red. But for now, it does seem like Team Invaders, they know the enemy are nearby, and they want to make sure they have their backs secure. So for them, they need to either deal with Livecraft Esports at this moment, or try and nestle a little better position somewhere further deeper in the zone. Because again, mind you, they were just 100 meters out, so, you know, it isn't going to be tricky. What is tricky is Money's position. Last man standing for his team, an Uzi in hand, barely any healing items. There you have it, the last energy drink is going to be sipped. And now, it's him and his weapon as the enemies are going to whiz past. The bike goes by. He makes sure he has that trigger discipline because, well, if he shoots and misses, his position is going to be given away.
Well, Money definitely needs money of the prize pool. That's why he is being
it's
silent.
All about the money.
Yeah, and right. On the other hand, Spetnaz, Trish has been eliminated. But look at the players of Deadly Claw. Bolt is right there, ready with his DP to shoot in the direction of any player coming from the waterways. And looks like Pathan has not been spotted yet.
At that range, even at range, the DP, one of the most stable weapons in this game, that is going to be instrumental if he wants to rack up those finishes. But for now, it does look like Empire Esports are giving Liberty Esports a run for their money as, well, the boats are definitely out of commission. But the thing is, they've given Liberty Esports a little bit of a head start, which means if Liberty reaches the beach before them, they could be at the receiving end of things. And talking about receiving end of things, it looks like we are going to have some grenades go off as Rage is going to get the better of Zero from Spetnaz.
Well, he's definitely shooting in the direction of the players of Team Livecraft who were playing little on the offensive side. But let's see if that plan is going to work because the enemy is not defensive at all. They are being offensive. Tyler goes for the grenade finishes onto the players of W4N. And that is a very brave move because eliminate the player present at the shoreline. Then you have the complete control and you have so many finishes in the water area. But Livecraft, the dude, is not ready to give up. On the other hand, look at that scenario. 3 teams on the slopey area. Grenades, my god.
Oh, we have vehicles as well. That is something that you never expect over here, but looks like it is going to be KPP Jaw taking the fight to WD Esports now. They do have enemies on either side, so we've got to make sure they make the best of it, as Badmash is going to put his enemy 6 feet under, but now he's going to focus his attention to the remaining 3 behind that cover of smoke. Tyler could be spotted out as they do need a revive coming in. It doesn't look like it's going to happen as Tyler, in fact, is taken down. That means Rax is the last man standing for his team, and I do not blame him swimming away and trying to beat himself up ahead a little bit because, well, his teammates are falling all beside him. Wait a second, I thought they were all done for, but they still had a little ray of hope. However, that ray has been dashed, and now Rax is the last man standing. The question is, are this team going to follow him and end him and put him out of his misery, or are they going to be stopped by Win for Nation?
Well, Win for Nation definitely heading towards win with those finishes. But let's see if they can find the last player of Team 16 or not, because he is inside the water and his position has not been given away yet. But now he made sure that he gives it away. And Rex, very low HP, 1 or 2 bullet. That is required to put him out of his misery. And Team 16, let's see. And he goes down at 14th position.
And it's going to be WD Esports who are going to be capitalizing on that finish. 14th position finish, 0 finishes. That is going to be a bit devastating for them. Let's see if they can do something in the next game. For now, Clutch God, he does know where the enemy is, but keep in mind, Win for Nation have to be careful because behind them, Deadly Call, they've been racking up a few finishes for themselves. That is an optimistic grenade. In fact, it is just a bit too short. Ooh, the next one almost shaking the boys from Win for Nation off their feet.
Well, Win for Nation Escape has to be very careful because he is so close to a 1v2 situation, and Badmash is already deploying grenades. He has no escape and he's relying on those AKM shots, but the enemy is also very smart. Badmash going for another grenade. Let's see if he can land it. On the other hand, Jadoo has been taken down and Darky goes down. Team is in a lot of trouble.
They are in a lot of trouble. While Escape is going to hide over there, looks like his teammate's Justice is taking things in his own hand. He goes around, he goes left. What? Knocked out guy. Wait a second. The opponent comes in his line of fire. He almost gets another knock. Unfortunately, he is taken down instead. But March, living up to his name, being a bad boy on this battleground, making sure he puts the opponents down. But for now, Light is still on his feet, switches to that AKM. He needs to reload because, well, sooner or later those bullets are going to be running out. And now from distance, it's going to be... Wait a second, how did Clown get that kill? Because looks like they just got a footing for a split second and, well, put some shots in them. And with that, of course, another one bit the dust. 11 teams, 26 players still alive. This is not a position I want to be in, Shadow.
Look at the fishes. No one is going for the shoreline.
Oh, they know the moment they touch ground, they are going to have to fight. Have a look at that. Light is going to be the first brave one from Liberty Esports to hit the ground. And, well, we kind of anticipated it as deadly call. Well, they are definitely deadly to anyone coming by that route. Elsewhere, looks like Empire Esports have enemies running around pretty much right next to them.
Well, they have enemies running around, and with that machine gun, you can't fight against, but Deadly Claw call in 416 Prey, is it on point? The moment smoke disappears, but that they don't need to wait for it because Blaze is already down on his knees. On the other hand, Raw also gets an elimination. Deadly Call looking pretty strong in this particular fight. Grenades are already being deployed, but they need to focus on the positioning inside the zone because they have 25 seconds on the clock to make inside the circle. On the other hand, team number 8, that is going to be Empire Esports, in a lot of trouble because they have enemy nearby, that is WD Esports. But if few precise grenades Team Empire needs onto the players of Team WD, and that is all. But the players are making a mistake coming out in the open, and Deadly with that M416 is already shooting in their direction. Can he find a knock? No, he can't. But his teammate Naruto with their grenade, can he land that precise grenade? No, he misses it.
Well, let's see if the bad boy from WD Esports can pull off a miracle over here, because against all odds, Empire Esports are still a 4-man squad, and now they're going to take heavy damage from Deadly Call as San is going to join the fray as well. Civic is down on his knees as enemies are going to be driving by. And wait a second, was that Money who just drove right through the enemies? Yes, it was. I wonder how he's still alive. Oh, the moment I take his name, he is going to be brought down. Dominic Esports, well, not so dominating this time. They are out in the 9th position with just that one finish. But now, all around Bunny, his teammates are falling as he is going to lob a Molotov to make sure the enemy is kept at bay. But again, Shadow, have a look at Empire. I mean, these guys are playing on a different level. I don't know how they still have all 4 members alive as they move from cover to cover.
Well, look at the amount of smoke they have deployed, making a perfect cover for themselves, not giving any intel to the enemy. That is very deadly call. And with that, Bunny has been spotted down, instantly dealt with as Daddy shots him down. And Bold has also given away his position, receives a few of the damage from Daddy, but he wants the finish point. And Bold, we have to be careful because he doesn't have any cover. The tree is the only cover that he is having. For how long he can hold on to it. Lifecraft finally picking up the fight, and Deadly Call, San goes down, and Bold is the last player remaining with that DP28. What can he do?
Well, looks like he did get the better of Jadoo, as Jadoo has been sent back to his planet. But I like the fact that Daddy is in fact Daddy Cool over here, the way he was dishing out damage. And now reload, as instead reloaded, spots the enemy in the distance, lays down a few shots. Unfortunately, they are going to hit nothing but air. But he's got to be careful. Ooh, I have to look at that. Vijay is lurking in the distance. Looks like he's taking massive amounts of damage from the blue zone, which means, well, Live Prod Esports might be bidding us adieu sooner rather than later. Oh no, they're still survived by one man on the other side. So I like the fact that, you know, all the teams, even though they are split up, they still have some contingencies in place, which means they still have a chance to rack up all those placement points. But for now, we are down to the final 5 teams, and it's Team Invaders who have the clear numerical advantage. 3 men still standing, while all others have but one.
Well, they even have the position advantage as well.
Oh, yeah.
Because the southern side control is completely towards them. They have a good compound as a cover as well. So they are looking pretty safe. This is their game. Let's see if the zone is going to play game with them or not. On the other hand, the player Lifecraft, his days are numbered because the moment he's going to step inside the zone, the players of Team Invaders is going to eliminate him. On the other hand, talk about elimination, Empire Esports has been eliminated at 5th position, and Reload is slowly making his way inside the circle. Don't get up.
Oh, he's not getting up. In fact, my advice would be lose that backpack. It's not really going to stop bullets, and it might just save you by concealing your position. But for now, as you mentioned, it does look like Team Invaders, they have a nice little chunk of real estate over here, and that grenade was thrown with some precision. Apurv, lucky to be still on his feet, but now this is what's working against him. No vest, no meds, no nothing, which means just a few bullets whizzing past him could be devastating. He's got to be careful. As Kakashi is going to set up another Molotov. I'm pretty sure Apurv is anticipating all of this coming in, but now he's going to be caught out, and well, he has been burnt to a crisp, and with that, Team Eliminate Squad is going to go up in flames as well. Down to the final three teams as Kakashi spots some smokes, and well, indiscriminately fires right in it.
Well, he is firing, but Team Eliminate Squad, we have to give it to them. The way they moved on to the 4th position, especially with no loot onto themselves. But Lifecraft Reload, what can he do in this situation? Because the tree is the only cover he has for himself. And right at his left side, we have Khan over there. And can he spot? No, Khan was quicker than him, and Khan eliminates him instantly, and now we have 2 teams left. Khan, can he clutch it out?
Well, let's see if all that Spetsnaz training is going to come in, because both teams have done wonderful as far as finishes is concerned. That was an optimistic grenade thrown from quite some distance, but Khan is going to get the better of Cammy. That means now it's reduced to a 2-on-1 situation. In fact, he swings left, he spots Kakashi, he lets loose a few shots and almost gets the knock over there. Now he's going to switch his attention to the other member. Is he going to get the better of him? No, he doesn't, as Spetsnaz are going to be taken down. And well, there you have it, ladies and gentlemen. They came, they saw, they conquered. It's Team Invaders getting the chicken dinner in this game.
Well, that was quite a game.
I mean, we kind of write them off, especially, you know, when they did reach the Sosnovka military base initially. They were under heavy fire, not just from one team, but from 2, which has kind of set up a little bit of a crossfire. But again, they held their ground. They basically were calm under fire. And well, we know that the teamwork makes the dream work. They did exactly that, snatching the chicken dinner from everyone else. Brilliant effort over here.
Well, that was a brilliant effort, but how they got it is the main question. Let's have a look at the highlights, that how things panned down for the players to have that chicken dinner. Team Clown started off good, getting few finishes, that Uzi versus Vector battle happening, but Team Liberty Esports didn't go very good in this game.
Well, they did have a few issues, of course. You know, we did kind of say that. We were surprised that so many people were just running around in the open with no vehicles abound, and well, it did cost them. And of course, this fight was something that we were anticipating early on as well. Now, Team Eliminate Squad, they did start things off well. Unfortunately for them, they did exit this game without any points. Now, Team Invaders, again, this is where they racked up all those finishes, right? I mean, they were in the thick and thin of the action right from the beginning, and I do believe they are going to end this game with double-digit finishes.
Well, definitely, most definitely double-digit finishes and 15 points for the chicken dinner. But this was a situation where both the teams wasted so much time. Even if you get the finish points, you are no way making inside the zone. And this moment was there. Rox was the last player remaining. He was also dealt with later on. And team got an early elimination inside the game, but WD Esports, the way they eliminated the players was quite good. And Clown Esports last player, he went to the shoreline and eliminated the player, the team instantly. No one was anticipating.
We saw that because no one thinks that, you know, when you're swimming together as a group, the enemy can't be nearby, because otherwise you'll find out. But well, it did, they had a good outing. Unfortunately, the good times were cut short. Now, this is what I was talking about. Deadly Cold, racking up those finishes, almost trying to replicate World War II. Man, Team Invaders, they definitely surprised me over here, as did quite a few other teams. Now, another you know, name that I'm definitely going to remember is the bad boy himself, but Marsh from WD Esports, putting up one heck of a fight.
Well, he did put up a very good fight, but Lifecraft, I expected this team to put up a fight, but they were more on the offensive side, which didn't pay off really well. But Team Invaders, they were so aggressive right from the start. The moment they entered the military base area, they were going finish after finish. On the other hand, the last player of the team number 15, Team Eliminate, kudos to him getting the position points. He, like you mentioned, he didn't have any healings or utilities, nothing he had onto himself. But Khan, this was the player, I think he got 7 finishes. He was playing brilliantly well.
if you just had a look at the damage that Khan was still dishing out, had he maybe just stayed, out of his cover for just maybe a fraction of a second more, lay down a few more bullets towards the enemy, he could have got those knocks. But again, coulda, woulda, shoulda. Now, we already know that, Team Invaders won the game. Let's have a look and see how all the points were distributed in this round of Erangel. And of course, at the tippity top, Team Invaders, 15 points from placement, 11 from finishes.
Well, 11 finishes is not bad at all, especially when you have a chicken dinner to back you up. On the other hand, Spetsnaz official 8 finish points, 7 are from Khan.
Wow.
Well,
I mean, any guesses on who the iQOO MVP is going to be?
definitely Khan. No other person can be. And Livecraft Esports 4 finish points, 14 position. Playing for the position points, not bad at all, ends up at 3rd position. Team Empire Esports 6 finish points, total 12 points. A good outing coming from this team as well. In fact, Deadly Call and WD Esports, look at them, 5 finishes and 6 finishes, a good performance. Early elimination, because of that they have just 1 placement point, but nothing to complain about. They're still in the top 10 position, and if the consistency comes in to the picture, they can easily qualify.
Well, it's easier said than done, always is what I always say. But have a look at position 5. Now, Team Eliminate, 8 points coming in from placements alone, not a single finish to their name. Now, we did see them pretty much getting decimated early on by Team Invaders, and we did kind of mention, Apoorv was off way by his lonesome. But now, we've had a look at the teams. Let's have a look and see. Well, we already know what the answer is going to be. Who is the iQOO MVP from this game? And it's none other than Spetsnaz's Khan himself.
Well, 946 damage and 2 headshots. That's a good performance coming in from Khan, especially when his teammates weren't there. I think... no, it's not Khan. I'm sorry. That was Team Eliminate Squad. I mixed 2 teams. Yes, very good performance, Khan. But I was talking about Team Eliminate Squad. They are going to be pretty happy. When the fight was happening, they were blaming their teammate. Why you are so far away? But looking at those 8 position points, they are going to be very happy. Nothing to complain at all.
Well, of course, there is going to be some bickering going on back and forth in that camp. And, well, Apoorv definitely has a few more points in his kitty to basically state his case. But again, we talk about this. It's all about the balance, right? I mean, the team got eliminated. Maybe if they had that little man advantage, things could have gone another way. But again, ifs and buts, we want to eliminate that from our vocabulary. But now, Khan with the well-deserved iQOO MVP mantle from this game, but I'm sure he is going to be joined by a few more players as we have a look at the top 5 players on our screens right about now.
Well, followed by Khan, we have in Team Empire XDAY with 5 finishes, 400 damage. Deadly Bolt is there with 3 finishes. Team EV Kakashi with 3 finishes, and Team Devil Rage with 3 finishes. And highest damage is Khan again.
Well, I mean, with the maximum finishes and the maximum damage, that is one way of becoming the iQOO MVP. But again, this time around, the finishes were pretty much evenly distributed amongst the teams, and about 10 of them did very well. And talking about numbers, talking about figures, let's just have a look at the match summary from this game. And, well, lo and behold, we have 57 grenades that were used. However, they only did a bit of knocking here and there. Not a single finish from grenades in this game.
Well, that is also a record.
It is a record.
Yeah, because till now we haven't seen a single game with 0 grenade finishes. But the longest finish distance, 310 meters, better than the last game. And like Floki was mentioning, players are more focused on the airdrop loot as well, because 2 airdrops has been looted. And this time knock finish ratio is also better than the previous game. 56 knocks, 51 finishes. It's better than the previous game.
Well, now coming up next, we are going to have a look at the finishes and the damage performance graph, and you can already anticipate what's going to come. We already kind of said, most of the finishes were evenly distributed, and well, there's your proof.
Well, Team Lifecraft with close to 2000 damage over there and 11 finishes onto their name. But if we talk about other teams as well, that is going to be Team Deadly Call, I guess. Yes, 1300 damage, 5 finishes, a very good outing coming in from this team as well. And Team WD Esports as well with 1028 damage and 6 finishes, a good outing from this team as well, again coming in.
Wolf Dominators, I like that name.
So many dominators.
Well, that's what this game's all about. You want to make sure you put your best foot forward and you dominate all your opposition. And let's see which teams made it to the top 4 squads in this game. Of course, Team Invaders, they came, they saw, they conquered. 11 finishes for them. Spetsnaz coming up in second with 8 to their name. Lifecraft Esports, a quiet game towards the beginning, but of course we did see them rack up a few finishes at the end over there. And Empire Esports coming in at 4th with 6.
Well, coming at 4th with 6 finishes and coming at 3 with 4 finishes. It's okay.
I see what you did there.
Okay. Empire Esports, not a bad performance at all. These teams were having a very good outing, but the main question is not to repeat the mistake of the previous group. That is top 2 teams ending up with 0 and 1 points in match number 2.
Well, you know, that's the thing that we keep talking about, whether there's a target going to be painted on their backs, or, you know, sometimes what happens is, since they've already been there, done that, they can take it easy, because if you do rack up a few extra points in game 1, you can take a little bit of a backseat in game 2 and just let things go by. But of course, that is not what we are going to expect from these teams, because looks like there's a lot of hungry teams out there, especially since the competition was so close.
Well, competition was so close, even a single point is going to matter a lot. So I'll suggest not to end up at the 16th position, even if you got the chicken dinner. 8th and 9th position is pretty safe place to end up. But this time, I don't think these teams are going to commit the same mistake. Especially Zone has already been taken a severe play at... What's the correct word? Zone was...
I'll tell you one thing. You know what all of these guys are fighting for? They are fighting for that legend status, right? That is what everything is down about. And again, speaking of legends, there's another legend that has a monster inside. Let's just have a word from the official smartphone sponsors of BGIS 2021. iQOO, take it away. Well, there you have it. Of course, it's always lovely seeing that promo video, because again, you know, every single time you discover something new, every single time I've watched that video. Now, we already made a plan, Floki and I, that, you know, we're going to go out in the outdoors tomorrow. I wonder how that's going to pan out, and I'm going to put the ultra stable mode to the test. But of course, enough of that right now, because I'm sure all of you are eagerly awaiting the next match to basically commence. And before we do that, you know, we're going to beat around the bush once again, and I'm going to not put you in the spotlight, but again, the question is, you know, we did kind of mention the teams that have done well in games in the first game. They might take it easier, but the teams that haven't done so well, they might come out swinging. And talking of teams, if you missed any of the action, let's just have a recap and see who all are going to be battling it out in this next game.
Well, Team Lifecraft Esports, not a very good outing in the previous game. They better step up in this one. Team Clown Esports, Team LBB Officials, Team Deadly Call, Team UDog Brutal, Erangel, Team Dominic Esports, Team Wolf Dominators, Team Empire Esports is there. These teams kind of, except for Lifecraft, had a decent outing in the match number 1, but following them is High Temper Gaming, iEsports, a win for Nation, a good performance from these people as well. Spetsnaz Official, a very good outing. Team Eliminate Squad, my god, 8 position points. Team Invaders, the Chicken Dinner team, Team Liberty Esports, and KBP Jord is also there. Quite missing from the game, KBP.
This time around, maybe if High Temper Gaming turned that frown upside down, things could go a bit different for them in this game. But again, it's all speculation for now. Looks like everyone, barring maybe just a couple of players, are almost ready. Again, you got to make sure that, we provide a level playing field for all our participants. And I think we're just going to wait just another minute before we kick things off. Now, before we do that, we're not going to be talking about what to expect. We know that there's going to be plenty of action in store for all you lovely viewers. But again, the lady sitting on, my left, she has some connections with the BGMI gods. So let's just cut to the chase. You already know where the circles are going to form. What can we expect in this game?
I'm not going to jinx it because previously me and Floki picked up the teams and both ended at the bottom positions.
See, that's Floki. I mean, he's a mischievous devil as it is. You should never take him at his word. Sorry, Floki. We all love you. But, just coming down. Now, we've seen quite a lot today. I love the fact that, this last game, the final circles came down to the Sosnovka military base. This time around, I want the complete opposite. I want to go up north. Doesn't have to be Stalbert. In fact, you know what? Let's not say anything. Let's just say, generally, I want it to be towards the north.
I was about to say the same thing because today we have been seeing so many southern circles. This time, at least give some trouble. Go up the way north, Rozok, Yasnia, anywhere up towards north. Zarki.
Haven't been to Zarki in quite some time. I wonder if the autumn leaves are still there and whether it's still such a picturesque scene as I'm sure all of you would remember. If you don't, the next time you log into BGMI, go and check it out. It's something that you would definitely love. Now, it does seem like all the players are already in the lobby, and in about 90 seconds from now, we are going to be taking to the skies. So before that, again, it's all about that telekinetic connection, right? Spam some love for your teams. Let us know who you are supporting and do it in a nice way. Let's be nice to one another because, you might not support the other team, but, somebody else just might.
Well, definitely, even the team are not performing good, you can boost up their confidence because that's what they need, the extra push, like you always mention, that extra push that's coming in from the chat.
We're a superstitious bunch, right?
Yeah, I'm quite superstitious. I'm not going to jinx any team. Don't worry, guys.
I'm good. I mean, it's all about experiences now. Looks like we are going to be underway sooner or later, and forget putting each other on the spot. What I want is, I wish for the last game of the day, I wish we could just get a little glimpse of all the players running around on Spawn Island. Of course, I am kind of pointing a few fingers towards my producer, who is definitely listening. It might just happen. But before that, you got to keep one thing in mind, right? Those 90 seconds before this game, what do? Are you coming up with some last-minute game plans, or is it just radio silence and everyone is just psyching themselves out?
You know what is going in my mind? That Shah Rukh Khan speech of Chak De India. That 60-second thing.
Oh, it has been a while since I watched that movie. I might want to refresh my memory. All right, again, it's all about motivation. It's all about making sure, whatever's done is done. If you've had a bad game the last time around, just forget about it and put your best foot forward. And again, for the teams, like we did mention, you can't get too complacent if you've already achieved enough points, because what if some team does exceptionally well, racks up a lot of points, and you are just pushed down by, say, even a point? That is definitely going to sting.
That's gonna hurt very bad, because if you're not qualifying by 3-4 points, it's okay. If it's 1 point, that hurts too badly, and I've seen that happening.
Have you now?
Yeah, top 2 teams in a tournament and just a single point difference.
I mean, that is what you call razor-thin competition, and we love it. I'm sure all of you watching at home love that drama as well, and I know, you want the match to start, you want the casters to stop talking, and, well, the match to begin. Your wish is going to be granted in about 10 seconds from now, and let me tell you one thing, take my word for it, get your countdown timers down. I think because in another 5 seconds, maybe 4, 3, 2, 1, we're going to say bye-bye to you, and well, we are going to be flying high over the plains of Erangel and Bhavna. Where are we flying to this time?
Well, pretty generic flight path. I am expecting, because I can see it already on the map screen. Should I ruin it? No, it's already for everyone. Sivorni to military base area. You don't have anything to complain about. That you can't just go into your favorite drop location. You can drop anywhere you want. All the places are easily glidable. In fact, Primorsk also, you find too many vehicles nearby the ferry pier area as well. You can just drop in, loot smaller compounds, and then head towards all the way towards Primorsk. But no one is going to Sivorni, Kameshki, Zarki.
Well, we wanted something in the north. Looks like that might not just be the case this time around, but looks like Georgia Paul is going to have some commotion sooner or later, as is the same case with Yasnaya Polyana. Now, once again, I am surprised that only one team is going to be dropping down in that city, but again, they will find some opposition sooner or later. Now, as the plane is almost done with its flight path, the circle is going to form on our screens, and well, we are waiting with bated breath. Just judging by where the flight path is, I want to see something dramatic. You know, right now, I wouldn't mind something around Quarry, Primorsk, and maybe bits and pieces of the military base once again.
Our wish is not being granted. We never see a quarry circle.
Oh, you know what? I meant not the quarry, not Primorsk, the military base and Milta. All right, I'm cheating.
He always cheats.
I did have a look at the circle. The first circle has formed with Milta pretty much in the epicenter of all the action to come. But for now, we are going to join the bad boy, as I like calling him, WD Badmash, as he's making sure. Well, Yasnaya is all for their taking, so loot is not going to be an issue for this team.
Well, loot is never an issue when you're dropping towards Yasnaya, but you have to be careful of the team that is up towards your northern side. That is W4D and military base. Military base, last time also we saw 4 teams dropping in, but this time there are 2 teams teamed. Deadly Call is already there looting the factory area, observatory area in the split situation. Team Novorupno also, there is a team present, but that is not my concern. My concern are 2 teams that are heading towards the Lipovka. One of them has already stopped towards the shelter, and looks like the team in Lipovka is going to be very happy if the circle takes in another eastern shift. But Team Spetnaz is going to be very careful.
For some reason, you know, just by the name Spetnaz, I would have been kind of disappointed had they landed anywhere else other than the military island.
Okay.
Maybe get some last-minute training in.
Let's see. On the other hand, if we talk about the cluster of the teams that are forming, is going to be towards southern western side of the Pochinki area, because that's where Team Lifecraft is. That's where Team XI is.
Whoa!
Wait, pistol finish. I was not expecting that, and yes, we have it.
The big Lebowski over here, the dude, as calm and composed. But have a look at that. The opposition is coming through. He's going to hit the deck, or he is going to be taken off his round. There you have it. He does hit the deck, and now he is going to go up against 2 members from Zai Esports. Now, they are going to be hunting it down. Question is, are his teammates going to be able to come through? Wait a second. Oh, my goodness. Did you just have a look at that? He actually stole the buggy right in front of their faces. The dude playing it as cool as you like. And in the blink of an eye, he's out of there. Wow.
Well, but his teammates are ready to back him up, because they are shooting in the direction of the players of
my goodness.
But Lifecraft, that was some gameplay. Stealing the vehicles in a classic match is expectable.
Goodness.
We all have done it, but in a competitive scenario, that was a first.
You couldn't ask for anything better. That was so smooth. The fact that he was called the dude as well. I mean, you can't make this up. You can't script this as well as it is. I mean, we've had some amazing stories in store for you today, and I'm sure that's going to be coming up on the replay sooner or later. But for now, Lifecraft's job is to spot some commotion in the distance, and well, he does what we all do when we see something like that, lay down some lead in that direction.
Well, M16 with the single tap shots can be quite deadly in the far off distance as well.
Yes.
But right now it was in the burst mode, I believe. In either way, M16 is a deadly weapon, except for the sprays. For that you have M416. Everyone love that. But this time we have a team in the Rozhok area as well, and High Temper Gaming, they are pretty comfortable because there is no in the squad that is present to contest the location. But the team that has dropped in towards the school area might be rotating away towards Rozhok, because that's the trend. Loot away the apartment, school area, then straight away head towards the Rozhok. But team in the Water City is also comfortable. That is going to be Dominic Esports. Not a very a good outing in match number 1. But this time, considering they don't have any enemy nearby present, they can be quite comfortable and just wait for the circle to shift on.
Well, I mean, that is a good plan, and let's see if they can stick to said plan, because again, like you mentioned, you know, Dominic Esports, they don't really have any opposition as of now. However, as you mentioned, Rozhok earlier was occupied by KPP John, so, you know, we could see some sparks flying later on. For now, deadly call. This time around, they've opted to, you know, come a bit further up north. Now, we did see the circle, you know, it does have parts of the Sosnovka military island, but the fact that the majority of the circle is, you know, on the main island itself, I guess all the teams are going to be anticipating a bit of a northern shift. For now, Empire Esports, again, pretty close to the team that we just had up on our screens. Maybe sooner or later, we just might see them head on in a little bit of collision course, and well, my prayers just might be answered a bit earlier, because they are definitely heading in the direction of the enemy.
Well, they are heading in the direction of enemy, but some of the enemy is very smart because they are already heading towards a bridge camp area, and the teams in Novo and military base has to be very careful, because in Ferropier we already have a team, in Novo bridge area also we have a team, so both the bridges chances are going to be bridge camped. But let's see what's gonna happen. Livecraft in the Gatka area has to be careful because there is another spot. Liberty Esports is there, but what is happening? Mikey Whitey from Clown Esports is in a wrong area of ruins where another team is already present. That is going to be U-Dog Brutal, and Brutal Clown has already been taken down.
Well, I was just going to say that these guys don't clown around. Unfortunately for them, they are going to come under fire, but looks like a little bit of trade is going to take place, as Brutal are going to lose Beast temporarily. He's out of commission, but looks like the revives could be coming in. Now, keep an eye out on Mickey and Gubbard. Their position is going to be pivotal over here as Pablo goes around the enemy. Again, yes, they know that, you know, they are down on the knees. He just might want to use him as a little bit of bait.
Well, bait we always see in the games, but right now there is no choice for the players of Team Clown. They'll just have to live with 3 players because there is no way to save their teammate, and with that, Clown Esports has been reduced to 3-man squad. But right now the players of Team U-Dog are at the receiving end of the bullets being fired. And Mikey Whitey, don't leave that cover, don't leave that cover, man. No matter what, go for the rotations, go for the better positioning, and then strike on the enemy. That is going to be a better approach. But are they going to pick that fight? Seems like yes, they are in the boot for an early engagement, and with that, the players of U-Dog are already cooking up grenade. Is he going to land it perfectly? No, he misses it.
It's a bit too short as Mickey is still on his feet, but now what's happening is U-Dog are going to take the brunt of that blaze zone damage, and well, looks like Gubber and the boys do have a bit more meds in their advantage. Now Beast is going to be spotted out. Remember, he was knocked out earlier, but he's back up on his feet. Is he going to go down again? Well, for now, he is still in his vehicle, and looks like it is pedal to the metal as he is out of there. The question is, how are his teammates going to fare? Mbappe, well, let me just tell you one thing. He has level 3 armor, level 3 helmets. He does have a full boost. However, just that one first aid, which means he can't really take a lot of damage. But now he could lay down some heavy hurt in WE's direction. Unfortunately for him, Mickey got out of the vehicle in the nick of time.
Well, he did got out of the vehicle, but how is he going to get out of that situation is a questionable situation, because Mbappe, he's the receiving end of the shots, or the player of Clown are already spread out. All the angles have been already covered, So that is going to be a very tricky situation. But look at the zone. No team is present in the school apartment or the Purchasing area. Most of the cluster is around the nearby shelter area. We can say bridge camp is definitely happening by the players of Team Deadly Clown Esports, on the other hand, is not ready to move inside the zone.
Well, we have seen a few of these situations in the past where both teams involved out in this battle, they leave it a bit too long, but for now looks like Mickey Whitey knows where Mbappe is, as does Mbappe. Now the question is, who is going to strike first? Because again, time is of the essence. The blue zone is chipping away, and looks like Beast has been caught out from behind us. He's going to be taken down. Now Mickey takes the fight to Mbappe, and Mbappe is going to be brought down. However, Mickey's going to make sure he patches himself up, which is exactly what he's doing.
But he has got only one first aid. If a gatekeeping is happening, the zone will give out a lot of damage. So Clown Esports better get some healings from the players of team. You are brutal the crates. Let's see if they are going to provide anything. But Beast, look at his HP.
Well, lucky for you Dog's last member, Pablo. Well, actually, Beast is still in play. However, his HP is too low. Lucky for them, he still has a decent number of first aids on him. So, you know, he can still bear the blue. In fact, he can go north and then come back in. But for now, looks like it's going to be a long-range engagement as High Temper Gaming from distance gets the better of KBB John.
Well, that was a mini shots, and Team I not a good start. But right by coming in on to Khan, their most valuable player over there. But Team Fitness is fighting back, and they are shooting in the direction of Zai Esports, and one player has already been taken down, and within fine time Khan can't be revived. He's also gone. But nothing to complain about. 3 players are still inside the game. 2 finish points, but right now Spetnaz is at the receiving end of the shots coming in from some direction. They better make it inside the zone. They have a vehicle, and looks like the player Trish is already has moved towards the safety area, and Team Spetnaz not looking bad at all.
Not looking bad at all, and as you mentioned, the iQOO MVP from the last game might have been lost. However, I wonder if that's going to fuel his teammates even more to get a bit of redemption for their fallen comrade. As of now, they are dangerously close to Liberty Esports. Liberty Esports, we do have Raw coming up. He knows what's happening. He goes right to the enemy. In fact, with the Scarrel is going to put a few more shots in Saurav. And well, Saurav is going to be the first to bite the dust now. Fallen Whitey, his teammate, is going to come under fire. Question is, wait a second, that is going to be a devastating blow for him. He is lobbing grenades, but his own grenade could have taken him off his feet as he tries to jump his way out of harm. And for now, he is still on his feet. God only knows how.
Well, he is still on his feet, and revival will be coming in any minute. Team Spetnaz, consistency, aggression, both are coming in from this team. But they have to be careful. 16 teams are still alive in the game. They can't afford to suffer heavy casualties, especially at this stage of the game. Especially if your enemy is having the height advantage, and with that sort of bits bye-bye to his teammates. And now Team Spetnaz has been reduced to 2-man squads. Looks like they are not up for a fight. They are moving inside the circle.
Liberty Esports have to be careful, because as one squad has made their way, well, away from them, another is heading straight in their direction, and that team is Livecraft Esports. Now, looks like they aren't really going to tango with one another just yet, especially since, you know, only 10 seconds on the clock till the new circle forms, and 935 meters away from the play zone is quite a trek.
Well, let's see how they are going to travel such a long distance, close to 1,000 meters. But Team Deadly Call is already at the receiving end. The shots, they're coming in from so many directions. But looks like they have already moved towards safety. They have a cliff and a height advantage onto themselves. Let's see how they are going to play around it. But the players of Team Deadly Call are still present at the bridge area, as we can already see. That is a good move. Yes, the southern side, the farm area is quite clear for the rotation, but still taking blue zone damage is never a good idea, especially after the 3rd circle. And he's a little bit far away from his teammates.
He is. Now, San, I guess he could have been left behind as a little bit of like we've already seen a few insurance policies come in, but looks like he is in a vehicle, and sooner or later he shall be joining his teammates. Elsewhere in Pachinki, we are going to have action break out as Clown Esports are going to thwart an attack by Liberty Esports, who are looking for a little bit of redemption, especially after the last game, as Vijay is dangerously cooking that grenade. He better throw it or he would be knocked out instead. Looks like it was meant for Meath, but Meath jumps out, gets in a vehicle, tries to get away. Could he do it? Yes, he could. Oh, Vijay was too close to the wall there as his weapon buckled, and well, Clown Meath is one. Lucky Clown gets away, and him and his teammate are out in the blink of an eye. And for now, Liberty Esports are left all by their lonesome in the haunted town of Pachinki. Mind you, like you mentioned, this is the third zone going on into the fourth circle. Oh, you better not trip. You better not trip. Straighten up. It is going to straighten up. The blue zone is going to start chipping in. Oh, and they had paid for that mistake. That little flippity flip is going to make sure that Mickey is brought down, and now fallen YT from Liberty is going to go in for the kill. Unbeknownst to Nim, they were waiting for that. They were anticipating it as Meath puts him in his place, and looks like the revive just might come through.
But can they move inside the circle is going to be the main question, because that was the last first aid onto the players of Team Clown Esports. But no, Gabbar has got 3 first aids to help their team, help his teammate. But are they going to be sufficient? Because this is the 4th circle. It's going to dish out so much damage, and we can already see the players of Team Clown Esports falling down because of the play zone. Even Liberty Esports player are also falling down. There is no way they can make it to the safety, but Liberty Esports somehow has made it to safety inside the circle, but only 1 first aid to back them up. Light has 2, 1 already used, 1 remaining. This team, in fact, so many teams are there who are short on the rotations.
Well, they are a little short on rotations, but looks like Liberty are going to be happy, and they are going to make it to the next circle. Elsewhere, oh, we were just going to bring this up. Clown Meath finally falls down to the play zone. That revive should not have come in. They left it a bit too late, because they should have anticipated as soon as the zone switch, that 4th circle damage shadow, oh, it starts taking away chunks from your HP.
Well, that was a big mistake, and Team Clown is definitely paying the price of it. Gabbar is the last man standing from that particular team. Let's see what's going to happen. KBB, this team was quite missing in the previous game. Right now at the southern eastern side of the zone, northeastern side of the zone. Let's see if they can keep the teams HTG who are making their rotations, but they also have to be careful of the teams on the upper hill height advantage. If that Gabbar also bids bye-bye, and Clown Esports eliminated.
Are you noticing a little bit of a pattern here? Team eliminates squad Apurv again, all by his lonesome, while his teammates are far away. But looks like this time around, he might just have the backup coming in, something that he definitely needs against KBP Jord. But for now, we're going to switch over to Spetsnaz Official, as Zai Esports are going to be taken down in the 15th position with just that 1 finish. That is devastating, but for now, it is going to be a fight breaking out between Team Eliminate Squad and WD Esports. And now Eliminate, we know they're already 1 man down, but it's going to be WD who gets first blood. Agent coming in from the outside, spots the enemy on his left, lets loose a few bullets. In fact, now he is right amongst the enemy. He goes straight up to the enemy and into his flaming barrel. And now Badmash all comes down to him as he goes up against Apurv again. Remember, Apurv is in a shack all by himself, not helping his team. Once again, he better get those placement points if he doesn't want to receive any flack.
Well, let's see if we can get the placement points. But on the other hand, Team LBB, Liberty Esports eliminated LBB officials on the 14th position, but LBB has another enemy to deal with. That is going to be the players of Dominic Esports, but
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 smoke grenades to conceal their position. That is a lot of utility usage.
But the enemy is closing in already, throwing up grenades, deploying grenades. Molotovs might be coming in anytime soon as well. This grenade can be deadly, but somehow the players misses it. Little short, but can DP do the job? It is definitely doing the job onto the players of WD Esports, as one of the players is already down.
The problem for High Temper Gaming is they just have that one rock for cover. If KBP kind of just, align themselves along that ridge, they could set up flanks, and that could be problematic, especially since the circle is moving. But Tyler goes around, a little bit of a distraction as his teammates come in for the finish.
Well, teammates are coming in for finish, and Team HTT is paying the price of being so joined at the hip. Team KBP is taking advantage of that, and the grenades are coming in. There is no chance of saving the teammate timer over there, and with that, the player survives. The team survives with just, I think, only single player.
Well, Rohan made the right decision to get out in the nick of time. Otherwise, well, he would have been gone up in flames along with his teammates as well. And we anticipated that little flank coming in from KBP. That's exactly what happened. Full out Patan. Oh my goodness, a bit of a mishap. He was a bit too close to his vehicle as he did try to blow it up. And well, he was blown to smithereens along with it. And now his teammate, Captain himself, comes under heavy fire as Manix is going a bit maniac on them, laying down lead in every which direction. But they gotta be careful because looks like all that commotion is getting some attention on them as well.
Well, LBB is looking quite aggressive in this particular situation, but they have a job to do. Two of the players are already down. They have to raise them up. Xingchen is getting the battle of Devil Rage, who has been knocked down, but Spitnaz, Play Zone is knocking them down. Lifecraft Jadoo also goes down, and look at the players of team number 14, Invaders. They need to be segregated.
Wait a second, what? Looks like there were two teams already fighting, but looks like KBP Jordan have finally woken up. They are hungry for finishes. 8 to their name already. They are basically finding any firefight and heading straight towards it. Before now, since they're all clumped together, they could be in a trouble. Blazy with a grenade. If it's tossed just to the right amount, it could be devastating. It looks good. It goes boom, and it takes down 2 members from KBP Jordan. Now, Xingchen is going to come under fire. He does get up. He does get a knock off his own. It is even Stevens. They are trading in all these knocks over here, but it's going to be a bit too late for KBP Jordan. They are on a high right now, but now Xingchen, ooh, does he go for the revive? Yes, he does.
Well, he is definitely going for the revive because right now they are not at the receiving end of any of the shot, but the enemy is still nearby in the name of Team Empire. On the other hand, WD having the complete control of the eastern side of the circle, and Team Empire has the height advantage. With that, Spitnaz also bids bye-bye on the 10th position, and Empire Esports deadly, surviving barely on 30 HP, I guess, has no healings. Naruto has got no healings, on only bandages, and Naruto also goes down. With that, KBP is taking so much aggression, and they are winning every fight. Just 2 players remaining, 9 finishes.
Well, that's the situation when the first person perspective definitely comes in handy, as through the smoke he did spot the enemy, and well, he took him down. Now KBP Jod again, a massively hitting team over here. 9 finishes, reduced to a 2-man squad, but they are not giving up yet, as looks like Xingchen did get his teammate up, and now we are in a trifecta of death. Now only one of these teams is going to make it to the next circle. Question is it going to be Empire, is it going to be KPB, or stuck in the center, is it going to be the boys from Liftoff Gaming? Because once again they do come under fire. This time around it's going to be Winfall Nation who are joining the party as well.
Well, they are at the receiving end of the damage, not the one firing the shots over there, but Empire Esports Daddy is so deadly. Lifecraft players are right in front of him. Can he spot them down? The minute the smoke disappears, Daddy is going to shoot in the direction, and reload is already ready. Jadoo has been revived, healed up, patched up, ready to take the fight, but Jadoo also receives damage and is being taken down by W4 and escape, but reload is trying to find a trade onto the players of W4N, and W4N, 2 players already down, third one low HP, and Daddy, perfect movement, eliminates Lifecraft at 9th position. And Team Empire, man, 5 finishes. They have things to do, revive the teammate.
Well, Daddy Cool over here making sure he gets the enemy in the smack, and have a look at that. Now he can go in for that revive as well. 8 teams still in contention to be crowned the winners in this game. 23 players still alive, and this is going to be a mad dash for the next circle, as it's pretty much open hunting ground over here with just a few rocks and piles and wreckages of rubber and steel for cover, as Escape is going to get the better of Blazy. We did see that earlier on, but looks like Sahil is going to come into fire. You've got to be careful because the floor behind you is lava.
Well, it's lava and he is burning right there, but Justice also goes down with the DP28 coming from Foxy. Winfall surviving with only 2 players. Deadly Call gets an elimination at 8th position over there, but KBP so aggressive, eliminates W4 and last player escape. W4 Nation also goes down at 7th position.
Rax on a rampage here. Now this is the KBP job that we have come to get used to. That amazing reaction over there, making sure he put the opponents down on the ground. Final 16 as WD Esports are going to come under fire from elsewhere, and looks like UDOG Brutal are still in this game. Now they only have a 2-man squad as LBB officials, Dominic Esports and WD all still have 4-man rosters, but we've learned from the past this numerical advantage can easily be negated as Rax. I think he does anticipate some movement coming in from the distance. He's not sure which weapon to use. Does he use the UMP or the M4? Looks like it's going to be the M4. And wait a second, Patan is vying for the grenadier of this game as one grenade goes boom, and with it, the hopes and aspirations of a team go along with it.
Well, that was a grenade, but Team LBB, the way they are separated, having complete control. Captain goes and knocks down Clutch God over there, but Mash also goes down. Can they find the last player? And he does. No, still surviving on 20 HP over there. World Mighty, can he revive his teammate?
Mind you, Classic World burst focused on UDOG, which means his opponents above were kind of helping him out. He suddenly realizes that the opposition at this end has been dealt with, and now, unfortunately for him, it's going to be Batan from LBB who puts the final nail in his coffin. Final 3 teams, ladies and gentlemen, 6 players alive, 10 finishes for the team on your screen right now as Daddy is going to spot Shinchan. He does see a little bit of a pixel, now he gets up, exposing his own position. Question is, LBB could put him out of his misery from afar, and that is exactly what's happened. LBB on a tear over here as they are going to be dominating the opposition, and now Shinchan, although his team has 13 finishes, there's only so much he can do as a one-man army, especially since LBB official know exactly where he is.
And the circle is also favoring LBB officials over there. He can go for the heal battle, but the question is, does he have the first aids? Does he have the first aids? The question is, he goes for the second man, but no! Heal battle is not an option because LBB is finding you and eliminating you.
Well, there you have it, LBB officials getting the job done over here, walking away with that chicken dinner, and there's only one man to thank, and it is Patan himself. Crazy grenade knocks, crazy grenade finishes, and of course he let his weapon do all the talking as well. Shinchan at the end, even if suppose he did have a few first aids, that animation when you pat yourself in, you move a bit back, he exposed his shoulder, and well, LBB capitalized on it.
Well, he's most definitely, and with that he got 15 points. That means a chicken dinner and few finish points as well. But we have to appreciate KBP, the way they were completely missing in the first game, and this time going so aggressive. And let's have a look at their aggression in the highlights.
Well, there you have it. If you missed any of the action, we got you covered as we are going to have all the wonderful knocks and finishes on your screens. Now, when action started over here, the dude, as calm as you like it, getting a few shots. Now, keep an eye over here. He knows the enemy's nearby. He's like, you know what? Everything's against me. Forget the finish. He gets in the buggy in the nick of time before he was run over, and he is out of there.
Well, he is out of there, but UDOG, we expected quite a lot from this team as well, but that didn't happen. Both the teams, UDOG and Clown, wasted a lot of time outside of the safe zone area. None of them had the healings or the bandages to move inside the circle, but Team Spitnaz officials also, they started off good, but later on started falling apart.
They did start falling apart. A funny thing, if you notice over there, one of the opponents from UDOG, he did get a knock on the enemy. Unfortunately, his vehicle was still in motion, and well, he got run over. But we did see a few mistakes happen right over here. Clown Esports, they were trying to get away. Remember, their vehicle fumbled just a little bit, as a result of which Mickey was shot down. And well, these teams, they spent way too much time in the blue as it was. So, you know, I mean, like we said, there's no one else to blame but themselves. One thing, if you did notice, Bhavna, where were all the meds in this game?
Well, the meds, in fact, the problem is teams went for small drop location.
Right. No one went to the big city.
Yeah, the hot drops were not contested, small compounds were there, and in fact small compounds were also contested. Two teams were present in the same compound as well. There was no time for the loot over there. That's why meds were so little, and with that LBB, this was the moment Pathan chimed in with that grenade, getting so many finishes.
I mean, that guy was just devastating with his precision, and kudos to Jord as well, because Shinchan and the boys, they played their hearts out. I mean, they were going in for fight after fight, even right here. There was an opposition, an opposing enemy right at that rock, where they just slammed up against a rock and pretty much executed them point blank range. Unfortunately, the grenades were already lobbed, and they paid a heavy, heavy price. This move over here as well, Daddy making sure he kept his calm, he kept his composure, he kept that trigger discipline, and only shot and, well, struck at the last moment. Lovely display of recoil control in this game, because we saw some massive, I mean, just have a look at that. That one grenade, pretty much, and the whole team just went up in a poof of green smoke.
Well, that was Diwali for him. Most definitely. But WD also, that was quite a mistake, not having a good cover. Or look at the players of Team LBB. They have a cover to themselves. They have angles to back up their player as well. That's why LBB was so aggressive. But the last player of Team GPP, like you mentioned, he exposed his shoulder and paid that price.
Well, he paid the price, but I mean, he would have been surprised that he actually made it to that stage, because again, just to remind you, KBP, they were men on a mission. They were on a hunt. They had racked up quite a few finishes, but talking of finishes and talking of placement points, I know you've done the math at home. Let's have a look and see how all the teams did, as we do have the point standings coming up on our screens right about now. And well, LBB officials, big game for them. 12 points from finishes, 15 from placements, walking away with 27.
And followed by KBP Jord with 13 finish points, I think highest of this game, with total 25 points, and followed by Empire Esports, a consistency coming in to the picture, 5 finish points, total 15 points. WD Esports, again consistency, 5 finish points, 13 total points. UDOG, decent performance, I'll say, 4 finish points, total 10 points to back them up. Dominic Esports this time having a better performance, 2 finish points and 6 total points, but Spetnaz is missing kind of.
Spetnaz is missing. They kind of fell a little bit short now. I think that is going to work in their favor is that last game they did rack up a few finishes. So hopefully, just hopefully, they might make it to the next round. We are going to have to wait and find out, because contrary to popular belief, we don't get all the information, as people expect. But now, just have a look at the 16th position. Team Eliminate Squad, not a bad outing. Hopefully, they learn from their mistakes. Now, we've had a look at the teams. Let's have a look and see who is going to walk away the iQOO MVP from this game. And, well, it is going to be none other than, I was not surprised, Pathan himself. 637 points of damage, 7 finishes, 1 assist, 2 headshots.
Well, the headshots are low in number because it was a grenade.
He was using hot potatoes.
Yeah, it was the grenades that were talking, but a very good performance coming in from Pathan and his team as well, because I think 12 finish points they are having? Yes, 12 finish points to LBP. And let's have a look at the top 5 players.
Well, I think we are going to have a plethora of teams in this next top 5 player view, because, of course, you could not have counted out Team KBP Jord. I mean, the way they were just hunting out there, you expected a couple of their players to be on their list. Of course, Rax and Shinchan, they were going a bit ballistic. They were on a rampage, finishing with 5 and 4 finishes respectively. And of course, Wolf Dominators are going to make an appearance here as well, with Darky with 3 finishes of his own, and Blazy from Empire with 3 finishes to his name as well.
Well, 528 damage to Blazy over there. It's a good performance, but
Shinchan.
Yeah, 1075 damage over there. Shinchan, my god.
I mean,
Brilliant performance.
we did see, especially when he switched to the first-person perspective, he knew that the enemy is nearby. That is where skill comes in, Yes, you might have some advantages in TPP. You can see the enemy coming a lot sooner. But oh boy, if you have the skills, if you have that animalistic instinct, and if you have the sound sense, you can literally do wonders. And now, of course, we are talking about finishes. We're talking about damages. Let's have a look and see how many grenade finishes came in this time as we have a look at the match summary. And well, 73 grenades used this time. Shadow 9 culminating in finishes.
Well, 9 finishes, but the grenade used are very low compared to the previous games. But the finishes are not low at all. That means the precision is coming into the picture. But knock finish ratio this time is also very low. 71 knocks, 57 finishes. Airdrops looted every time too. I want to in which circle?
And
second or third, I guess.
Why are the BGMI gods not dropping down in AWM? Like this, we need to talk about this later on.
We'll try in the coming matches on day 2 or day 3. But finish distance is also 26 meters. Not the highest, not the lowest. It's a mediocre performance, I'll say.
Keeping with numbers and stats, let's switch over now to the finish and damage performance graph over here. And it is going to be a bit of a different picture because, well, a couple of teams definitely dominated head and shoulders above everyone else. But I like the fact for the remainder, especially as far as damage is concerned, Shadow, everybody had a taste of blood in this game.
Well, definitely everyone has been dishing out damage. In fact, it's a pretty consistent performance from all of the team. Damage ratio is pretty much evenly spread out except for KBP Jod.
I would say just have a look at LBB, right? They only shoot to kill when they need to.
Well, maybe they had already knocked down players, but the grenades.
Oh, the grenades.
Yeah.
There you have it. If you have that precision, because one grenade knocks you out, the second is going to put you 6 feet under.
Yes, exactly. And LBB having a very good outing and KBP as well. In fact, other teams also. The way 1000 plus damage bar is looking so short, that means a very good lobby.
I'm pretty sure looking at the performance graph, you can already kind of anticipate which teams are going to make it to the top 4 squads. Well, if it isn't the case, we're going to help you out, of course, LBB officials with that chicken dinner in number 1 position, 12 finishes to their name. KBB Jord finally opening up as expected with 13 for themselves.
And Empire Esports with 5 finishes and Wolf Dominators with 5 finishes. That's kind of an even number. KBP 12 finishes. That looks so good.
Right?
12,
I mean
12, 5, 5. Or make it 13. Why reduce the number?
So basically you want to gift them an extra finish point? I do believe.
Wish I could. I wish I could. But
well, that isn't going to happen this time around.
yeah, that is not going to happen. But it was a very good performance from all the teams considering the pressure they were in because it's the last match do or die situation, especially for the players of KBP because they had only this game to prove themselves.
Again, we keep saying that the most dangerous animal is one that is backed in a corner because it's got nothing to lose and it is going to come out swinging, which is exactly what was on display today. But, again, I beg your pardon, I love the fact that, we still get to see something new every single game because you see so many new teams and you think, you've seen it all. But then in come people like Badmash from WD, people like Patan from LBB with those amazing lobs. And, well, they make sure that all the action is exciting right up until the very end. Now, this does mark the end of the first day of the second week of all this action. Again, remember, we still have 3 more days of high-octane action in store for you. So you better make sure you not only mark your calendars, but you also are free roughly around this time tomorrow evening. But again, it was a lovely, lovely event today. And what are you taking away from all the games today?
Patan, grenades.
Baton grenades. And in fact, a lot of other players had some grenades coming in as well. Well, if you definitely enjoyed what you saw today, you got to make sure you come back tomorrow as well because we might, in fact, have some more explosions in store for you. And I want to see some more vehicular manslaughter, which again, I'm going to make sure that I talk to her backstage and the BGMI gods shall shine down upon us. But again, that is going to be for tomorrow. But for now, from Shadow and I, it has been a pleasure bringing this to you. Hope you had a good time. We're going to see you tomorrow. Stay safe and have a good night.